PKA 619. Taylor is apparently deathly ill. We're not sure if he's making it, but we've replaced him with Harley, and we have Josh Pillault, our guest. Kyle?
Yeah, a couple sponsors tonight. Boom! Lock and Load and Death by Gummies, a.k.a. Wonky Weeds. We'll get to them later on in the show. But yeah, got Harley. Got our friend Josh Pillault. Josh Pillault has made some very serious political decisions recently, and he's representing them with his haircut, I believe. It's
my God,
the reason we had both of you on tonight was clear now. I hope everyone
Let's talk about Kanye then. Let's do it. When's the drop? In like a day, right? Yeah, let's talk about it.
I found the biggest Jew I could.
and brought me in, as you said, American History X.
And the smallest American History X looking motherfucker I could. And now
the actual size Edward Norton over here. Leather jacket and all. No, I had to fuck my hair up really bad for some stream stuff we were doing. There was no choice but to just take it off. So
I actually think it looks pretty cool. You look like you look like the starting creator character, like
there you
every
go.
Game in 2007.
I can take that.
You already bought that jacket and that graphic tee, and now you're about to buy a sword, gonna get a hat, some boots.
Just NPC it out, walk around.
You're almost casual Commander Shepard, like in Mass Effect 3 when you wear the leather jacket and the default character. You're almost there, and that's a good thing. Apparently, that guy's like a model.
No, it's good look.
20 or 21 to me. How old are you actually?
I'm 29, man. I'll be 30 December 1st. So
yeah,
20s are coming to a close.
No, you look real. You look real good.
It.
I appreciate it, man. When I was streaming earlier, they said, "Hey, you're going on PKA today. You look like an actual Russian with that get up. You look like AA Russian going to hang out with FPSRussia."
Yeah. Sure. No, I mean you're still alive, so you don't look like a typical Russian, man. One of our patrons is a fucking winner. He's over in Ukraine training those drone pilots to blow Russians up, because that's kind of what he does here. It's drone related. And I told him, I was like, dude, I want you to fucking tag a Russian tank with RSK or PKA or write my name on the bitch or something. And he's like, and Woody's like, I don't want to see an armored personnel carrier or a fucking Jeep. I don't want you to pull over, find a blown up Subaru and write my name on it. You find a tank. And he wrote he's like, don't worry, it will be a tank. By the way, here's some video clips to hold you over. And it's all drone footage of people getting blown up and tanks getting blown up. It's cool stuff.
Exclusive.
Cool.
That death from above.
Cool, yeah.
Would really fuck with my head if I was in a war.
I think about that all the time. I play games now, and like I wish I miss the old days. I play games, and I literally think about that. I play like Uncharted, and I'm like, this dude, treasure hunter, I just murdered 19 dads or sons, like murdered them. And like I was playing the new Call of Duty a couple days ago, and there's like the drone part. And every time I launch, I'm like, this is. Do you guys remember that video? Like I'm playing it on stream. I'm like, do you remember that video? Where this whole like AC-130 thing is like it's like modeled after, and they're like,
but it's real life.
Got him, nailed it, and it's like, yo, that was 40 dads lit up, crazy. I don't know, it's crazy. I miss the days when I never thought about it.
That's your young dads. That was like 40 dads.
Probably sons for sure.
Sons, yeah, probably.
Yeah, they're definitely
especially
sons,
in Russia.
And speaking of firearms, and honestly, Kyle, I actually really did miss FPSRussia last week. I was in Texas, and it was just, I thought about you the whole time because I was around all these guns, firearms, and it reminded me, I was like, I'm so fortunate in life in the weirdest ways just due to the job. And one of the ways I was like fortunate just being a guy from Montreal, and not many people know a guy like you. Like when I went to your house, it was like, you gave me guns and you were like, point that way. And I shot guns.
Yeah.
Like I shot like a Desert Eagle. I shot the shotgun. You took me to shoot that automatic Glock and he gave it to me. You're like, try and hold it straight. And that was like the instructions. And I was
that's
like,
that's a solid safety briefing though. Like if you do keep it pointed that way, you're going to solve most of your problems.
Somehow when I was holding it though, I thought for sure that the recoil was going to do this really quickly and have the gun pointing at my own face. In my brain, I was like, that's what's going to happen.
I just knew that you're a big dude. And I think I've always thought, like, whenever I've hung out with you, I always think like, this is not the guy I have to be like, oh, and put your hand under it. like, oh yeah. And make sure
you're right.
Like, stand up
Plant
straight.
your feet firmly.
Like you're so fucking big. You look like a fucking like athlete, fighter, like professional athlete kind of guy when I meet you. So I'm like, so I'm giving you maybe more credit than I should. I'm like,
you
right,
were,
but you were. I'm going to walk Tyler through
sense.
the safety speech. Here's your AR. Tyler, be very careful now. These are deadly weapons. He's over.
You
No,
were
we
in
had
one
fun.
sense, though. You were in one sense when you thought that I could handle it, because I could, except like the thing with the Glock, and I'll expand on it, is that like I don't really have like good wrists. Like even like look at my hand when I do this. Like I have like it's not a good wrist scenario, and like a gun, like the shotgun was fun, but like the Deagle and the Glock automatic was like I was like my wrists are not used to shooting guns. But the cool thing about it was like I didn't have to go and like take a course and listen for an hour or anything. You put it in my hand and you were like here. And so when I was in Texas, there was so many guns there, and these dudes, the Unsubscribed podcast guys, we were like at the Black Rifle Coffee shooting range. Brandon Herrera was there, and Caleb Francis, like a bunch of creators, gun tubers, and they had all these guns, and they just reminded me of you because they gave it to me and they're like, here you go, bud, shoot it.
Take off.
And one of them was a 454 Magnum, and they were like, yeah, just point it that way. And like, you know, this is Caleb, he's a huge dude, and like I am also a huge dude, but like he's a solid dude. I got like some like I said, I got little wrists, I got little claws, you know, I got these claws, and I was like, I shot that gun, and it was like really crazy. The reason why I bring it all up is because I shot one gun, and I thought right away, I was like, I wonder if Kyle has ever shot this gun. And this gun was it was a Barrett 50 cal that was made. There was one of 20 made by the government that is a shoulder mounted 50 cal. And it had like the shoulder pad like it was the fucking Halo rocket launcher. And I literally like I shot it, and like it's funny because like all day I shot, and I literally thought of you.
Did it kick like a mule?
Time.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
It's
so,
like a Barrett sniper rifle, but it was like, and they've made there's a bunch that were made like on apparently after the fact, but there was 20 officially made, and it's like a shoulder. It goes on your shoulder, and
like on
sits
top
there.
of it.
Yeah, and it's
Not
like
against it.
Does it go on top and in front? I'm picturing something with a curve,
Like a hook, sort of.
Yeah.
As 12 has a stock like that.
It goes on your shoulder, and you're supposed to just like hit a helicopter with it.
All right, this is.
And
Okay, we
here
may be a little confused somewhere.
I got you. I got you right here.
What the fuck is that?
Is that
All
it?
right, no. I was very confused because I didn't know such a thing existed. Who is shooting at helicopters with a 50 BMG? Who was this made for?
What's a 50? What's a 50 BMG?
That's a 50. The caliber.
Let it take out a helicopter?
That's the kind of bullet that it shoots.
I mean, anything will take out a helicopter if you hit the guy flying it. What is this for?
Well, but Kyle, as you know,
Oh, yeah, here, I sent,
these
I
50
sent
cals are kind of for taking out equipment. Right?
Yeah, they're
not-
anti-material rifles. What I'm confused about here is why it would be shoulder mounted like that, like a rocket launcher or something.
Oh, that's
because
it.
it still has the recoil. Like that thing kicks.
Good job.
Yeah,
man.
well, that's what I was
exactly
gonna say.
it.
Like, that's what I was gonna say. Is I shot it.
Okay,
and, like,
okay.
It
I
kind of
gotta
made
see
me
you
a
shoot
bitch.
it. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
might see
okay, I'm
very
glad
rare.
the optics way out there.
Only 20.
Bro,
made.
it's a Call of Duty thing. It's got a red. It's got a red dot and like a foregrip halfway up the gun. It just felt like.
Lean into it, Harley.
I know. I
Dirty
shoot it.
pants. Why you
I shoot it like a bitch.
Bro, your face right.
I shoot it like a
Never
bitch.
felt so
No,
bad in
you
my
shoot
life.
it fine because I bet that
nothing's
hurt.
ever
Look at
done-
your
nothing's
arms,
ever
though.
done that to my
Jesus,
body.
Harley.
You got two more?
I should shoot it again.
Yeah, you have to shoot it.
You should. Harley looks like a strong Dr. Disrespect.
Oh, that one was worse.
Dr. Disrespect looks like
I
a strong
took-
Dr. Disrespect.
I did.
Fair,
I-
but
Dr.
Yeah.
Disrespect's pretty strong, but Harley is
The more
like
you
the
push
after
into your
picture
shoulder,
for
the less
well,
performance
maybe
enhancing
someday they'll
drugs.
Lean forward.
find out who's real.
There you go.
Glasses.
There you go. Hero pose.
Golly.
You did all that real well. I've never seen that, never heard of that. Don't know why that exists.
That's crazy.
When you showed me the picture, I thought it was a joke gun. Clearly, it has a purpose because they built it. And if the government only wanted 20 of them, that's probably a sign of its effectiveness, right?
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
what that's for. If you tell me it's an anti-air barrack, then okay. But it just seems like such a piece of shit that
Yeah.
nobody would ever want to haul that out. Because like,
It's like a Call of
United
Duty
States-
loadout.
the United States has tons of things you throw on your shoulder and shoot at helicopters, right? That work. You'd have to be such a badass to use that and hit a moving
Right.
helicopter. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible. you fly them around all day. I'm gonna shoot a couple down. All right, it's gonna happen. but like that's not the way. You know,
The official
when you're in the military,
way.
they're like, oh yeah, how do we deal with this? Oh, this is the official way to deal with that. Is the most efficient, cost efficient, manpower efficient.
Shoot a round that aims itself.
That thing right there is there are rounds that aim themselves now. By the way,
I guess I was talking about
fucked
like a
my body
javelin or
up.
something.
I'm talking
That thing
about
fucked my
bullets.
body up. It sent like that thing shook my bones and like humbled me. And I realized like
Because it's a piece of
touching
shit.
guns. But touching guns, I realized like guns are it's like a man thing in the sense that like fine motorcycles are. Okay, there you go. And cars, like, and just I'm just saying, those are like manly things. You want to take care of your stuff, and you want to operate. Like, you got to have strong thumbs. You got to mean what you're doing. You got to have man hands to like do gun stuff.
I
And
never thought I
was
had.
doing it-
I don't think I have those. I think you got to know where to squeeze and how to squeeze and all that stuff, and when it's okay to let it give you some recoil and when you're supposed to be controlling and absorbing. And I don't know. I started shooting from such an early age. I don't know how to teach that. And I hear people talk about what you're talking about. And I don't get it, because like I could limp wrist a 12 gauge in each hand right now, and I could shoot them semi-automatic, and they would just dance like this, and I'd never let them go.
That'd be a sick video if you were still dropping.
That'd be
some gun
crazy. It'd be
content.
very dangerous.
Yeah, but that was the thing.
That's the best video.
Yes.
but
We
like-
don't watch FPS Russia for safety tips.
I mean, I could shoot a Glock with 3 fingers. You know, I could just as long as I can like grab it a little. I mean, it'll pop back, but I know how it's going to pop back, so I'm riding it. I don't know. I don't get it. The only things that have ever kicked me, and I've been like, oh, that kicks hard. The 500 Smith & Wesson, when you've got like a short barrel and a wooden grip, it hurts because you don't have that big fat rubbery grip to like take all that impact out, and you got a short barrel, so long barrels dealing with a lot of the recoil, and it just hurt. It wasn't the kickback as much as it was this vibration or this. It felt like my hand
what
was
the
being
Magnum
slapped.
did to me. It hurt me like right here, like right in my thumb, like right there. It got me there, and I was kind of like, I was just like, it's interesting that like a lot of the guns I shot them, they were very serious, and I felt like I was like, oh, I'm kind of like.
So you're gonna want to squeeze with the bottom fingers more than the top fingers. That these 2 fingers can ride a little. These 2 fingers are these down in the bottom are squeezing for dear life, and that lets the gun rock back. And if you lock the front of your hand forward, the gun's coming back a little, and you don't want it coming back into that. You want to be able to rock it a little bit like this, and you'll never feel it. It doesn't hurt. I've never been hurt like that.
I just got to get used to it more.
People think the big guns hurt. It's not the big guns that hurt me. And I haven't fired the ones Kyle talked about, like the 500 Smith & Wesson. But a little LCP, that thing weighs nothing.
What's an LCP?
It's called a mouse gun. It's a 380, which is to say a little smaller than a 9mm. And it fits in your pocket nicely. The thing is, because it doesn't have any weight, it doesn't get absorbed, and all of that recoil goes into your hand.
Right.
And have you ever been in an environment like a stadium or something where you're trying to clap loudly and you're like, yeah, this actually hurts, you know, like smacking my fingers and hands together, it hurts on your skin. That's what this gun does. It's meant to be carried a lot and fired a little. It's not meant to be shot all the time because it's an unpleasant experience. It doesn't weigh anything.
It's like a last resort.
Yeah, but
when you need it.
I have a full-size 9mm that's really comfortable to shoot. You could shoot it all day. Why? It weighs twice as much and kicks about the same.
I like shooting like rifles was so easy because it's just up again. And that's where like you're right. When you're like, he'll be fine. Because once I brace it up against my body, like it's okay. You know, at that point, I felt comfortable with it. But when my arms are out there, my limbs are just so long, and my shit wrist and just the shit hand, like my little claw on the gun just wasn't that good.
The coolest and most pleasant gun for like, I would say people like you, is something like an AR carbine, meaning that you've got an AR-15 platform that's chambered in a pistol caliber. So 9mm or 45 ACP would be my pick. One of those. 9mm is probably what I go with. And so you have very low recoil, thuk, 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 instead of that clack, clack, clack. AR-15 doesn't kick that hard anyway, but now it really doesn't. And then you throw a suppressor on it, and because if it's 45 ACP, that's a subsonic round, so the suppressor is doubly effective, triply effective. Now you have a paintball gun that kills, that you can shoot targets at 100 yards and have so much fun shooting steel. When that slow, heavy 45 caliber round hits a thick piece of steel, it's dong and knocks that thing down. You can see how much power you're sending down range, but it's quiet. It's like thunk, 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 just like a paintball gun.
I put the link there because you're right. I shot a gun that felt like that. It was like a silenced one, so it felt like how you're describing. It was like a thunk thunk thunk.
Did you have
But
a
these
Dragunov?
guns, this was like Pistilli was there, and it was cool. I got to meet him, and I was like, "Yo, what up?" And we know each other because we were both on this podcast. So like when he was in Texas, like I got to see him. But that first video, the guns that were there, he like these are all like these are oh yeah, mute that. These are all like what's it called? They were from Tarkov.
These are
Yeah,
Tarkov.
exactly. He
Whose
brought
guns are
like
these?
the
Whose guns
I
are
think
these?
these are a mix. I think they're like Brandon Herrera's and like I shot some of Caleb's guns. Everyone had guns there.
Okay,
There's so many fucking guns.
All right, so the only thing that stuck out to me there was that what looks like a VSS or a Val. Like it's the wooden stock suppressed, fully automatic.
I know this gun because I use this in Battlefield actually.
Yeah, whose was that?
It's a
Any
great
idea?
question. No, can I see it? Like which
Yeah,
one is it?
can
I want to
you
see
pull
what
that
table it
thing
was
up
on.
again. Can you pull up the table?
Honestly, your presence was with me the whole time. I was there, and I was like,
spirit
the
of
last
FPSRussia.
time I was ever just with loose guns was at your place, and I even walked into a house there, and there was like I walked in the house, and there was a P90 and like a couple like pistols on the carpet, and I was like,
Keep
this
going.
is so just
stop. So
that right there, that brown one, right?
yeah, if you go back,
Yeah, the one that was on the special
but
bag
it's
on the
hard to go
tarp.
back.
Yeah, he'll have to loop around.
Yeah, that's.
But I think he knows the
the
spot. It's the one that has the wooden stock with the space
Yeah,
in
as
it.
soon as we go to the next scene, pause.
Yeah,
That
there,
there.
pause.
bottom right wooden stock.
Oh, I thought it was
that
that
one.
one.
What the
Okay,
hell?
yeah.
I thought it was a Dragunov top, like sitting on a case.
So on the top left, I don't know I can't visually tell the difference between like a Dragunov and a PSO, which I think is like the Romanian version, which is
This
like
is,
you get the Romanian thing for like $1,000. That thing, if that's real, is probably $5 or $10 or something. I don't even know. I don't even know.
And
what
this is
that optic
Tarkov guns, right?
Yeah. So if he's
so sick.
one can kind of stand it. I mean, that's what I did when I went to make a video of a Dragunov. I was like, okay, so I can get a $15,000 import, or I can get a $900 at Franklin gun from Franklin's. Give me that $900 gun and let's go. They look
Yeah,
great.
these guys
Trying to
were
make
they're
money
fun
here.
guys. They're
But
cool
that
guys.
Val-
It reminded me like linking up like with you guys when we would film stuff and like we were like we'd meet up and film like these like epic meals. They were filming stuff already, and they were like they all got like a bunch of different channels. And I never get that stuff on my YouTube. Because my recommended page doesn't look like Skinhead Josh's recommended page. I never get the fun red pill gun stuff. I get like I get the cucked lib stuff, you know?
I mean, look, I'll be honest. Like, I don't like those videos, and I never have. Like
Which
when I
ones?
was gun videos. I've never liked gun videos. I've never. I'm trying to think how many gun videos I've actually watched. I used to watch Carnicon.
I
'cause
never
Carnicon-
ever heard
Carnicon
of
was
gun
fucking
videos
cool.
until you. I never like was like,
Gun
oh,
tube.
that's a great idea. You should just shoot awesome guns.
I forget his
Pick up-
name. Is there a guy named Matt Demolition Ranch? That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
I
we were
enjoyed his
right
stuff.
near. We were
Yeah.
there. He didn't pull up though, and I thought I was gonna get a chance to meet him.
I like his veterinarian videos too.
Yeah, he didn't pull up though.
Kyle, you muted. I'm pretty sure I saw you.
He's slowly
Yeah.
farting, releasing a fart.
No, this is a recurring issue. He'll know how to fix it.
Oh, it
Hey.
does that? Okay.
I want to hijack the topic.
Yeah.
We brought up Kanye just briefly. What? I don't think of myself as a skinhead, but I must be missing something about the crime he committed. Like, here's what I know he did. He wore a shirt that said White Lives Matter.
Mhm.
And here's the test I tend to apply to these things. Like, if one is bad, the other is bad. White pride is bad, right? We all agree white pride is a white nationalist KKK thing to say. There was a UFC fighter, Cain Velasquez, who had brown
pride.
and that always rubbed me the wrong way. I know we get to pass because it doesn't say white, but it seemed pretty parallel to me. Brown pride versus white pride. And I think they interviewed on it and he said it was kind of a mistake tattoo. All right, cool. Black Lives Matter. We all agree Black Lives Matter is okay. You can say that. It's cool. White Lives Matter is hate speech, though? Is All Lives Matter hate speech as well? All these things sound, at least on the surface, like kind of pleasant things, but and then the other thing is, I heard him say that he was going to attack Jewish people. Like, oh, wait till tomorrow that this attack is incoming. I didn't hear the actual attack, but I did see him get canceled.
Yeah.
And I just feel like I'm missing the severity of his offense.
He
So
said
maybe.
he said several other anti-Semitic. All right, so like going from the beginning, right?
I'm a little
and I
behind
want to
on
hear
it.
Harley's
Please do.
take on this because he's the offended party, right?
Absolutely not offended at all. I'm not offended at all.
No, like the White Lives Matter thing and Black Lives Matter thing is interesting because part of what he was doing there was Candace Owens has that documentary exposing Black Lives Matter and where all that money went and who was actually behind it. I haven't watched the documentary. And I don't know shit about that. I'm just saying. And so that's why he was there and doing all of that. He's not even being a provocateur, and he ain't playing even 2D chess. He's playing 1D chess. He's heading forward down this silly road, one square at a time. He's just playing. So the anti-Semitic stuff, man. You know what my best guess on the anti-Semitic stuff and where it came from and why he did it and all this, and how he lost $1.5 billion, $1.5 billion in valuation anyway. I bet he was watching a fucking YouTube video one night. And it went down that rabbit trail where like shit. one guy is like, and the Jews this, and he's like, for real? And he's like,
he fell asleep and his dreams were just like becoming the videos.
When he woke up, it was just like he woke up from that like stupor, and he was like,
the Jew
on 3. like I choose to believe that because I think he is an idiot. I saw that he walked into Skechers to try to get a new shoe deal. Like he actually walked into a.
Yeah,
it'd be fun if he walked into a Skechers, right?
He's just a sore.
But he actually did go
less for shoes or something.
He did go to like legit headquarters of Skechers, where presumably there was someone there who could have treated with him. But they were like, "Get the fuck out! Don't you know we're Jewish owned? Get out!"
Saying sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I had to say things as a Jew, the thing about it is like you brought up like so many things, Woody, that I feel like we could each one you could talk about for so long, just like Black Lives Matter, saying it, believing it, and then the company and what they do with their money. And there's like so much talk about there, and there's so much talk about like, oh well, isn't white lives matter, all lives matter, racist, and I could sit here and I can make another like banger clip of PKAs that people always hate when we spoke politics.
Oh, don't do that.
No. But I really like when I think about it, the biggest fuck up of him when he said he's gonna go DEFCON 3 on the Jews, which is funny. DEFCON is like when people are like the Jews own the media. That's the problem, like right off the bat to me. Because like I don't speak in groups of people, and I'm not even talking when you're saying the Jews on the media. That's just the example I'm using. Like the Jews, I'm Jewish, I don't, or the Jews do this, or the Jews no, they don't, or the Jews have money. I know poor Jews. I never speak like about groups of people.
Generalization.
Because I've
Is
met
there a slur?
so many.
Is there like a Yiddish slur perhaps for the poor Jew? Like that must be the worst
Great
thing ever.
question.
Right?
I gotta find that out. I want that because I know people
he's a
that
schmeedel.
Everybody gasp.
I know grandma clutches schmeedel. She's from the old country.
My grandboy is a schmeedel. Anything like that? No. I'm with you.
Did they see the chat?
The Kavorka.
The thing is, like, I wouldn't speak in groups of people, and he was like kind of going on, the Jews this, the Jews that, and that's a bad look.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, people were like, wow, Kanye talks about this and then gets banned from the bank. Well, I don't have all the information on that, but like, as a Jew and him saying the things he did or whatever, or even if I weren't a Jew, I still think like the banning from the bank is very weird.
It's a
and
bad
not
look,
necessary.
don't you think?
I also think like I don't agree with anything about Andrew Tate, but banning him also is just like, I think like someone like that who I disagree with should remain in the public, and I should be able to make jokes about them and like clown that stuff. Like I think Kanye should be out there and we should be clowning him.
I agree.
And I think if we let him speak more, he would hurt himself more. And I say this because like I didn't cancel Kanye when he said this shit about Jews. Like I didn't cancel it. I canceled Kanye like when his music didn't resonate with me. And when his music didn't resonate, I didn't really care what he had to say. And then I tuned in sometimes, and the last 15 times I tuned in on this person's life in the last 3 years, I was like, haha, what a fucking crazy idiot. Literally every single time I was always like, what a crazy idiot. And he's always been a crazy idiot. And I was never like, he's got a point though. But what's weird about this time is now there's a lot of people who are like, he does have a point. He brought to light that the Jews own all these companies, and it's like he didn't bring that to light. That's public information. And like, what do you think? Like the CEO of Ben and Jerry's and the CEO of like
not Ben
and the commissioner of the NBA. What do you think they got planned for the New World Order here?
Right.
Like, you know, and I think about it. I'm like, this is like this guy was self-destructive, and I was kind of happy that a lot of people who weren't Jewish were like, whoa, that's really fucked up.
Yeah,
but
Silverman called him out real quick.
Yeah, but like, see, like I expect that it was just the people that weren't Jewish. I was like, oh, that's cool, you know. But it's weird when people are like all of a sudden Kanye fans. It's like now this is just the one crazy rant he went
I did
on
buy
that
some
resonated
Yeezys, but that's unrelated.
The value's going up.
Say.
I bet those Yeezys are going up. Like if you can get a
I
pair for $500
so.
right now, like
Probably.
is it not a steal? Like go if I could buy. I think they're going up price because Adidas is not making anymore, and the chances are that nobody's making anymore. Like maybe he'll find some little like maybe pay less. Maybe the My Pillow guy will like start making shoes for him. So
He's not gonna hit the numbers that he had though.
No.
Those numbers are like
who in China is
major
making all
global
these
numbers.
shoes, right? There
The
has to be
babies.
someone making
all
right?
babies.
Those
literally.
children that are making shoes are probably working for Skechers and fucking
100%
Walmart
for
and
all of them.
Adidas and all he needs to do is go straight to them. I'm sure they have no moral.
Right
But
to
like,
the
what's like? It's
Oh,
not.
but-
It's not
but-
the same.
Where did he
Exactly.
sell them? Right? Is he going to like build his own brick and mortar yay
online,
stores?
I guess. But yeah, that is
Where
a good
though?
point.
What-
Who's
where
gonna do
online?
distribution for you?
His own
really-
website is and at some point they're going to host his website, like web hosting company, blah blah blah.
No, but he really fucked
Now
himself.
he's outside, like
It's
holding
not-
a
yeah.
sign.
I hope
don't
Ryanair
think-
Shoes in the
is
back of my car. Y'all want some Yeezys? Like that's all
Yeah.
I'm able to do.
I hope Ryanair suddenly cancels him too, like they did Andrew Tate. Like, I
The
don't
best
fly
thing-
Ryanair.
best-
What the fuck?
The best thing he
Oh,
would
no.
do for us for entertainment, and like probably like the worst thing technically for like my people, would be that if he
Y'all
went
get
and
that.
just started like a daily podcast, like 4 hours a day live on some like alternate website, and just was
That would
always
not be
live
good for him.
rambling. No, it wouldn't be good for him. But he hasn't really done anything good for him since, you know, his wife divorced him.
Oh, since then, perhaps, yeah.
Since then, it's
he's
been
making
bad.
good moves. People
I
who
don't-
follow his
I don't-
music say it's bad, but people who follow his net worth, he's been making good moves the last 10 years.
He kept
Yeah,
hitting
for sure.
those
10
big
years is a
companies.
long time, though. Like Epic Mealtime made huge moves in 10 years. Doesn't mean Epic Mealtime made moves last week, you know?
Touche. Yeah.
Like 10 years is a long time. I think he really, I heard he was trying to get out of his Gap contract or the Adidas contract, and this was some maneuver, but he pushed it a bit too far. And I just think like whenever you speak, the long and short of it is like whenever you speak about a group of people and say the Jews this or the blacks that, because people are like, apparently you can't talk about Jews, you can talk about whatever. Go somewhere and say like all the blacks do this or that. People won't be happy with that. So it's not just like the Jews, but anytime you talk about a group of people, you're fucking up. If you're like all gay people, this.
If you made those exact comments about black people on Twitter, insert like Chris Evans does, just random white celebrity. Who cancels him? Who from the black community, these black-owned companies? Who steps up? These traditionally, like who cancels him? Do you think? Where does he get banned?
Who cancels Captain America?
Yeah. When he starts talking about black people, where does he get canceled from?
Oh, destroyed right away. Twitter for sure. Twitter's the place where.
But would he get debanked?
Probably not.
See, the banking thing is so strange, and that's why I say,
leading on the idea that black people don't own all these things to cancel.
And that's the last time you're coming back to Church's Chicken, sir. Get the fuck out. I saw what you said on Twitter, and that'd be it. He'd be like, I like Popeyes better anyway. And he'd move along his way.
But then he still gets calls about movie roles.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I think Kanye.
He would. He would be in a. Chris Evans would still be in a Daily Wire movie, 100%.
My overarching thing,
Like
on
100%,
Kanye,
that would still happen. He's not going to be like when you get canceled these days. It's kind of like pretty chill. Unless you're Kanye, that's too big to get canceled from. You're not going to get a Patreon and raise that money. But people, like, when they get canceled, they still bounce back. I don't think like canceling's fully real. You know, and like, I don't like think people should get banned from the banks. When Kanye got banned from the bank, I'm like, is that what this is because he said the thing? Because that's
Louis
weird.
CK still
reversible.
seems 80% canceled.
Look at
I know
Johnny
he
Depp.
can play, but Louis
Johnny
CK
Depp's
is
doing
Louis
good.
CK where he is now if he was never canceled? I think he's in a much better spot.
I didn't know
I
Louis
got
C.K. got
kind
canceled. What
of
did
a
he get
take.
canceled for? What happened to Louis C.K.?
All right, so here's what Louis C.K. did. Louis C.K. has a fetish. He likes someone to
great.
watch him masturbate. Now, he would never force that upon a woman. He will always ask them for permission first in a private setting. He'll, you know, maybe we're hanging out, we're in the back room, we're in my dressing room, and I say, hey, here's the thing. You're gonna laugh. I love jerking off in front of ladies. Would that be okay? Could I jerk off? I'm not coming over there. I'm coming over here for sure, but you're staying over there. I'm staying over here. I'm
My
gonna
side of
do
the
my
room.
thing, and you watch. No? Cool. Won't bring it up again. And Sarah Silverman was like, whip it out. And he jerked. And that's what he was canceled for. And moreover, what he was canceled for was
And to be
the
clear, Sarah
idea-
Silverman has always maintained that she was fine with this experience. She's not one of the people that canceled him.
Yeah,
she was like, I thought it was funny.
Did she make a joke about it or something?
She talked about it on like a late night show. I saw it.
And then everybody got fired up about it.
No.
No,
So
no.
other women said, I was there. I saw him masturbate. I felt like I couldn't say no, or it would have some career implications for me. This
not
guy's
employees,
well-known-
mind you, but
No,
comedians.
people in the
comedy
business.
world. And because
Imagine
he's a
this
big
guy
comedian,
here.
This
he
guy's
has-
a
imagine this.
producer. He hires people. This guy is a comedian. He's a power broker. And even at that time, he wasn't at his peak quite yet.
Yeah.
He's still a power broker. He's still more powerful than the people he's jerking off in front of. And they
mostly.
But Josh, imagine this. Woody flies you and I down to his place. We record a PKA live. Imagine. That'd be sick. So we do that. Okay. And then when it's done, we go into the bedroom that he has prepared for us. It's bunk beds. Okay. And we're chilling in the room, before bedtime, before lights out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, I'm so horny. And then I show you my boner and I start to jerk off in front of you. And I nut on the plant.
I've got no
Which is a
choice,
fact.
man. It's Harley plays. I can't turn you down or my career, man. It's Harley plays.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
What are you
you
gonna
put it in
do?
perspective. I see.
Oh, it's
I
not-
see.
I want to know
No.
though. But what are you gonna do? Are
Harley
you gonna
plays
walk
androgen.
out? You gonna go snitch on me? You gonna run out right now to Woody? What are you gonna do right now? You gonna yell for Woody? What will you do?
6'5". What am I gonna do?
I mean, you said you're staying on your side of the
I'll
room.
take your
right? It's
spot.
good for
I'll
my
watch him
career.
jerk off, I guess.
Thank you, Woody, man. Woody will take it. Take it. He'll take one for the team for
You open the
man.
door. It's like, Josh, I got this.
Swap out. I'll run upstairs.
I'll fall on his sword, so to speak.
No, because I'll be honest. Like, if I was at Kyle's house and he was like, "Yo, I'm mad horny," and he started beating off in front of me, he's by the door. Like right away, I'm like, "Does he have a firearm on him? Is this some sort of like? Is this a test? Is this like?"
It's a
Is
test.
this really? Is this the real deal?
This is a
RSK right
prank.
now? Am I being RSK'd live? And like in that scenario, like I can only imagine if I make up this ridiculous scenario, like that's what someone got.
And
They
no one
got
would
Louis
believe you.
CK doing that. It'd be
No
like,
one would believe
it's
you
like
when you
weird.
got back to Canada. The FPSRussia held you at gunpoint and masturbated
In front of you. Made you
It
watch.
happens. It happens. I'm telling you.
I didn't even know that he was canceled, but I was thinking of Johnny Depp personally, man, because I remember
No, he's not canceled.
I think I was
He got
locked up at the time
uncanceled.
that all the Amber Heard stuff came out. I was reading about it in magazines, and everybody was saying, he got fired from these movies and social media and all this, and then he turns around and sues her, and now he's uncanceled. The day after the jury or the trial closed, I had like 9 free recommendation for YouTube movies, Johnny Depp movies. All of a sudden, he was back with a vengeance and getting roles again. I guess.
I think he'll be a big Halloween costume this year. What's the big Halloween costume this year?
Dahmer, man. Everybody that I see has got their
That's
kids
right.
dressed up as
You nailed
Dahmer.
it. You nailed it. It's Dahmer. Yeah.
I think people buzzkilled that. See, because you guys don't get the painfully.
Listen,
you guys don't
serial
get the
killers
painfully
are generally
liberal
white men,
recommended
right?
page.
Yeah.
My culture is not your Halloween costume, people. Everyone
Not
thinks they can be
appropriate.
Dahmer, but I'm offended.
It is at that time of the year again where I do bring up that I did do a blackface Halloween costume a decade ago, and I over a decade ago. Sorry, almost 2 decades ago. And I do I do regret not knowing all about it when I did that blackface costume. It was not blackface. I did a Facebook app thing, and it was like celebrity you most look like, which was Shaquille O'Neal. And I thought I did look like him in that picture. So I went as Shaquille O'Neal to a Halloween party in Canada, and I won first place for the costume. I had a lot of black friends that were there that I played football with, and they liked the costume, and no one ever thought for a second that it was something you can't do. We had no idea. Right. And now I know all the discussions about it and around it. And all I would say is I don't care if anyone does whatever they want. I won't ever wear that costume again. I also don't care if you're down with wearing a sombrero or an Indian head, like feather headdress.
Let me ask
you I just wouldn't do it. You're a white guy. You want dreads? That's cool. I'm not going to say anything to you, but I wouldn't do it.
Let me ask you this. You get invited to a party, Halloween party. Justin Trudeau. You get there. He's already in blackface. He's already in blackface. And he's got the makeup. And he's like, come on, brother. You're going to go far if you come with me.
I would literally be like, can I film this? Can I make a video?
What if I throw a party and all the people you want to
we're going to be making a lot of
There's guys from Paramount, there's guys from Hollywood, there's guys from Discovery Channel, all the people you'd like to rub elbows with.
Yeah, well, Kanye's not coming.
It's a blackface
everyone you said made sure
party.
Of that.
That's the only blackface I've ever seen in real life was someone dressing up as Kanye West at a Halloween party, and I think Kim just had the baby then. So the girl was, of course, Kim Kardashian, and she had like a baby. She was like dragging around. It was very tasteless. It was awful. Yeah, the glasses they're like plastic with all the plastic
stunner frames. Yeah, no lenses.
You got you know how like every year there's like an It Halloween costume everybody does. There was never as like widespread pervasive a trend as Monica Lewinsky. Her in that blue dress was such an easy costume to make. Every woman I saw out there was just a cum stain on her dress, walking around, asking for candy.
That's an office joke. That's what Michael Scott did 2 years running. Was Monica Lewinsky?
See, I saw on Twitter earlier somebody said their mom went as Monica Lewinsky. She was fucking her boss though.
That costume came out in my dark times of Halloween, which were like when you're a kid and you can go trick-or-treating, and then you're kind of like a young punk and you like push it a little bit, and then there's like a couple years where you're too young to go out to like a club event or like some sort of thing like where you would be drinking and partying, and you're also way too old to go trick-or-treating, so you're going to like a movie or something.
What year is that? 16?
No, this is about 14, 15, 16. Okay. Something like that. I feel like those are the years, and that's when this occurred. I feel like that whole
Monica
thing.
Lewinsky happened when we
in 99. Oh, 97. Okay, I thought it was 99.
I thought it was 97. That's what I have in my head from childhood. Because
it was Clinton's second term, right? And he ran from 92 to 2000. So,
but I always knew that she was apparently patient zero of being made fun of on the internet. So I always think, I'm like, when was the first time when we would start making fun of a person and meme a person out?
So bad. The first meme.
Like and the villain of that thing, it happened when I was a kid, so I didn't have the ins and outs of it exactly nailed down. I knew what had happened more or less, but her friend that ratted her out, that what's her
Linda Tripp, I think.
Linda Tripp is an all-time cunt, and not enough people have seen her ugly face and know her stupid name and the shit she did. She is like the shittiest person you'd ever hear about on Reddit. Like, dear Reddit, my friend confessed to me that she had sex with her boss. Should I tell the whole fucking world and ruin everyone's lives and start an a global?
You're 100% right, and I don't think I looked at.
Me neither.
I knew Linda Tripp was an asshole, but I didn't look at it through the lens of who got all the attention. Who got the most attention? If I were to stack rank the top three, Monica first, Bill Clinton second, Hillary Clinton third. Linda Tripp is somewhere. You forgot her name.
Pull up a picture of that ugly bitch.
We need to show Linda Tripp to the world.
Is she the reason they got caught? She snitched them out?
She did. She was Monica Lewinsky's friend and
I feel like Hillary got murked after.
Am I crazy?
Monica,
I have this in my head. I'm not.
Yeah, like she got the short end of the stick. I feel like Bill was like, "Got my dick sucked," and a lot of people were like, "Eh."
Did Linda Tripp steal the dress? Like I have that in my head. Even like fucking
Is that him?
That's it. Fucking bitch. She did it for no reason but to ruin her friend's life, clearly, because she's not even attached. That's literally the situation. Your friend confides in you. Okay. And like they're young, by the way. Monica's like what, 20 something, like early 20s?
I have 20 in my head, but
What the fuck? Ruined their lives, like made her like the blowjob whore when she's probably only sucked 2 dicks in her life, and one of them's the leader of the free world. Come on.
Now her name is synonymous with blowjobs, getting that Monica Lewinsky.
Like, come
She was
on.
all
24. She was 24. I was
Yeah,
wrong.
I mean, look, she's plenty old enough to make her own blowjob decisions. What I'm saying is like that Linda Tripp woman is a cunt and a half.
Plot twist, she was just jealous. She was low-key crushing on Big Bill, and she was like, oh
Probably.
my God, Monica got him first. She looked like she was scandalous.
I don't remember the motive. I don't know the motivations. I guess I've never known them. I won't say I don't remember them, but that's so fucking shitty.
Sometimes you're just horny.
I don't mean why Bill did it. I know why Bill did it.
I thought
Bill's been getting his pipe smoked across the world for years. You know, look, we don't have to bring Jeffrey Epstein up again, okay? But you know what that man did. You've seen him getting massages from underage girls at airports. We know it happened. Okay?
He didn't get banned from the banks. He didn't get banned from the banks.
No, he didn't. I wonder why.
So what was Kanye's major offense? Like,
The anti-Semitism, friend.
was
Yeah, you
it?
can't when you say
It wasn't the
Jews-
White Lives Matter. What did he say?
No, that was
about
there. That
Jewish-
was there. Like
That was like a start, huh?
There's a
People
3-hour
canceled-
video.
people
of him
canceled
on-
along the way. Like people just dropped him, but never in a big manner. It was just piece by piece. But like he did this like media tour over a couple days where he was like, I could be anti-Semitic. Adidas won't drop me. And then
That's where he fucked up.
And everyone
That
was like,
podcast.
well, we could just take what he's saying. Forget everything else. He just said I could be anti-Semitic and Adidas won't drop me. Is that true? And Adidas was like,
The heat's on Adidas now.
yeah.
Adidas?
And you know what's funny is Adidas is not owned by Jewish people.
Mm-mm.
Do you know
Quite
that?
the opposite, if I'm not mistaken.
You know who
owned
it's
by-
owned by?
And people.
Originally,
People
German
that were
brothers.
part. Yes, people that were part of the actual Nazi party. The brothers
Puma,
who owned
Adidas, they were
Puma
brothers.
and Adidas, and they were legit Nazis, like 100%
This blows me
Nazis.
away. They're not owned by like retirement
The
funds.
80 in Adidas means Adolf. Adolf Dassler was the guy's name, Adidas. Yeah, it's like he's literally named Adolf, the guy that made it.
No,
I mean,
he's
now-
actually
That's
I'm
like,
sure
yes,
people
that's
before
like
Hitler
John
made
over
it.
there. Or used
Yeah, I
to be.
mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure before Adolf Hitler, he's probably born before his rise to power. I would assume.
Yeah.
But,
how many? You know how now
really
like dumbasses name their kid Khaleesi? Like how many kids
Oh.
got named Adolf and then they went right back on that around their 7th birthday?
Come here, Jimmy.
It's not going to work out, little Adolf.
You're now Hans. Okay.
Hans.
No,
What?
that one's. Wait, yeah. Never mind.
Yeah. No,
Not
Hans
Hans
works.
either.
Hans is the bad guy from Die Hard. Isn't he?
Adolf is
Hans.
banned as a name in the U.S. according to Zach.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Also, how
I
do you
didn't
feel
know
about that?
What in America?
What?
You can name your kid Pussy Lips in the United States, dude.
Can
there's
you?
No way. Yeah, I saw that kid that was named Vagina the other day. Oh, that might
Kind
have
of
been
a beautiful name, actually. Like when you don't think about a vagina and you just say the word.
Well, I saw on the news some years ago
It
that
is
somebody
a beautiful name.
there was a county around here where somebody was apparently being fined for naming their kid Messiah. Now, so it's got to be some kind of. Now, I don't know if they had to pay that fine. That's just the headline. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure one of T.I., the rappers, they used to watch that show constantly in jail. I don't think he's got a kid named Messiah.
I'm not buying
So-
that either. I don't think you can do anything to anybody about their names because I've seen some shitty fucking names.
I
That's
There's
what I
two
heard.
kids.
I think you can.
I went to
even-
school with 2 kids, Orangelo and Yolangelo. You know how they spell that?
No.
Well, you know how
Out
to
of-
spell orange jello and lemon jello, right?
Did Zach prove it? Because
Orangelo.
it was too
and
fast.
Lamangelo.
I googled it. Adolf wasn't banned in America, but it was banned in 4 countries. We're just not one of them.
Yeah,
Mm.
good.
I don't know. If
That's
Zach
freedom,
counts.
baby.
I mean, that's America
Freedom.
for you, dude. Yeah.
But I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I also
Yeah.
like I'm cool if you wanted to do that. I don't care.
Oh,
This isn't Harry Potter. There is no he who shall not be named. Like, get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here. I'll name
yeah,
you.
I like that though. But like I like that. Do you guys remember
Yeah.
Ethan from H3 got banned for what he said about Ben Shapiro?
I vaguely was aware of that. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, when I saw Ethan's side of it, which was the first side I saw, I was like, oh, that sucks. A bunch of like right-wing trolls did whatever undeservingly. But then I saw what he said, and he was wrong. What did he say exactly? Do you remember the quote?
He said if the Holocaust happened again and they started rounding up Jews, he said something like he would hope Ben would go first.
Something.
I'm not
like
saying
that.
the feds will be here. In
And
5
he
minutes.
said that he also dies in that scenario. Ethan also dies. But what's funny about it is like he's cool. He could say that. I'm cooler with him saying that because like he's a joking guy. He jokes all the time.
He's
Like-
a comedian.
Like, it's funny because like a Jew is like, hey, if the Holocaust happens again, get this Jew first. And you're like, oh, no. And then Kanye's like, yo, Woody, I'm going to be straight up anti-Semitic.
Little
And you're
different.
like, go on. Go on.
Go on, I'm listening.
No one bother him. Let him. But that Jew,
No, but I
Everybody
feel like if I
quiet down.
said, hey, next show, I'm going to give all my really true thoughts on gypsies, and then I never do, I don't expect to be canceled over that.
no, but then if you went back like the next day and you were like, I'm allowed to talk so much shit about gypsies because I am gypsy.
you got to watch that podcast. It's 2.5 fucking hours, so you're not
Okay.
gonna watch it. But
like
there's
the
little-
thing is,
he
I
kept
don't,
going on and on.
I didn't get
about-
offended because like I'm wrong, but I didn't get offended about like the anti-Semitic stuff. And I did think the bank ban was weird. I don't understand the workings of it. I heard someone say that was happening before his comments. Whatever. The truth is, like, it's just I think he's a complete fucking moron. I listened to him on Lex Friedman, and it sounds like he's a
Delusional.
child. He sounds like a child. He sounds like a not cool, very overly confident high school senior. I swear to God, he is like he's stunted.
You know when
And
I
he's
realized
going
he was
and he's
stupid?
going through like a thing, and like this is a guy who like I've loved his music. I
Yeah.
literally some of his albums are my favorite, but he's just not a guy I'm looking at to speak normally.
I thought he was
Just-
smart. Like I didn't think he was some. I know he's a self-proclaimed genius. I didn't
but
think
he's a
that.
genius in the
Self-
studio.
but
He's a
hang on,
genius in the
like-
studio.
I thought in my head, like here's a multi-billionaire married to a woman that most people consider to be incredibly desirable, with like all these things going for him.
A
and he's
billionaire in her own right or close to it.
and like everybody who knows anything about rap says like this guy's early stuff is some of the greatest stuff ever done. Right? It's like this guy's probably actually a genius.
In the studio.
But
So
then,
he
like,
should have made a
so when I
song
saw
called
his tweet-
Anti-Semitic, and it should have been a banger, and I would play it in my car, and that's the way our stupid humans' brains work.
I want
Or
to
if
hear the
you're gonna
second half
say
of
the
Kyle's
things that-
thought, though. You
if you're
cut it
gonna
off.
okay, go. I took it a little bit. I got a little excited. Go on, go.
where was
Dude,
I?
You were saying that he was a genius, and then there was a
But
but.
then that
thinking he was a-
tweet, when he writes DEFCON instead of DEFCON, and he uses the high number instead of the low number. So I thought in my head, here's a lyricist, a award-winning, globally known artist who writes for a living. This is some Shakespearean stuff. There's some puns and stuff in here. There's 3 or 4 layers to this fucking onion. Let's go. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, DEFCON, like you're being conned out of something. He's saying it's like a deadly con job that the Jews are put. No, he admitted the next day. Yeah, I misspelled it. You know, I'm not good with my spelling. And it's like,
Nice.
all right,
You're
That
not?
was a pretty good. That was a pretty good Kanye impression, actually.
when
I
Taylor's
liked
not
it.
here,
And
I'm
he's not here. Taylor's not here. I was gonna say that's big. We needed that. I feel like.
But now I know that like Kanye is a stupid person who just has like kind of fallen ass backwards into a lot of things, and he's a really good writer who wrote about stuff that mattered to him then, and the stuff that matters to him now doesn't work for music anymore, and he's just going to fade into obscurity. But he's still got $500 million, and somebody's going to make those Jews, and somebody's going to buy them.
Yeah. They're gonna have some Yeezy exclusive soon.
Yeah,
He that made the joke that like every Jew was like, oh yeah, Adidas, you haven't written off Kanye yet. Look, your stock's dropping. And also every Jew that I know was like, yo, buy Adidas, their stock's down and it's gonna bounce back. But like I just think he was an idiot, and I just was like, whatever, you know, I don't care that he's canceled. He's still worth hundreds of millions. He did it to himself. He's just a dummy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
fine.
some weird things. There's some weird things about cancel culture in general, like Agitate being banned. Also, I don't like Agitate at all, but don't ban him.
they didn't
Like,
completely
that's
ban him.
weird.
Like they say they banned him. I saw him on Sugar Sean O'Malley's like show like yesterday, and
But he
they're
can't have his own show. And,
yeah,
like,
but
I get worried
Yeah.
because like I say I have thoughts or stuff I'm sure that is not, you know, aligned in a way, and I just think it's a bad precedent. I'm not about that. And I do
Yeah.
think if we don't like someone or something, like let them be there and we could all discuss it. I hate when
Getting
they take it
mostly
away.
banned is a really big deal. I was listening to Dr. Disrespect recently, and he said that people are like, hey, you're killing it. You're really doing well now. Even without Twitch, you're a thing. And he's on my Google News feed every day. I think what happens is like I can't stop myself from reading it, so it just feeds me more and more and more. And I am just every day reading about what Dr. Disrespect said the day before. And he said he lost, I'm going to get this number close, like 75 or 80% of his income now that he's not on Twitch. And that it's partly not being on Twitch because that was a profitable platform, but also, you know, he can't talk to anybody else. I'm going to get the people wrong, but like he doesn't talk to EA or some clothing company or any sponsor he might want to work with. They want to know, why Twitch drop you? How toxic are you? Like what don't we know about
Well,
this
it's
Twitch
so
thing?
mysterious, is it not? It's like literally, I'm gonna sound pathetic now, but as a person who like has always enjoyed Doc's content and who has always enjoyed Doc and you know, like even if I disagreed with some of his bits, I still enjoyed them. Like he's a great content creator, and when that happened, I was always like, it's just pathetic that it's one of the biggest mysteries on YouTube to me.
It's not a mystery to him.
Happened.
He knows exactly why he got canceled. I say
Yeah,
that.
I thought he was going through a process with them, weren't they? Like, wasn't he trying to take some action against them?
The clip I saw, and it was real current.
And I heard that he could stream with people now though on Twitch. Can he not?
I think I heard that too. The clip I saw and was really current was that he knows why he was canceled or deplatformed or whatever, and that's why he's suing. That was how he phrased it.
Okay.
So I guess
so
he
we'll
feels
find
like it's
out,
unwarranted.
Yeah. Well, we have to find out then. But then also, and I'm not going to say anything about him, but like just in general, like if you are going to be suing someone, you do want to make it seem like, and I'm going to make things up right now, by the way. You do want to make it seem like you're losing out on an amount of money because that's what you're going to do. And I'm going to completely make this up. And it's not my place to say it, but I'm going to say it. But I'm also saying that I'm making it up. So it's fine. Like the girl who hurt her back, who was a porn star, the Twitch streamer that hurt her back.
Right.
You remember that? She jumped into the
Twitch
foam pit.
Oh, yeah.
She had tweeted, like I'm finally walking a little bit. It's going to take time until I'm walking normally. I guess I won't be squirting anymore. And yeah. And now this is all brief and I made it up, but I was like, okay, like maybe she doesn't do porn, or maybe she would go back to doing porn, you know, but maybe she was never going to go do it. But if she's going to go after Twitch, you want to kind of be like, my bread and butter was also squirting. Like, here's how much money I made squirting. And if I ever had a comeback, like that's not a thing I could do anymore now because of this foam pit. And I'm making it up, and I'm not a lawyer and I'm not anything at all, but I'm just saying, like, it would make sense that he's like, I lost 70% of my income.
Damages.
And that's what you go and you kind of do that, and then you make the number and you do that so that you can make that move.
I have a related story, and I agree with what you're saying. So
I made it up though.
After we had my daughter, Hope, she was delivered via C-section. And what you do is you sew up, I'm not a doctor, but you sew up the insides, then you sew up the skin and you call it good, right? Now the woman's ready to have another kid in a few weeks. They didn't do that right. They just sewed up the skin and they didn't sew up her uterus or something like that. So that's why our kids are 4 years apart. She was infertile in between that period of time. So we didn't know why we couldn't conceive. Like people were like, how long did it take you to have your first kid? And we're like, 45 minutes. But that was a lie. It took like 5 to make the first
40 was getting there.
But the second kid, like years and years were going by. And it's like, I don't know what's up with this. Like we both seemed so fertile the first time around and not the next time. Like the first time we had shit working against us, like coming off birth control and shit. So we went to a fertility clinic to get some help, and we were shooting Jackie filled with drugs, making her release, like, I'm making up numbers, 9-10 eggs at a time, and she would think she was pregnant and then wasn't. And we're like, what the hell's going on here? Like, girls kind of just know when they're pregnant sometimes, sensitive nipples or whatever, and no babies are coming. She's still having her regular cycle. So eventually they like inflate her vagina, and they're like, the fuck, this thing's not watertight. It's supposed to be when we fill you. When we treat you like
they go, the fuck.
Yeah, when we treat you like a water balloon,
So there's a leak.
Full, but there's a leak in this thing,
Which indicates the muscles are damaged or something.
Whatever. They didn't sew her back up. The hole that the baby came out of still there to some extent. So what was happening is she was getting pregnant, but it like wasn't able to attach and grow like
That's
the baby
crazy.
should. Yeah. So we contact attorneys.
Malpractice.
And we're like, the fuck? You can't just not sew people up after a C-section like that. Yeah, the skin's good. It looks okay from the outside. You're good to roll. And tying into what Harley was saying, the damages were severe. You know, when you think about losing your ability to make a baby, Kyle doesn't value it too highly, but people do. It's right there with losing an arm or a leg or pooping out your butt. Making a baby is a thing that like has real damages to it. You know, it's a problem. So the quality of attorney that you can get is tied into how big your damages are. If you get into a car accident and you claim your neck hurts, but it really doesn't, you get a shitty attorney who will chase his percentage of a $10,000 settlement. If you lose a life or fertility or like 2 legs or something like that, then you get a top flight attorney. Then you get like, you know, one of the top guys in the field, and they pursue these multi-million-dollar cases and try to
the rest of your life has been affected. Your quality of life has changed.
It's a big deal. So we had top attorneys wanting to take on this case because they're like, this is a slam dunk, right? This chick, we can prove that she's got this, you know, defect in her, and you know, she can't have a baby, and the damages are a big deal. Like, this is an easy payday. And during that time, she had basically another C-section with no baby, where they like opened her up, sewed her back together properly, and that's when we had Colin. So during that time, the good attorneys left us. They're like, oh, well, your damages suck now. You know, when you were infertile, you were a really good case, worthy of me, top attorney. Now that she's pregnant,
you got
what are we going after? Some pain and suffering?
Yeah.
Your kids are farther apart in age than you planned. You know, like you need to get yourself a shitty attorney, because I don't take cases like this one.
You need to put that kid back in for a little bit longer.
Touche. Yeah. So anyway, like Harley was saying, of course, disrespect is going to say, yeah, I lost 80% of my income. You owe me $100 million or whatever fantastic amount that might be. But yeah, so it makes sense that he said that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it also makes sense that he didn't take me up on that boxing match.
That's why he dodged you.
And honestly, that's why I do the mustache. I swear it is actually inspired by him. I'm like, well, I'm taking this then. I don't want to hear shit about it.
And it's a real mustache.
Yeah. I think his is too now, though.
Not the way I say it.
I feel like it's interesting that you guys brought up the 3 different points about like being canceled. Like you mentioned Andrew Tate as well as Kanye, H3, and in this case, Dr. Disrespect. And personally, Woody mentioned earlier, like,
sorry.
Well, I was going to say that Woody mentioned, like, you know, what makes things so different. And I mostly agree with Harley, not just I think it's the intention, man, is really what it boils down to, and what's really coming of it. Like, while I understand, yeah, you should be able to say things on the internet if they're crazy and don't make no fucking sense at all. When there's like actual people at risk is normally when people step in and they start saying, okay, we got to stop this. You know, I don't know much about Andrew Tate, but I know that I was seeing a ton of reports that are not verified, that parents were hearing 12-year-olds calling women bitches and saying that you work for me and stuff like that. Like, that's shit that's impacting people's lives, you know, at which point they have to consider that. Do I say it's right or wrong? Not necessarily, but
that's
I view that as
problem, not an Andrew Tate problem.
It really, that's very much arguable, you know, like, why does your kid have access to be able to consume this constantly?
Well, so how do you take it away from him, though, in the 21st century? Because
I fight back against the access thing. I'm sorry, Kyle, but I'm kind of agreeing with you. Yeah. You got to lock down kids really freaking tight if you want them not to see Instagram and TikTok.
Definitely. They play on their phones, right?
How do you keep Google away from a kid?
Yeah.
You have to have the lamest kid ever if your kid is not going to know what like double penetration looks like by the time they're 12.
It's the era we're in.
If they didn't go to rotten.com by 11 years old,
that's where we went.
See the
remember the cornucopia of penises? Like they were all like it was like 50 penises in it, all like edited together in a giant spiral on Rotten.
I don't think I got that one.
Harley said something about Andrew Tate that burned into my mind is kind of accurate. If Andrew Tate had been given a little more time, a little more rope, he would have hung himself for sure.
I said that about Kanye. Yeah,
maybe.
I actually think if he was given more time, I think Andrew Tate would be an even bigger deal.
I'm surprised he doesn't go with Andrew.
I see these really clever guys who
Hot
seem
take.
like
Looks like
they're
the kind of guy who would.
impervious. I see these really clever guys who seem like they're impervious to criticism. Like Joe Rogan is a good example of that. Like, how are they ever going to start knocking Joe Rogan? Well, then they do. Then they're like, him and his monkeys, and they find an angle to attack. Ben Shapiro is
that's
a really
joke.
good speaker.
Ben Shapiro, Joe Rogan, those are like jokes. Just like H3 is up there. All these people get heat sometimes, but they're there and they're performing and they're consistent. They have different ideas, but
they're hard to knock
exist.
over. But people are finding attack vectors on.
But it's not like Andrew Tate or Sneeko or Kanye. And that is so funny that you're like, Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Kanye. Kanye, you're over here. Sit over here in this part of the room with Andrew Tate and Sneeko. This is where you sit now, Kanye.
What am I doing with Sneeko?
You don't know Sneeko?
I don't.
All knows he got canceled.
Sneeko's like Andrew Tate came and like Sneeko was like the mini second coming almost. But
Jimi Hendrix and Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Yeah, he flew too fast, too high, too far, and they clipped the wings right away. He also got banned,
dude.
Like he got hit with that. Like Twitch is like, you're banned on Twitch, and he's like, I don't have a Twitch account. They're like, well, you can't make one. You're banned. And like I also like I think like I saw Sneeko like old videos, and he's just a content creator, and he made old like videos, and he was there. He's like, it looks like a 13-year-old boy, and like he's talking about like gender while playing Call of Duty. It's literally like while you were playing Call of Duty videos, this 13-year-old's playing Call of Duty videos, and he's like talking about gender. It was just such a crazy, I thought, a thing for such a young guy to be talking about, and it was really interesting. And he did make interesting content, and some of it was like fascinating, and he seemed like pretty smart, and he was young. Then the Andrew Tate stuff happened, and he like really took to that. Like really serious. He's very like, they don't want to hear me talking the truth. This bitch needs to get fucked in her ass. And then it's like, you're in trouble. And it's like, oh, you don't like the truth? And it kind of like he went down this path. I'm really simplifying it. And they banned him. He was making videos with like
he's doing it wrong. What he needs to do is pick out
a
half a dozen stats that support his cause, right? What's the average weight of a woman from this demographic? What is the average who's filing for divorces? And then just beat the drum on those 6 facts. And people make a whole damn career.
He also was beefing. He was beefing on all sides with people. He was beefing with too many people all at once, too many communities and stuff. Like even Brandon Buckingham, who's been on the podcast, he said that he said that Brandon, he accused Sneeko. That he's short. He said that Brandon short was a short R, and he was that's short R. Short R is the R word that I don't say. There's long R, which I'm comfortable saying, because I think I'm a little retarded, but the short R is the one that I actually don't say. I think it's triggering for people. But he used the short R. I don't know either
of these words, but I'm pretty sure the short R.
No, long R. Make love to somebody without their consent when they don't.
And long R is retarded.
You can almost make wine from it, is what I was trying to get out. That's the short R, right? Grapes.
What? Oh yeah, great.
Yeah.
So, guys, sorry to everyone listening. I'm sorry. We're sorry Taylor's not here. Brandon, he Sneeko said that about him, and Brandon kind of had like a whole thing, and like they like went to war. Well, Brandon did actually, Sneeko never really provided any receipts for that, and I think Brandon took that pretty seriously. I don't know much about Brandon. I just watched him online over the last like 8 months, but it looked like he took that really seriously, and it was kind of ugly. But that's just an example of how Sneeko was beefing from all sides, literally everywhere. They clipped his wings, and you know what? Like he kind of like you kind of fuck around and you find out on YouTube. You fuck around, you find out. You know when you're fucking around. I know when I'm fucking around. There's sometimes I say things here, and I'm like, I don't know if I should have said that. He pushed that, and he pushed it really hard, and then and he found out. Is that mental hospital stay true, by the way? Zach put that there because I always wondered. How do you know?
Yeah.
What I don't know the context, and I can see the chat. I'm sure the audience is lost. Who stayed in a mental hospital?
Brandon uploaded a video from a mental hospital being like, I asked for a weighted blanket. They said they didn't have weighted blankets. Why would they lie to me? And so I broke into someone's room, and what did I find there? A weighted blanket. So why did they lie to me about it? And he's like in a hospital gown, and he's got like the bracelet, and he's in the hospital gown, and he's like in a mental hospital. Now people are like, mental, but and I'm so sorry, I'm not going to discount it at all. I don't know anything. I really don't know. All I know is what people show me online. So I'm not saying anything. But I sat there and he's training for a boxing match. So I'm like, Sam Hyde. It's a fake mental hospital stay because Brandon's going to be boxing Ice Poseidon. Are you guys not caught up on this? You know,
No
Ice Poseidon
way.
is boxing like next month. You know how hyped I am that Ice Poseidon and Brandon Buckingham are boxing each other.
I hope Ice
imagine-
Poseidon does
all
the
I
arm
imagine-
thing.
It
if
was a
it's
setup?
true- If it's true, all I imagine then that Ice Poseidon, Keemstar and Fuzi are going to pull up to the hospital posing as Brandon's guardians, and they're going to take him out and bring him to fight Ice Poseidon. And they're not the main event. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, that's the main event shit right there. I told Ice Poseidon to come stay at my house and train with me because I heard Brandon was training with Sam. So I called up Ice Poseidon. Yeah, I called up Ice Poseidon. I was like, yo, Brandon's training with Sam. It'd be so funny. It'll be like anime vibes. Why don't you come train with me? I know his secrets. I know what he's going to do to Brandon. Brandon will fuck you up. You should come train with me. And Ice Poseidon's like, okay. And I'm like, okay, so come and you could stay at my place. And I was gonna train with him, and I have a coach here as well, and we were gonna go. I was gonna drive him to the gym, and it was gonna be so funny and crazy. Ice Poseidon's in my fucking basement. Ice Poseidon shows up to train with me. Stays in my downstairs room. Okay. The first night he comes in at night, I'm like, here's your room. Oh, yeah, he's tired. He goes to bed. I'm like, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll go training. I wake up tomorrow morning to go training. He's gone. His boxing equipment is gone. He comes back at 11 p.m. I don't know where he was. I don't know what training he did. It's going to sound like weird. I swear he looked stronger. And every single day that he was here, he left before I woke up and he came home around bedtime and he looked stronger.
What?
It was working.
It's just, and I'm just like, what could I say? What could I say about this? This is Ice Poseidon. Like, I've seen this before. I've seen all the shows. Like, I'm going to tell him. What am I going to tell him? What am I going to say to him? So he used this place. I didn't get to train with him. I have no idea how he fights. But if you're telling me like Brandon was like training with Sam, he's been through a lot of like mental turmoil. This sounds like a very fascinating boxing match to me. Big time. And I think I'm going to go to Austin to watch it. I think I'm going to do it. And I was going to be on this card. This is one of the cards I got offered $150K to be on. And I said, no, I said, if I box again, I guess I'll do it for free again for charity.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah. And they say, and you know what? Kanye says all Jews are greedy, doesn't he?
So what's
So Kanye, if you're listening right now,
he is.
what do you say
He is,
about
definitely.
that?
He said he's not a gay fish.
I'm not. I'm tempted to jump in as Kanye and say something awful, but that just doesn't seem like the smartest move. I won my. So I had this whole thing going on with my trash company. They wouldn't pick up my trash, so I kept telling on them, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna assign someone to come in and supervise your trash man. He's got a daddy now, basically." And I was like, "Ha ha, fuck him." Well, the trash man showed up.
Tell me more.
Then the trash man shows up and like takes my bin the next week. Clearly, he was like, "Oh, you don't like how I do it? You don't get trash picked up." And I'm like, "Hey, you said you were going to get that guy back in line, right?" And they're like, "Yeah, we talked to him." He took the bin, and they're like, "Oh, man!" And it looks like your service has been canceled. It'll be 7 to 10 business days before we can get you a new bin. And I'm like, "Nah, that's not gonna work." Here's the other little catch. When I started renting this place, it was not an HOA, so I'm not in an HOA. I never signed the HOA. But then, like 2 months in, they're like, "Hey, turns out it's an HOA," and I'm like, "It's your problem." And they're like, "We'd love you to sign this." I'm like, "Nah, I don't think I want to do that." And they're like, "Well, okay, I guess." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. We have a lease. We have agreement. I'm not signing this." So they are responsible. They are culpable, if you will, for any infractions and from the homeowners agreement. So I let them know I'm going to make a pyramid of fucking trash in front of my nice house here that is going to be the most unseemly white trash thing you've ever seen. And the animals will get to it long before 7 to 10 business days. And I don't give a shit.
Yeah, you don't.
They
Fucking
showed
love
up in
this.
7 to 10 business hours, it turned out. So we're all sorted now. We're all sorted now. No need for the pyramid to begin.
So you think?
I mean,
Till next week.
I was so prepared to, like, I have a lot of cardboard boxes and I usually fold them up. I was going to put them in like square in the big garbage bags and just make it look bigger than it was. Like, you know, big leaf bags full of cardboard boxes. It would look like a mini landfill.
Feels
Are you
like
living
a win,
alone?
but who knows if Debris Daddy's going to be there every week to make sure this guy collects your trash.
He was on a short leave. I've decided I'm not even going to stress. The pile begins when the dumpster fills.
You warned
Are you living alone, by the way?
Currently, yeah, but I've got a lady friend close by, and
I wouldn't I wouldn't worry about beef from your neighbors, because like I just feel like if I saw you like that hair, that jacket, and like you're like so straight posture, stoic, you got muscles under there, and you're just like, I'd be like, this is some fucking
don't mess with this
Patrick
guy.
Bateman shit.
Yeah.
Like I'm not fucking with that guy.
He can put his trash where he wants to, damn it.
I had a weird interaction with
exactly.
my Malamute. Escaped yesterday morning and went running into the cold morning, and so I chased out after him in my underwear.
This is the mentally disabled dog, right?
You say
all
that, yes.
dogs are. All dogs are.
And so I chased Rocky down to a nearby yard. There he is, and he's just taking a big old shit right in this guy's yard, and the guy's watching him do it. The guy happened to be up early. He's loading the trunk of his car with stuff. I don't know. He's in his garage, and it's a black guy, and he's watching Rocky take this huge shit in his yard. And he goes, "Just gonna dump it right there, huh?" and I show up, and I'm like in my underwear. I'm like, "Hey, I'm so sorry about him. He's a good boy. He ran away." And he goes, and Rocky like kicks his shit up into the bush and like looks at me all embarrassed. I swear he always does that when he poops, like kicks it back. And he goes, I go, "I'll come right back. I'll clean it up. I'll get a bag." He's like, he kicked it in the bush. I guess it's cool. He's a pretty boy.
He is a pretty boy.
It's our wrestle stuff. He can't escape anymore. I've gotten the fucking GPS tags, and I've ordered, and I've gotten fucking. I can't let him not be attached or behind a fence anymore because he will just fucking run off. He's ran off several times.
I lived in Canada.
4:30 a.m. I'm in the neighborhood chasing this fucking dog, and it's so quiet. It's quieter than when I was at my dad's house or when I was on the lake back in Franklin County. At least there was like cows or like some Yahoo getting drunk. In this nice neighborhood, it's pin drop silence.
Footsteps and dogs.
I'm like, "Get back here. Get back here." I'm shaking a bag of treats and I'm like, "Oh, this bag is so loud. I'm going to wake somebody up." It's that quiet. It's the most frustrating thing ever to chase a dog into somebody's fucking yard at 4:30 in the morning in your underwear and wonder if they're going to peek out, see Whitey, and shoot. Like it's mostly black people here.
If you live in Canada in the wintertime, like that dog, you could like put it out and go out grocery shopping for the day in the middle of the winter, do all your things and come back, and the dog will be like lying down or playing or just existing in the snow.
He loves the cold.
Such a sick dog.
I'll leave him outside for hours in the morning. I'll check on him like every 30 minutes or something. Like, "Hey, you want to come in yet? You ready? It's fucking cold, dude. Come on." He's like, "Nah,"
chilling.
He just loves that shit, so he stays out in the freezing cold as much as he can. I love that dog, and that Toby dog, my Bernie Doodle, is so big now. Like I think he's 10 or 11 weeks old. He was born August 1st. All of his brothers and sisters, I got him for $800, and then for some reason it was weird. I should actually ask. All of his siblings like tripled in price. So like they're selling this dog siblings for $2,500 and $3,500 or something. Either I got the retarded one again. And there's something wrong with this guy.
You want that though. You want that.
Yeah.
You want the long R dog.
I love this dog. He's fucking awesome. He's so fuzzy.
You know what dogs I like? I like those a malinois.
I had the Malinois. Did you meet
Did
my
I
Malinois?
meet it? I didn't get to meet it though. I didn't get to meet it.
Good.
I love that breed.
I think I got the Malinois like right after you guys went, because I went on a different trip right after that, because that was the trip that I picked you and White Boy up. Me and Gator were coming down from Tennessee with a rocket launcher and watermelons. Yeah. So that was a different trip.
But did that dog? Did it do like incredible feats of like
athleticism?
athletics? Yeah.
All right, so I'll tell that story kind of quickly because a lot of people here have heard it. But I go up to Paducah, Kentucky, where this guy trains fucking attack dogs, labs for drug detection work, and malinois for military work. And he gets these big contracts with agencies and such. And I'm there to film a video about attack dogs. So I'm in the dog suit, like getting bit and attacked. They're putting fake drugs on me, having the dog detect them, and I'm filming the dog go through one of those crazy obstacle courses. His personal dog, Samson or whatever. And Samson's a big German Shepherd, and Samson whips my ass, runs through the course, then fetches this guy a beer out of the fridge, like on command, like go get it. And he like opens the fridge, brings the beer, closes the fridge. Here you go, boss. And dude's drinking the beer, and this must be his standard sales pitch, and it worked. Because I was like, how much are these dogs? I want one of these fucking dogs. I'm in my head. I'm like, this video will make more than the fucking dog will ever cost. Well, come on, it pays for itself. Let's get a dog. And it's like the $3,500 for one that's almost completely untrained. They're over here. These dogs know 5 commands roughly. The ones you've all heard of, plus bite and stop biting. They know those. I'm like, okay, that's. So you've got more expensive dogs. Oh, yes. And the rest of his dogs cost as much as cars. So I'm like, all right, give me that guy. And he's like, so I get this $3,500 Malinois, and he just didn't like me. I don't know how else to put it. He didn't like me. We had a couple of bad experiences where I was walking him once and I went to like chop down a weed at the end of the driveway. And I think that motion, like, I never hit that dog. I don't think anybody ever had, but he did not like that shit. Freaked out, pulled out of his harness, ran away, escaped for 3 days, came back, was like feral. He's Kitty's dog.
You know why?
Damn.
You know why he didn't like you? And I don't mean this offensively. Perp face.
Perp face. That's what it is.
Perp face. You literally, to the dog, you look like a perpetrator.
Yeah, he smelled the weed on me. I got home and I was smoking weed, and he was like, "My dad, they trained me about people like you."
I'm out of here.
Same thing with your neighbors. Like, I wouldn't fuck with you. Perpetrator.
I'm a nice guy. I smile.
You are. I know that. The dog didn't know that though.
The dog maybe didn't know that.
Upon sight, I don't know if I'd know it.
That dog became Kitty's dog, her companion and protector. And I like that as much as enough that it didn't bother me so much that I didn't get to enjoy my dog because he protects her to the death.
I like that too. This is like, I like this. This is almost like a Pixar movie now, the whole thing.
She was walking him outside one day and I didn't know they were outside because I can't be in the same room with him. He's that kind of protective. I can't be in the same room. So I walk out the front door. She had taken him out of a side door. They're outside playing fetch. I take 6 steps around the house. Got this like curved walkway around my house in the back, and there he is. Oh yeah, shit. We're in a standoff now, and he's in that like head forward, haunches down, ready to pounce.
Yeah,
I'm like,
such an annoying dog to. Like,
and I know better than to run, you know. So I'm just like, hands by my side, not making eye contact. Hey there, buddy. It's all okay. Kitty's gonna get me. Help me, Kitty.
I bought
it's
you.
Okay, buddy. Hey, buddy. Kitty,
you.
help me. He's gonna get me. And then he bites me on the calf, like pretty fucking hard. But I know not to hit him, and I know not to run anymore. So I go, oh, and he lets go. and I sort of, and he backs off like, was that enough, motherfucker? Was that enough? And I'm like, that was plenty enough. I'm going.
That was more than enough.
And by now, Kitty's gotten there, and I'm sidling back into the house like a bitch to like check on my calf. And he totally could have ripped my calf off, but he just gave it a love bite. It bled a little. It was bruised as fuck, but like he could have held on. And I've seen what they do. Like he can.
It was a warning chomp.
He's a
That's
bad
the
boy.
thing, Kyle. People in abusive relationships, they start lowering their standards and accepting behaviors that they would have never accepted when they were in their healthy mind. I feel like you're trauma bonded to this.
Look,
dog,
if
and
this
you
is
shouldn't
my,
put up with that.
If some random dog does this to me at that time in my life, I fucking pop him. But
But you love this dog, and he doesn't mean it, right?
No, but
when he's nice to you,
you,
he's really nice to you.
I care about
the good times are good.
No, he's never good to me ever. I've never had a good time with him ever. There was that one time when you were at my house, and maybe he snuggled with us on the couch, and I think you got this warped
hard
idea of like what he's like, because there is this scenario in which everybody is sitting down and no one has stood up as far as he knows. Like he came into the room and everyone's sitting, and he hopped on the couch. And it's weird. It's like he's in a completely different mode. But then when men stand up, switches are flipped. And he's like, oh, Noted. I'm back on the job. Like
he got the bad half of the training. It sounds like just the
I mean,
fuck
he's
people up
protected.
part.
Like he's just like, all right, y'all gonna fuck with Kitty? Y'all gonna cause a problem here? Because I'll kill you.
We got an issue. I'll kill all
I'll
of
fucking
y'all.
kill you.
I'm a wolf,
I'll
motherfucker.
kill you all.
Check this.
I would hate to fight him hand to hand. You'd end up. I have this belief that I can take one of those dogs. I think most strong grown men can take.
I think that too. I know how to kill a dog with bare hands.
Yeah, I do too. And I think you can take him in a 1v1. You'll get mauled, of course, and you'll need stitches and stuff, probably. But you kill a dog in a 1v1.
The entire attack is based on that dogs, almost all dogs, like every scenario will bite the closest thing to them. So you give them your forearm. Yep. You make sure your forearm is what they bite on. Your arm will be fucked up. And it's not your dominant arm. Your dominant arm is free to grab their throat and literally pull it out. And I just can't imagine it working on a pit bull. I'm just like, my fingers are not strong enough for that muscular ass neck.
I agree 100%. I thought about that today for whatever reason, that like, I'd give him my left forearm, and then I'd go down on my knees and kind of like a full mount type position, push that forearm back. And then now I've got this arm to do anything I can with, whether that's choke or smash with a rock or a tool. Once you've gripped and maybe I can get your whatever collar with this hand, I've got you, motherfucker. I don't care if you weigh 150. What do you weigh, 100 pounds?
We're
going for a ride. We're going, let's go get in the oven. You're fucked.
The oven, you're fucked up. That's crazy.
Honey, pour a bath. I don't care how long. A hot one. Like, you're fucked once I've got you. You're gonna need stitches. There was a kid in my high school.
I'm kind of like, did you say that you would put him in the oven or you would bring him to the showers? Because I'm on this podcast right now. Oven or the showers? Like, what are you trying to say?
No. I didn't.
Okay.
I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm sensing a theme.
Yeah, I feel like subconsciously you said oven and showers to me.
With all this Kanye stuff going on.
Those are the quickest ways to kill an animal, I think. You throw them in the oven or you drown them in the tub.
Okay.
A baby, too.
An animal.
Okay. I mean, Kyle used to shoot dogs, but it had a demoralizing effect on him. So they found a way to kill the dogs, and they turned it.
I never minded shooting the dogs.
Wait, I actually got this really crazy 14-second Malinois video that ever since I saw it, I'm like, this is awesome.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
It's just a Malinois versus shepherd navigating this maze.
I love this video. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so sick because you're just like, damn, really?
It's Arnold Schwarzenegger versus Bruce Lee. That's the way the dog trainer put it to me.
I like
Shepherds
that.
and Malinois. The shepherd will plow through those chairs and fuck you up. The Malinois will fly over them
off the wall, like fucking.
He'll do like a kickflip on the way, like do a somersault. Yeah, they're wild and way too energetic. This Bernie dude is such a cool fucking dog. He just smiles and plays all goddamn day. I think he's like 30 pounds now or something. He's huge. I'll go get him later. He's asleep somewhere. But I love my dog. I'm so happy I got him.
Good boys are so important.
We have a good time. We're hanging out all goddamn day. I don't want to crate train him. I don't have the heart. So I haven't been in my bed since I've had him. I've been sleeping on the couch. What I do is we sleep on the couch together. And the moment he gets up out of like sleep, we're outside. So he doesn't have a chance to pee on the floor. Like if I keep him with me, there's puppy pads down and he does pee on his pads, but I've almost gotten to the point where he's using the pads like
Kyle's dog is like, I'm housebreaking my human pretty well. The second I open my eyes,
got him on schedule.
Yeah.
They like the thing about the crate, they like it though. They really like at the beginning, like my dog. Well, it's true. I had a Yorkie that just couldn't. He just wanted to be part of the party, and I stay up late. He wasn't about it. But I have a Chihuahua, and like I crate trained him, and he loves it. Like when I put him in there, he's like, "Thanks, bro. Good night."
Yeah, the crate becomes their safe place.
Yeah,
that is a good thing. And like I do feed him in the crate, and he will go in there and like nap. But he wants to be like he and the other dog cuddles up with me too. So like I'm on the couch, fucking asleep like a hobo, and on my bed upstairs. And I got dogs like all over me, and they all looking at me. They're like, "You looking over us while we sleep, boss?" And I'm like, "Yeah, little buddy, you're safe." And they go,
You good when you sleep on the couch?
Fall asleep next to me. It's super goddamn cute. So I'm hoping soon that he's housebroken fully so I can go back to sleeping in my
But when
bed.
you wake up on the couch, is that like a problem or you're okay? You're like fine.
Oh, I'm
with it?
fine. Yeah, the problem is that he like wakes me up 3 or 4 times in the night. So like,
Right,
not
you two,
haven't been
Josh,
good.
you're good with a couch too, Josh. You wake up on the couch, you're happy. You're like, oh, that's okay. It was kind of a fuck up, but it's no big
Not
deal.
anymore. Not now that I'm the older I get, man. This starts fucking my back up.
I mean, I got
Yeah.
a pillow and a blanket, and I've thrown like a blanket on the couch, and I got another blanket and a full size.
I just have
pillow.
friends. I have friends that are like, what the fuck, bro? Because I'll sleep on the couch and I'll have a whole sleep on the couch, and I have a perfectly good bed, and
You know
I
what
wake up and I'm like, okay.
I used
And they're
to.
like,
I don't
nah,
anymore.
not me, man.
It's a different kind of sleep, and it can be good. Like there's something.
True.
Sometimes if I'm on my couch and I like curl up just right with my back into like the corner of the couch, I'm like, oh, this feels really safe and warm and happy. Like I'm not going up there to that bed. Fuck this shit. And and I'll just sleep there. And then there was that time in my life when I was crashing on my buddy's couch for a year, and I didn't mind that a bit. I never cared. Like, of course, I was 18 to 19, so
When I was young, I loved.
Yeah, that's when
sleeping
I
on the
didn't. I wasn't bothered at all back
who
then.
fucking cares?
couch. As an older guy, I like napping on the couch, but not really overnight.
How many
Right, I can
naps
handle
do
a
you take?
nap.
Do you nap a lot? Every day, do you nap?
No, I didn't nap. Like for the year, I barely napped. For this month,
Sorry.
more it seems. I don't know why. At
Big
night
proponent of
lately,
the nap. All right.
I haven't been getting effective sleep.
I watched this thing about this guy who was training to break some strength records. I don't remember, some powerlifting records. He was, I don't know, hack squats. It doesn't matter. And like his regimen included tremendous amounts of training, but even more sleep. So much excess sleep. He's like, everyone trains harder. Eventually you hit a wall. There's no more training. You're just going to hurt yourself. You find a guy that can relax enough to sleep when he doesn't want to. A guy like us, that's a special guy. I'm like, really? Because I'm that kind of guy. I can sleep. So like I would sleep like 10 to 14 hours a day, like throughout that like workout thing, because I'd always get my 2-hour nap in the middle of the day. Because I had this idea that more sleep meant more recovery. So like maybe like I don't know, like every rep
I've
meant a
had
little more.
Bouts of depression in life. Why aren't I more buff? Why
Well, you
didn't I
weren't-
exit the jack?
You got to couple the sleep with the tremendous amounts of physical activity
That doesn't really tie into that depression.
and a
That part.
ridiculous diet. No, it's the best.
My diet's been good lately. I've been on point. I feel good about
What do you eat
myself.
for breakfast?
Today I had an omelet with low-fat cheese and mushrooms,
That's
but not
every
not
time?
eggs. It was like
You
egg
don't
whites.
repeat your breakfast. It's a different breakfast.
I
every
actually
time?
have 2 breakfasts that I do, and one is that egg whites into an omelet with the fuck is that green leaf? Spinach, mushrooms, and low-fat cheese. And the other is Greg Doucette has a recipe for French toast, like protein French toast. I have that a lot.
Yeah.
really fucking good.
What's
I
your
like,
lunch? Lunch and dinners are the same. Oh yeah,
Lunch is literally the same.
I used to do rice
Every single day.
I used to do
Rice.
rice for breakfast every day, and
Just
God,
rice?
it was not just no, that was part my carb is what I was getting at. Like it's eggs for breakfast and a carb obviously, but my carb used to be rice, and that was so fucking gross. I don't know why I did never ask Derek
Why?
for a supplement. Because it's like that rice that you cooked the day before out of the fridge, and it's like stuck in a block. So you're like mashing it up with a spoon into your eggs. So the rice and egg. So now I do these. Like, I take grits, which is a southern thing. I'm sure Josh probably likes grits, but I don't.
Fucking love them.
And so it's grits at the bottom, and then I put like 3 or 4, depends on what I'm doing. Might be 6 eggs on top, just not sunny side up, and then like sriracha or hot sauce on top. And I love that shit.
That
Just
sounds
mush it all up.
gasoline.
And so, like, the runny yolk mixes in with the grits, and it's really good.
Mhm. As it's meant to be.
So
Yeah, it's really fucking good. I like that.
I'm gonna get Zach to show my lunch. I literally have the same lunch. If the month has 30 days, I probably had this 28 days of those 30. Like I don't need a lot of variety in my food. It's not something I've ever craved. But look at this. This is the ultimate lunch. Zach will pull it up in a second, I'm sure.
I also like oatmeal a lot. Eat a lot of oatmeal.
Here it is. Look at this. 10 seconds of this. Don't you wish you had this for lunch every day? This shit's the bomb.
That's
Full
what
of
you eat for lunch
protein
every day?
Yeah.
every single day. I don't even
that's
tell her what I
great.
want. I just say I want lunch, and she knows what it is.
It looks
I've seen
delicious.
Jackie
and, then,
makes them look pretty close to that. Like you got
Yeah,
it down.
and then what do you eat for dinner?
that varies a lot. Today was
That's
you know,
anything. You're not like
well, it's
you
chicken like
make it at home?
90% of the time. Some sort of chicken.
It's a lean meat every time, vegetables and I mean Woody and I are on a pretty similar thing. Like we base it on like what's right, what we consider, or like the science that I think we both consider right, what it considers to be the optimal diet, right? Those simple carbs that are quickly digested, lean proteins, none of the bad cholesterol, plenty of the good cholesterol, getting some fish in your diet occasionally, stuff like that.
As close to that as I can live with happily, like would black coffee be better than the almond cream I have? Yeah, but I have a hard time living with that. Go ahead.
Nah, you're good there. You're good there. Anybody that talks shit about fucking, he adds almond cream to his coffee. It's about 10 calories tops. And he's like, hey, I'm not perfect. Yeah, you are. Like that's fine. That's fucking fine. You're not even stepping into those dairy waters, which I don't either anymore.
Well, are you trying to be at a certain amount of like calories at the end of the day?
We're looking for calories, macros, and micronutrients in the day. So that's where my diet is. His is more macro focused and a lot easier to stick with. Mine has these little things that like, I'm not even eating this as part of my meal. I'm taking these foods as supplements, right? So the 4 ounces of cranberry juice I drink twice a day, I'm pretty sure that's about iodine. Okay. And probably I'm pretty sure it is. It's written on the paper. Derek co-signed. It was his. He says I do it, so I do it. The orange juice that I mix into like my protein powder. Okay, you say to do that, I do that. There's lots of things like that that I eat as foods, but I think of more like supplements or medicine. I eat so much goddamn spinach, 10 fucking raw almonds a day. I don't like raw almonds.
Yeah.
But I know people don't love fitness talk, but I can lay out my.
Why don't they like
broth
that?
Do you drink?
They don't like that? I thought they do like that.
I drink
no,
bone
you're
broth
pulling my
every
leg,
day.
Charlie.
No, I swear to God, they don't like that?
Sometimes they fuss, but here's what I'm trying to get out. Go to Chronometer, record your food, weigh it. You need a food scale. It's not that big a deal. Just try it. You're going to be doing this for a month or two. You can do it forever if you want, but in a month or two, you will learn where your calories are coming from. You will learn that things you thought were good are not good. Are almonds good for you? I used to eat fucking fistfuls of almonds like they were a healthy snack and that they were protein. Do almonds have protein? Almonds are fats.
But wait,
almonds are fats.
But
I'm still on a rant. You can go when it's your turn.
Okay, but you're gonna move past the almond thing. I eat a handful of nuts every day as part of the diet, and that's like basically my fat content for the day, and that's important.
Here's where I'm going with this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If you're not weighing your food, then you don't know what these almonds are doing to you. You can do what I did, which is eat like half a fucking bag of almonds, thinking that this is a healthy snack, and they're not. Are you down?
You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me.
I am going.
I do want to interject one more time. You're right. You're right. Because I weigh the almonds and I have 70 grams. And guys, he's right. I've literally eaten. If you eat half a bag of almonds, nuts are the fattest, highest calorie thing that will shock you. Like you could do better getting chips. My bad, Woody. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And weigh your food. And the process of weighing your food is not to get everything perfect. It's really about learning where your mistakes are. Do you fucked up in your head and that you think trail mix is a thing that healthy athlete hikers eat?
It's
like
trail
I was?
Mix. It's concentrated energy for athletes.
This was obvious to everybody else, but I would suggest that someone out there listening is eating tater tots thinking that they're not that bad.
They're not.
Or they're eating, maybe they're not. But fucking weigh your food, put it in Chronometer, and you will learn what you're doing right and
what's
what you're doing
Chronometer?
wrong. It's like app. The cool kids
My Fitness Pal? What? Bro, I'm killing My Fitness Pal. Are you telling?
If you're killing My Fitness Pal, you're pretty 2017, my friend.
Am I? Oh shit! Wait, why
catch up?
Better.
That's a guy who like still uses Xbox controller on PC games. Kind of talk.
Wait! Don't.
Taylor also uses Xbox.
Harley, I'm trying to get this out. So go there, weigh your food for a little month, weigh your food for a month or two, learn what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. You need to hit your protein macros. That's what he's thought. Get your caloric goals, get your protein macros. Your carbs and your fats, I think, will take care of themselves. I don't work too hard to make sure I get enough fat.
You're telling this to your audience?
I don't work too hard to get my carbs right. I make sure that my calorie and my protein is good. And then outside of that, my carbs and my fats usually land about right. It's not hard to get.
This is information for people listening.
Yeah.
You said that they don't like fitness talk, so you just fitness macro information dump them like that.
Yeah.
You're like, you don't like fitness talk, and then you yelled at them about what to eat. Because it's all valuable information. I totally agree with you.
I'm trying to help them in 90 seconds. Now, it took 5 minutes. Why do you think that was, Harley?
We're here for 4 hours, bro. It's okay. Okay. But I'm curious, what do you like? I got when I first took on the last boxing match, I was 310 pounds.
Okay.
The slightest things were so good for me. When I was 310 pounds, I didn't do the macro thing. I didn't do that. And you're 100% right. And I got there after the boxing match. And now I'm 25 pounds lighter than the boxing match. I'm 60 pounds lighter. But when I was a very, very fat fuck, and I assume that the people who would benefit from everything you said, I would assume the ones that don't like the fitness talk, but still listen to everything that was useful that you said, I assume those guys, they don't need to jump in like that right away. No, wouldn't you just, what helped me was I just counted calories. I used my fitness pal like a fucking idiot, apparently. I just downloaded this app that you guys told me to, but I just counted calories. I found out that at 310 pounds, 2,900 calories was my maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
So I just tried to hit 2,500 calories, and I was 6'6". I was 310 pounds. And when I hit 2,500 calories, I lost a lot. I got a lot of results because I was just disgusting. And if you eat more than 2,500 calories, you're getting too crazy. I hope you're celebrating something. But
this is coming.
I
from
would just say
meal time.
That shit ain't making my money anymore.
Welcome to that time.
Because everything what you're saying, but what you say, everything you said is what I do now. But I just got to that, like literally, like I messaged Kyle off the podcast. Like I hit him up. I was like, yo, look what I'm going to start doing. I started to do the macro stuff, but that was like a lot. When I was very fat, I was just like the idea of hitting 200 and however many grams of protein per day was like really taxing. So I was just saying to some of the fat people out there, I didn't mean to interrupt you a million times because everything you said was useful. I'm just saying for the really fat people out there, maybe they would just count calories, right? Do you have tips for that?
Yeah. If you're fatty, then it's calories in, calories out.
Let me reply to that. He was talking. I like what you said. Really, the point of Chronometer or MyFitnessPal, if you're from 5 years ago, was to educate yourself. That's what you're getting out of it. You don't even have to change your diet in the first week. Just weigh it and know what you're doing. Know where your weak points are. And I bet you'll be like, yeah, this is my chronic go-to that's making me. I hydrate with Snapple. Yeah, you'll learn what that does to your diet.
If you ask someone how many calories, if you ask someone how many calories they eat in a day, they'll never say more 2,500 or more. They'll like, they'll do that thing in their head. Oh, we're supposed to eat 2,000, right? That's what they told us. I don't know, 23, 2,400. You eat 4,600 calories a day, sir. like when you start adding it up. But yeah, this is obvious. But like, fat is the most concentrated of things per gram calorically, right? Like it's the most concentrated energy that we can get our hands on, that our bodies can process. Fat. So people that smear butter on toast and think nothing of it, like you just added like a whole soda's worth of calories with one swipe of that like butter knife, or if you're and seeds and nuts are of course incredibly. That's a purpose. Like a seed and a nut, it's like let's concentrate as much like energy here because we're going to create a whole goddamn plant out of this tiny little thing, right? And you're just like, I can eat them by the handful.
Kyle nailed it. I used to have George Foreman chicken, mixed vegetables, and a baked potato. This would be my meal. Now, so far, I haven't said anything too horrible. Baked potato is really satiating. So if you're trying to stay in your calorie goals, it's not the lowest calorie thing, but as far as like filling you up and curing your hunger, baked potato kills it. And then I would put a pat of butter on the vegetables, a pat of butter on each side of the potato. It's glorious. It tastes great. But I didn't realize those 3 pads of butter were about equivalent to the rest of the meal combined in terms of calories.
I had no idea.
You cut out 3 pads of butter and you cut your calories in half. That butter wasn't satiating you. It wasn't preventing you from being hungry at midnight. All it did was make your food taste better.
2 milk, 2 sugar in a coffee, and have 2 coffees a day. 2 cream, 2 sugar, and 2 coffees will fuck your shit up. Each one of those is almost a Big Mac in terms of like calories, fat content. God. Yeah. Literally, like if you get a 2 cream, 2 sugar at any coffee place, like a Dunkin' Donuts and a large coffee, and you have 2 coffees, you're fucking your whole day up. You fucked up the whole day. You threw it away on coffees. And I got to say this, you want to be awake. I love coffee. If you want to be awake, I can't say this enough. Like as a person who is very fat and lost a whole bunch, those are the little decisions. Exactly what he said. Exactly what he said. The butter is such a big decision and it's a waste. Having 2 creams, 2 sugars in your coffee, drink it black. Literally drink it black. And changing to black coffee is like, I love black coffee now. I enjoy black coffee, or what you said, you put a little bit of almond cream in there, right?
Almond cream and stevia.
But you're an active person, right?
I do my best.
But you do things, right?
Yeah, I do things.
Like, do you work out?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, people that listen, like, you know, he does put a cream in his coffee, but like, he also is active. Like, if you're not being active, like when I first started the boxing thing, like I started the diet first. I started counting calories first. I cut the things that didn't need to exist. And when I started putting it to my fitness pal, like a fucking idiot from the past, I learned that I tripled down on my fuck ups. And I know there's people who are fat at heart motherfuckers just like me listening. The tripling down on the fuck up is when it was like, sometimes people are like, let's get a hot dog. Let's have a treat today. I was like, cool. So I would go and I would get a hot dog and a hamburger. And the French fries, I would turn to a poutine or a chili cheese fries. So it was a triple fuck up. And then I would be like, well, since I fucked up today, I want something sweet, ice cream. And then I get home, I get high, and I'm like, crack open the gummies. And I snack on some gummies. This whole day, I've realized, is exactly what Kyle was talking about, a 4,500 calorie day at least. I've had like 3,000 grams of carbs, and I didn't do jack shit. I didn't go for a walk. I didn't go to the gym. And as a fat dude, it's so funny. If you're a dude and you're fat, you can get the results quickly if you count your calories and you go and just fucking walk. You know, honestly,
the thing I want to remind, like usually when you're good, and I bet you'll agree with this, Harley, you're not very, very good. Like, so your targets, you don't want to exceed 2,500, for example, right? Now you're at 2,400. That's a good day. That's a win. You're in a deficit. You're going to trend in the right direction. You are one fucking Nature's Valley granola bar away from disaster. You make that decision on a daily basis. You are one coffee with real cream and sugar away from being on the wrong side of your, caloric goal. And just don't fuck up. Don't have that one last thing.
I've fucked up and I've skipped a meal the next day, or I've altered the meal to an extent. Like, it was like my mom's 70th birthday, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be a fucking weirdo. So I just really ate small on the way, and then at dinner, I did dinner. I enjoyed it. I wasn't like, oh, I don't know. I fully did it. And then the next day, I also kind of picked up the pieces from the fuck up. Sometimes, like when a fuck up happens, I'm like, okay, this will be like a 3-day journey. This you still want to live, right? The
term that I use, the phrasing of it is like, you don't let one loss turn you into a loser, right? Every fucking basketball champion in the world lost 15 games that year, roughly. And like, you can lose. You can have a day in which you gained weight. That doesn't mean your whole trend is going in the wrong direction. You can still be a winner even if you lost a game.
And I was going to ask you what the relevance of weighing the nuts was. What exactly did you mean? Do they weigh a lot more than you realize or something?
No, it's like know how many you're going to eat. How many grams of nuts
you only
today?
eat 70 grams of nuts or whatever.
The impact. Yeah, I used to think
I didn't know they were high.
70 grams would be a lot of nuts.
They're so high in fat and such high calorie, and you can eat I could eat a whole thing of fucking peanuts. Peanuts, the worst ones. And they're not even a nut. That's a legume.
I would take like a bowl of nuts to bed and eat while I watch TV, not realizing that's like
900 calories.
100 calories or something outrageous,
and like a crazy amount of fat. And a crazy
that's why they're so filling. Because I've always been told that one way to come back on food is eat a small handful of nuts, like 20 minutes before you eat some peanuts or some cashews or something, and then it'll be
drink
really
water.
Full.
For the fatties listening and hear that, I'd say like drink water. But you look like a guy that's
never going to be fat.
Yes.
I don't struggle with it. I've already lost weight since last time I was on the podcast. And I just went to one soda a day and I lost weight.
Enjoy your Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper in my face.
Yeah.
Sorry,
guys. You guys ever had hot Dr. Pepper?
No. Barbecue water?
Like hot Dr. Pepper. Hot Dr. Pepper in the 50s and 60s was apparently a seasonal beverage. The way that
is this a spicy Dr. Pepper
or like
warm
hot, like
all Dr. Pepper is spicy. If you get my drift, you just warm it up and you serve it in a mug. Dr. Pepper.
Wow.
And it's weird. I read that on Reddit the other day, and I was like, yeah, I've seen that once ever in media, and it was from a Brendan Fraser movie called Blast from the Past, where he's been in the bomb shelter his whole life because they thought that Cold War nukes had went off, and he like pops up in the 90s and like.
But he's from the 50s
but I
or
remember,
whatever.
But I remember his dad was drinking that hot Dr. Pepper back then, and yeah,
That's fascinating. I got to look into hot Dr. Pepper.
I want to hot.
I hate it at room temperature, but I'd try it hot.
Yeah,
I don't.
I love Dr. Pepper. I consume like those 0-calorie sodas. I still cut them back, and I know it's doing some fucked up stuff. Kyle, you're a bit more dialed in than I would be, but like I feel like like if you were ever trying to get to like a crazy low amount of body fat, I guess maybe people in competition. Oh, there we go.
Coke Zero, is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah, no, just some people that are like, like I guess a week's out from a competition or something, they would cut the 0-calorie soda. But I get that Walden Farm stuff, all the 0-calorie sauces. I get my boy G what's his name? G Hughes. 0-calorie barbecue sauce,
great.
and
Hell
they're
yeah.
all phenomenal. They're really
Maple
good.
Farms and G Hughes and that stuff is great.
Yeah, and that's good.
I mostly drank, weirdly enough, unsweet tea throughout the whole thing. Like
I like
the stuff that Wings love so much, minus the sugar. like
just cold tea.
Whenever you would see me with that rattly thermos, it was full of tea with ice. Iced, unsweet, artificially sweetened with like a scoop of Splendor or something tea. And because I wanted to drink gallons, plural, a day, and I couldn't do water that much. Water's just gross. Like it doesn't taste like anything. Drink 2 gallons of it. All right. Let's see how it tastes on when you start gallon number 2. Let me know how it's tasted.
I can't finish gallon number 1. That's excessive.
Wait,
well, if you give me a couple days.
You got cardio accounted for like most of it.
Here's the macros on a day. What do you think about this, guys? My protein 210 grams, carbs 175 grams, and fat 65 grams.
Doesn't matter. Sounds good.
That's a lot.
All I heard is protein 210. That's a lot, but you're big, so it sounds rightish. The other two I don't care about.
Fat, yeah. Well, yeah. So, and that's 2,000 calories.
2,000. That seems lowish, unless you're trying to lose weight fast. For a guy your size,
I'm trying to lose weight. Like I'm trying to drop. Definitely. And
are you doing what kind of cardio are you doing?
I do boxing. And on my rest days, I go on my bike in my garage and I bike it for 50 minutes. Like,
how many steps do you do outside of your actual workouts?
Oh, like 10,000, 9,000.
It's
tough to say. It's tough to say.
So it sounds like you're probably dropping several pounds a week right now, like 3 or 4 pounds a week.
3 on average.
Yeah,
3 on average.
Damn, man.
And you know what? Being a big guy, like to the people listening, like that happens very quickly.
Yeah, you're dialed in. That's what you're. That's perfect. Yeah.
That's good. I don't know.
Wait, you don't need any tips. You're clearly working with somebody who knows what they're doing. I think you're just
I do. Yeah, I do.
You're coming here like, hey guys, you got any tips? I got this perfect diet. It's kind of dialed in. I drop 3 pounds a week.
Oh, no, have you noticed how strong and lean I am? Any tips for me?
That's because I'm like a month into this like 16-week thing that I was just like, sure,
asking for beer, growing. Hey guys, how can I make my mustache a little thicker? Do you eat it? You got any tips for me?
Asking the wrong motherfucker.
I wanted to show and tell our diets because, like, for me, eating lunch, it's like I don't eat beef anymore. I haven't had beef in a long time.
If you want. I'm real proud of mine because mine is something Derek put together and spent like days and days like making for me. And when I asked for a diet, I thought he was going to copy paste something, and he asked me a bunch of questions and then didn't get back to me for like I was like, hey, about that diet. He's like, I'm working on it, and like days went by and he gave it to me. So I'm real happy with the one I've got.
You know who wrote my diet is actually a YouTuber that I watch a ton of Derek. Yeah. It was a YouTuber that I watched before that, even like kind of in the early fitness culture days when I was like kind of fit for myself, like 6 years ago. I was watching this guy, Louis Marco. And he used to he made like funny videos, informational videos. He would share videos. But yeah, he wrote me up a program and like I hit him up every week. I send him my weight and pictures and he adjusts things along the way. The diet is different now from what it was. But it's like, yeah, I eat bison broth. And like I said to you, Woody, before, like people are just like, oh, you eat like what Woody eats. Mine is chicken, though. I hate fucking chicken.
Yeah, we'll keep the chicken out of it.
I hate it. How come you eat it all the time?
Dude, I eat chicken like if you add turkey, I probably eat chicken or turkey 360 days a year.
Yeah,
that's
like,
crazy.
Yeah.
And what you, Kyle? You just eat beef, or
it's almost all bison when I'm dialed 100% in. It's the vertical diet with a couple of things. I refuse to eat the goddamn carrots. I'm sorry, Derek. I won't eat them. I won't eat your fucking. I hate. It's like a handful of raw carrots every day, and I just remember like it's 4 a.m. at the beginning of the workout process. It's 4 a.m. I feel like shit, and I just have powered through some cold rice with my runny eggs. So I'm this close to vomiting. I'm this close to vomiting, and I'm in there like drinking my cold bone broth. Now I'm this close to vomiting. And
what's the bone broth for?
Collagen, I think. Pretty sure it's collagen. I also use a collagen protein powder when I'm again like being. See, the thing is, a lot of the stuff that I do and like to do is excessive. It's about like squeezing another percentage out. If you watch Star Trek, we're gonna get a little nerdy here. Geordi LaForge, he's the engineer, and he's just like, I made the warp conduits 0.001% more efficient. But he does that every episode. So after years of doing that, the Enterprise is just slick and fast and efficient. Because every day Geordi LaForge has been in there squeezing that little half of a percentage out of those engines, those warp coils, those fucking made up whoozy whatsits. And I like that. I like that if you're relentlessly Spartan like that, then like that bitch in your blood, that part of you that wants to cheat, like he doesn't even have any ground to stand on. You don't even like give him a microphone. That guy who would talk about donuts. It's like, motherfucker, I don't even know what flour looks like anymore. Like, I let him know, like I eat my shit raw now. I killed this buffalo. Like when you get to that level, like that bitchy guy who wants to eat gummy bears and fucking go to Dairy Queen, like he doesn't even open his mouth anymore because he knows what's coming. Because you're so hard. Dude, I took an ice bath last night. You think I'm going to eat a fucking gummy bear? It's not, you're not going to do it.
Even during my cut, though, I didn't go to that level. And I don't think I was at the level Harley is now. It was more like, oh, I want a sustainable lifestyle change. Something
Nothing I'm talking about is required.
I like hit him up and I was like, hey, this YouTuber friend of mine, he had this crazy transformation and I want some of that. I want to touch that. No, I actually I hit him up. He always uploads these great transformations, and Kyle was absolutely inspiring also doing it. And then you as well over time, I'd be like, no, it's true. You were you started exercising and eating well, and I just felt like everyone around me was doing it, and I was kind of falling apart. And that's why I took the boxing match. I was like, oh, I need to fight someone, so the threat of getting slapped up will whip me into shape. And it did, but after the boxing match, I was kind of like not doing anything. I was just maintaining. I was boxing a little bit, and I got I went out and I got like super fucked up. Like tried 2 brand new drugs, which is like a crazy thing to do at 37. And a lot of people don't like fucking with drugs now, but like I'm like really happy with life and nothing's going on. So when like a bad trip happens, I'm like, let me figure this out. And I just at that time was like, you know what, like this was fun. Cutting loose and doing whatever, but I'm going to kind of take on a project. So I hit up this guy that I really enjoy watching his videos, and he wrote me a program, and it's just like I imagine it can't be like that far off like from what like Kyle was doing. Yeah, so I guess I just gotta hook up the testosterone at this point and whatever else, you know what I mean? But I just I wanted to start doing something for myself, like making changes, but I had a long way to go.
I think it's important to put into perspective like what each of these things we're talking about, how they weigh against each other, because we're talking about them all like they're equal, right? Like make sure you don't eat peanuts. That's equally as important as maybe like walking 10,000 steps a day. What's really important is consistency, but you don't have to do most of that stuff. I'll say this, like you could add some testosterone, like everything is easier, and I don't just mean a little bit. Like it's a lot easier. Like it's a lot easier. Like that would be my first recommendation. It's if you were gonna do one thing, it would be testosterone, because you could eat like shit. Because people, if you start taking the testosterone and do nothing else, you will get leaner and stronger in 6 months.
Everyone says you won't. You think you will?
I saw that study. Is that bullshit? Of the one with lean muscle mass gain from untrained individuals versus training individuals, and then the one they had 3 study groups. One that was training on sauce, one training not on sauce, and one laying there doing nothing on sauce. And the people on sauce beat the untrained people who
who were trying.
beat the people trying without sauce. Like it was so close. It was like
Damn.
so
You might be right. I'm going by like what
steroids and watch
YouTubers
Seinfeld
say,
or go work out, or do both at the same fucking time and be a god.
Look like an Adonis. Hell yeah.
I mean, every one of your action star superhero motherfuckers on a screen that looks good, magazine cover people, anybody on a bottle
Your gym,
of something.
in your gym, even in your gym. If you think that guy has a phenomenal body at your gym, he probably is too.
We're all
That's
juicing,
true.
bro. Get
We're
on
all
board.
juicing.
And it makes you healthy. It's not like you have to do some Arnold Schwarzenegger crazy shit that's gonna damage you. Like
when I started boxing though and working out, like I was just so bitch made before that I felt like I was higher testosterone when I started doing higher T activities. Like I just wasn't doing anything. So that just happened anyways. And I never felt like if I'm gonna like hit it into overdrive, like let me hit NOS once I get to my natural max speed.
Sure.
Once
I got
I'm
a
at max
question for you,
speed,
Harley.
then I'll hit the NOS. Yeah.
When you first started boxing, were you surprised at how bad your cardio was?
Yeah. Shocked at everything.
Oh.
Everything. I was bad punching. I was shocked at how weak so many different styles of punching I was at, which still occurs. Like there's a lot of weakness in boxing, and I see that all the time.
I have a quick little thing about like, so I hear a lot of people say that you should wait and you should be like well trained and fit and already have your diet and your workout all under your belt before you start any sort of like performance enhancing stuff. First of all, if it's TRT, you should start immediately because just get your testosterone levels like good, is healthy. But all that aside, oh shit, don't lose the thought. Fuck, I lost it.
Not just testosterone.
Wait, hitting NOS
Kyle,
at max.
it was
speed.
about using
natural
T
yeah.
when you've achieved your maximum nat potential first.
I know a guy who was out of shape, not doing anything, and he went right into the T on my recommendation, mind you. Let me tell you what this man has done since then. He was working as a lowly clerk. I won't be too specific, but he had a lady boss always breathing down his neck. He had another cute employee he was too afraid to go after, okay? This is a wage slave getting stepped on every day by the matriarchy, can't step up, borderline incel with this girl that he works with. He starts pumping iron, taking tea, grows himself a 6 stash, okay? You know what happens one day when the boss starts running her mouth at him, giving him a hard time? Pow! Right in the kisser. Punched this lady. He punched her the fuck out with his big, muscly testosterone arms. The girl and he's like, fuck you, I'm out of here. And the girl sees this and it's like, I'm going with him. I'm going with him. She goes with him and starts dating him because she's found a real man, one that won't take any shit lying down anymore. Now he's at a new place, has the same job as the woman he punched out. She came to him the other day looking for work at his place.
All started with testosterone.
Move along. He's moved up in every conceivable way. Oh, and he's a big boy. He looks scary. He looks like, I don't know, like one of the bad guys in a video game. Like not the main bad guy, but like one of his minions.
One of the thugs, yeah.
Yeah.
You take him out like level 2.
Exactly. I think this guy's advanced. I think he can beat up more than just Karens now. He can beat up small men.
Oh, he can take a small man, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Unlocking his final form.
I love his rags to riches story. Like first he beat up a woman who was kind of annoying.
This woman
the
has
matriarchy holding us down.
She's over here taking money out of the register and she confronts him about it. I'm just kidding.
That's probably
what do you mean, bitch? Ugh. Come on, lady. We're out of here. Testosterone, bitch.
All right, Josh, what did you eat today?
Man, I've had one thing and it was a fajita wrap. It was chicken bacon ranch fajitas.
From where?
So,
you made it yourself?
My wife did, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Grilled chicken and
to eat so far today.
Bell peppers. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't eat breakfast, man. I'm for some reason really nauseated in the mornings. It's been like that for like 10 years now. I don't get hungry for like 3 hours after I wake up, unless I smoke some weed. I
had a long time in my life where I felt the exact same way. I'd wake up and I'd be like, fuck anything for breakfast.
Yeah, I don't want to smell it.
And the better the breakfast, I was like worse.
Yeah, I agree.
Even if it's tastier, I'm like worse.
The basil and shit. No, hell no, man. Get that away from me.
I cannot agree.
Typically, I'm different now. I love breakfast, but I did feel that way. Like, oh yeah.
I wish I was eating at 10 p.m. I wish I was eating at midnight, but I discipline myself away from it. When morning rolls around, Get that breakfast on the table, woman.
That would probably help
I
me a
haven't
lot.
eaten for 12 hours.
That would probably help me a lot, though. I snack a lot, man. I get the munchies at 11:30 at night, and I'm like, I'm getting some Pop-Tarts, bro. Fuck it. You know, it's 11:30 at night. I'm not about to go in there and make a sandwich, so I eat
Who
some
makes
Pop-Tarts.
good diet decisions at 11 o'clock at night?
I shouldn't make any
Barely
diet decisions
anyone.
at that time
Well,
of night,
I'm-
like you just said.
I'm curious though. I was like, I don't know. This is technically kind of like rude or personal because like it's not, you know, front facing like it is with Kyle and Woody. But like, do there's a goal or anything you aspire or even casually think about like with your body or like anything? Like, is there anything about it? Like, do you like, I don't know, anything from flexing and before you go in the shower and be like, I'm fucking ripped, or like, I still look young, or I should have bigger muscles, or I'm like, is there anything? I'm just completely
Not
curious
anymore.
about-
My main goal at this point, man, is honestly, I know I'm not in great shape. I've been streaming on Twitch for 2.5 years. I don't have a very active life. I mostly just chase my daughter around, and that's about the most exercise I
But
get.
you're not fat.
No, I
Like,
used
look
to
at
be a
this
lot
jaw
heavier.
you got.
This was sitting on my desk, yes, and I don't know if
Oh
I'll go
my
in focus.
god.
I was a lot heavier. Yeah, I know you got one of these.
Oh
Kyle.
man, mine's in my car. It's awful.
It's blurred, but
That's
Yeah.
not even. It doesn't look that bad though. It doesn't look like it's
looks
heavier
better
for
now,
sure.
though.
well, that's
Yeah,
after
yeah,
17
yeah.
months. I wasn't just fat. I was working out in county jail for 17 months because I was like, oh shit, I'm going to
You
prison.
were in county for 17 months?
Yeah, awaiting trial.
I'm sure you've told me that before. Why didn't they let you
Probably.
out? What was the circumstance that prevented you from like, getting out on bond?
Yeah, the judge said that it was a wobbler. She said some judges consider the threat a violent crime. Some consider it not to be a violent crime. She said, in her opinion, it was not a violent crime, but without me having been arrested only like 2 days at that point, she said, I
Yeah.
don't know enough about you. So without a mental evaluation, I can't just let you go.
You should have
And-
spoke up, my friend. That was your time to pull one. Your Honor, could I say a few words
And I wish I would have. That was my first run in
about
with the
just
fact
how
that
goddamn
So
trustworthy
how old are
I
you at
am?
this point? 19? You're
Yeah, I was
19 at that
19
point?
then.
Yeah, 19 years old. Like, I was long
I was in
R
there
at
smirking
19.
at him the whole
I was
time.
long. Yeah, I was long R at 19.
Yeah, but
dude,
you
I
go
was
to
in there
jail.
like-
Hang on, you'll be short R. You go to jail at 19, so you better get your shit in order.
Yeah, you need to short. You need to lengthen the R out here and keep quiet in there.
Figure it out.
That was my first foray into prosecutors talking like emo kid journals. He was talking about how he doesn't have a crystal ball. All I'm saying is that this man threatened to annihilate and decimate children's lives. He may have been joking, but I don't have a crystal ball. I was just sitting there smirking because I was 19 and I was an idiot. And I was like, y'all are old. That's pretty much my main response to it. But I didn't get bond for
You'll
it,
be
man.
old
So I
when
ended
we
up
let you
17
go.
months. Yeah, I'll prove I won't kill anybody. Just let me go. Look, you'll see. But I ended up, being denied bail. She said, she almost put a stipulation, bro. She almost said, pending a mental evaluation, I'll let you go. And then she ended up saying, never mind. And I had 2 mental evaluations that were great. I could have made bail. Later on, I got sentenced to 6 years, and I was very, very glad that I never made bail because I already had that 1.5 years under my belt. I was like, okay, quarter of the way done already.
Yeah, that county jail thing is awful. That's
Terrible. That's why I was working out, man. It's mostly out of boredom. There was one
At least
TV
you
in
had
the room.
at least you had a place where you could work out at the county jail. I was only there for 2 or 3 days, but like there's no working out there. They let you into a room with a basketball hoop in it for 30 minutes a day, I think. Maybe.
Oh, you're
That's
talking
what it
about a
felt
rec.
like.
Right.
Yeah, like that was it. Like the
We worked
pod.
out on the block. We had
There was
bags
no
full
block.
of water
We're in a
bottles.
pod. The pod is locked down. There's a TV. There's a water cooler.
Oh, you didn't get to come out of your cell and stuff like
No.
that freely.
No,
I got you. I got
there
you.
were no cells. No cells. It's a pod. It's like that shit from 60 Days In where you see like open air everything, but fucking bunk beds, and you're just in a lockdown pod. And
Yeah, this is what this was.
nothing.
I
10
can't
10
believe you
bunk
guys
beds, but
experienced that.
the room
That's
was big
like
enough to work out.
really like a next level experience, not the experience you probably ever think of ever having when you begin your life and start to understand the concepts of prison and all that. Like it really is like really wild.
It was a shocker.
Like I was appreciating it every moment of it. Like I was taking it in every step of the way, thinking like, I know I'm not supposed to be here, and this whole thing is wild. I bet one day this will be thought of as silly.
But imagine
But-
you were 10 years younger.
Well, there's no need in saying that here. So let's just take it in and enjoy our time. Like every step of the way, it was like, cool. You're gonna shackle me up, huh? Oh, afraid I'm gonna bounce away. I'm out. like
Wouldn't want the
laugh.
wheat
You're
mill
like,
guy to
I'm
run
Andy
off.
Dufresne.
kill one
I'm
of
Andy
you.
Dufresne.
You just have to laugh about it because like when the prison guard's like, hey, Kyle, what are you doing in here?
Yeah,
You're like-
I told you the first time I was on the show. I think I told you we talked about you at Talladega, not knowing that 2 years later you'd be right there next door.
Yeah. Yeah,
We were like, man, you remember FPS Russia's videos? And I was like, yeah, that crazy Russian guy. I know he was Russian because you don't have guns like that in America. I was wrong. I met Kyle, and he's not Russian.
There you go. Yeah, Talladega was a blast.
Yeah, great memories there, man.
A blast.
You
Let me
said
do
that
the.
you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I want you to. Since I'm Taylor, I'd like for you to handle the ad read right now. Is that what you were gonna do?
Oh, I was gonna let you do it.
But guys, you want to come more? How about a PKA Christmas sweater?
Pretty good.
Well, let
Okay.
me tell you. Okay, go ahead. Take it.
Are you or a loved one sick of mediocre or even bad THC alternatives? I know I am. Well, we've got great news for you. DeathByGummyBears.com and WonkyWeeds.com have you covered. Death by Gummy Bears and Wonky Weeds were founded by a group of passionate professionals who were sick and tired of those low-quality Delta 8 products that are just sprayed and coated and very often incorrectly dosed. That's why Death by Gummy Bears and Wonky Weeds had the boys in the lab cook up high-quality, powerful Delta 8 products that are accurately dosed and actually taste pretty damn good. Looking for a super strong 100 milligram Delta 8 gummy that will put you on your ass? Well, head on over to deathbygummybears.com. Plenty of them there and lots of flavors for you. If you're looking for a more mellow, relaxing high, then the cartridges, disposables, pre-rolls, distillates that you'll find over at wonkyweeds.com are going to be more your speed. So whether you're trying to get absolutely shithoused or just to have a nice, relaxing night at home, we've got the Delta 8 products for you. With so many satisfied customers around the United States, American-based Wonky Weeds and Death by Gummy serves all states where hemp-derived THC is legal. So whether you're a current THC enjoyer or you're just interested in trying something new, go to wonkyweeds.com or deathbygummybears.com depending on your bravery. and use code PKA20 to get 20% off. The ladies can head on over to PKA20 for 20% off your order. Do not overdose yourself by going to Death by Gummy Bears because I taunted you. Head to Wonky Weeds if you think that's going to be more your speed. It's all about having a good time. All right. Very, very strong products, appropriately, correctly dosed. It's not that theirs are stronger. It's just that everyone else's are shit. We're actually giving you what we tell you we're giving you. All right, Foom. Oh, hang on. I should have. Okay, there we go. This episode of PK is also brought to you by Foom. Foom is the natural inhaler designed for a better, safer, and natural way to quit cigarettes. It's a no smoke, no vape, and no nicotine replacement for the hand-to-mouth habit of smoking. Foom handcrafts wooden inhalers that use cores infused with plant oils studied to curb cravings. They have flavors like peppermint and conquer with minty notes to simulate menthol cigarettes and other flavors like cozy chai and lemon berry bliss for a sweeter experience. All of their flavors are 100% natural, no harmful chemicals, no artificial flavors, and absolutely no nicotine. Quitting is tough, but Foom can really help. They've got thousands of 5-star reviews from smokers who have tried everything else, and this worked. Whether you're a smoker or an ex-smoker who still struggles with cravings, Foom is the perfect tool for you. Head on over to breathethefoom.com/PKA and use promo code PKA to save 10% off your entire order. That's 10% off your entire order when you head on over and use, it's breathefum.com/PKA, code PKA. And of course,
check it out. Kick your smoking habit.
And of course, you get the finest, purest, most powerful cum-enhancing supplement on the market. Lock and Load. Created, formulated, and tested right here at PKA headquarters. It's been tested on all of our loved ones at one time or another, whether they liked it or not.
See the cum splatter? We fought for that.
We fought for that cum splatter. It was a big deal for us. I fought against it, frankly. I really wanted us to be able to get into stores, but Taylor said no. Put cum on that goddamn bottle, and so there it is. Take your 9 pills a day. Come like a man. Links down below. I think we've got I think you can use a code down there and get some money off. So do that too.
Thanks, baby.
Yeah, that's all. I'm done.
That's the ad reads are.
Yeah, that's all.
I think you did a great job, man.
Oh, I try. You know, reading's hard sometimes. I actually don't read that much. I use audiobooks. So,
you don't read much?
I mean, Reddit.
Yeah,
I read it well. So
if I'm talking about looking at letters and like reading, like that's reading. If I'm talking about that, like how much reading do we really do outside of my phone? Because I don't read.
I read on Reddit too much. I went through a phase where I was genuinely disinterested in Reddit and started like backing off that addiction. Mm-hmm. Apparently that phase is done. I'm on Reddit all the time now. It's not a healthy thing.
What are you on right now? Because I'll tell you, I'll give you mine. You think about your subreddits. Right now, I'm mostly on MMA memes. I like that. That's where they make fun of like MMA fighters and UFC fighters. Lots of silly, funny stuff going on over there. The Ukraine video report and combat footage. Those are my three. Oh, I can't leave out crazy fucking videos. Those are the four horsemen of my entertainment. They can carry me through any boring night, any shitty episode of a TV show I was going to watch. That's good content.
I like our Ukraine. I like our political humor, which has a liberal bent. You know, it's not a good place for unbiased information, but it's entertaining to me. There's a zillion fucking sex subreddits that would be embarrassing to even admit. They're in my feed. And what else?
That's weird. They're not on my feed, huh?
Ben Shapiro's sister.
Oh, I've heard she's amazing, but no.
Banger subreddit.
Our knives, REDC, everyday carry.
Wait, is the subreddit called Ben Shapiro's sister?
No, I think it's Abigail Shapiro. I don't know. Why would I know?
What is she doing? Is she still making good content all the time?
What's she doing?
Oh, she's titty pictures, huh?
But like, are they still coming out, or are these all the same recycled pictures?
I haven't really visited in a while. I actually, you know which one I like? It's a fun one because I like to say, like, you know, because when new ones come up in rotation, I'm like, I like main character syndrome. It's like people that are like,
I am the main character.
I am the main character.
I know main character syndrome. I don't know. Maybe it's a video version.
I wonder which one's the primary one. Like one.
This is not the primary. This is like
okay.
This is like an up and coming. Like they're top.
That could be more edgy though.
Yeah, exactly. Their top all time is like 50 days ago. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a new boy.
Yeah. Sometimes someone will turn me on to a new subreddit, and I won't even mention it because I'm like, this one's going down as soon as it gets any traction at all. Y'all are playing with fire in here.
That's insane is a good one too. That's a good subreddit.
The main character stuff. Like I start watching myself for this behavior. Like, what do you?
Oh, for sure. Me, I agree.
But
that's
you are the main
like,
character.
But I spent 9 years.
NPCs.
I mean, we're main characters. As a group.
Is that a subreddit? Main character syndrome?
I am the main character. It's it's entitled pieces of shit who will just make a goddamn scene for the sake of making a scene often, or for some self-entitled reason. Often I see I see TikTokers being pieces of shit, like ruining public ceremonies and stuff for no apparent reason. That's
it. Also, I like when people
these,
announce they're leaving a Facebook group is a good example. Like, dude, no one gives a fuck that you don't like the content of this group anymore, and now we're losing your contributions.
Bill Bailey is fucking leaving the Facebook group. Everybody shed a tear.
Exactly. So they would think they're the main characters. Perhaps.
I like the subreddits that are like sub 10K people up and coming. There's actually an ugly one. I like ugly content though, but like word chewing is one that just kills my fucking soul.
Is that like Bone Apple Tea?
No. It's like it's people on like TikTok. Like a lot of Zoomers do this this way of lip syncing where they move their mouth way too much. It's like incredibly obnoxious and I hate it. It's like one of those things. Very many little things make me cringe these days anymore. So when I find like a subreddit that I'm like, oh, I fucking hate this. Like it's important to me. You know what it is that I'm describing? You know what I'm describing when I say mouth chewing?
I'm imagining when someone is pretending like they're being
word chewing.
Oh, then no. I've seen people do the thing where they pretend like they're being dubbed over, so they're like, I don't want any part of this. Right. Like they're like moving their lips for extra words, like they were originally speaking Japanese and now they're putting a silly voice over. I can't do it very well, but it's a little
the TikTok videos I like are when people like they dance and they're upbeat right to this song. But the words on the text are like displaying what's happened to them lately. Like my husband just left me. I got cancer. I this.
They're doing
I that.
Fortnite.
Yeah. Meanwhile, she's like going for it and shit. And the juxtaposition of.
I think I just have a darker like appetite for entertainment like that because I really like people getting their comeuppance. I suppose. Not. Meaner ones than that. It's often like some lady just hauling off, and I saw one today, like right before the show. Actually, they're at a ball game. I don't know what kind, I wasn't paying attention to that because this lady she's sitting behind a big black guy and she has started an argument with him and she is screaming at him and then she slugs him in the face. So he acts like he's going to hit her, sort of draws back threateningly. So her husband has to stand up. I use the word has to stand up on purpose. And then he gets clobbered by that black man until he is unfucking conscious. And then thankfully the guy was like, I guess he's taking the L for you, and moves along and leaves. And it's just like, God damn it, lady, you suck. You couldn't even take the beating you earned.
Right? You know who earns beating but never gets them? Two guys get into a fight. Okay, mutual combat. I'm okay with this. Woman starts screaming, stop. I don't think anyone hates that woman as much as I do. I don't think anyone.
I hate her more.
It's hard.
I wish they'd stop fighting. I wish they would stop. And they'd say, all right, come here, bitch. You want us to stop? Let's get her, Jim.
Somebody's getting got.
And
Team up.
And they just clobber her.
I'm always just like, kill the woman. Kill the woman. That woman is the worst.
Whoever's yelling stop.
Video.
I don't care that it's a woman, frankly.
It's always a woman. You think it's some guy going, stop.
I could have dropped my
I'm not going to assume the screaming, high-pitched gender. I've seen a spider before. I mean,
we all scream like that when we see spiders.
I do have a feminine scream. Anybody who's ever like watched me game or whatever, or watched me stream a scary thing, like when I get scared, I scream like a woman every time.
I've heard him die in Tarkov. It happens sometimes.
Oh, in Tarkov, it's one of those games where you're just like crickets, and you're great, and then boom, headshot. You've been shot in the face from God knows where, and you're dead. And it's loud, like, and yeah, I scream so loud. It's
a jump scare built in.
I'll fucking hit the Windows key. Like it takes. I got to be playing for a few weeks to like get rid of those jitters. Windows keys up. Now I'm trying to fucking close the programs I've opened, and people. Yeah, it can be bad. I'm more clutch than I once was. Though we've been playing a bunch of Sea of Thieves. But I think I'm done with that. I'm fucking done with it because like I went on it relentlessly on PKN, but I just hate that there's no fucking point to all that gold you steal, and it's just there's no point to it. You buy cosmetics. I don't care what my pirate looks like.
That's all it is in that game. That's all.
Nothing but cosmetics. You can make like you. I watched Summit like stealing these valuable chests that from people, like hiding aboard their ships. And like once they've done all this work, he takes their chest and steals it, rows away and sells it himself. And I thought, man, that's cool. That's the kind of shit I like. I bet those people hate that he did that to him. And I bet now he gets good gear, but now he gets like, it's just about like being stealthy and being able to do that to them. It sucks for them because of their time invested, right? And because they can't just go do another one. They got to wait hours. It's cool for him, I guess, just because the stealth thing. Because the money he made is worthless. It's
mostly bragging rights.
Worthless. Like I think it's worth 6,000 coin, like an Athena chest or something like that. 6,000 coins is enough to like, I don't know, change your sails and buy a telescope. But you already have sails and telescopes. It's all about making them a different color. You know what I mean? It's just fucking lame. It's a kid's
no incentive
game,
for the late game.
There is no late game. It's
right.
Just, it skins. It skins.
They're supposed to have an update soon, right? Or am I thinking of a different game?
They do seasons, so I think season 8 is like just about. It's supposed to be more PvP oriented, but again, you don't get shit for killing people, so who fucking cares? Darktide comes out November 30th. Gonna be all over that. I love the closed beta for that. They got some tinkering to do, and they better put a scoreboard on the fucking game, or I won't play it.
I haven't heard of that. What is it?
Darktide is Warhammer 40k Darktide. It's set in the Warhammer 40k universe. If you're not familiar with that, I'm not going to go into the whole nerdy thing, but it's a very interesting sci-fi universe. Basically, it's 4-player co-op, smash and shoot through level after level. I mean, like once you do a level, like we've won. You know what I mean? Like we go in, we hit our level at whatever difficulty, and we work together as a team to get through a bunch of zombies and monsters and all sorts of demonic evils. And we're mostly slashing things with swords and shooting things with laser rifles and shit like that in this game.
Cool.
It's a lot of fun. It's going to be real popular, I think, on Twitch. I hope. And we're going to be playing a shitload of that November 30th. But right now, I don't have anything to fucking play. Someone told me Division 2, but that looks like shit.
Burnt on Tarkov at the moment?
I'm not playing. Yeah. I've been burnt on Tarkov for months. Like that's a game that you can beat. Once you have enough money that it's not scary to play anymore, it's no longer fun. And that takes me like a month or 6 weeks, maybe.
I disagree. I mean, to each his own. It's not that you're wrong, but for me, once you have enough money that you can laugh at a death, that's when I get a little more happy about the whole situation.
It's the opposite for me. The thing that fuels me is the pain. It's gotta hurt, man. It's gotta hurt.
I feel you. There's got to be risk for reward in my mind as well. I feel like
that's the only way we make Sea of Thieves fun. Like we never sell our treasure. We pile it up on the deck of our ship so that everyone can see it that sails near us. And it glows. So there's just this green glow coming over the horizon that is our treasure piled up because we don't want it.
Like moths to flames.
Get it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's more entertaining than what you can get with the money. It's more entertaining to leave it out as bait than to actually go spend it.
Yeah, I don't care what color my pirate is. I mean, he's white. Don't get me wrong.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Me too when I want to be.
Jewish people are white. What are you talking about?
I feel like what a white person is has gotten more exclusionary over time.
It's gotten less exclusionary over time. It
People
used to
like,
be that the Irish.
I'm not white. No, I'm not white. I'm gay.
The Irish only
I can't be white.
got.
I'm gay.
We
Don't call me white.
The Irish were included for a long time. The Irish, the Italians, the Jews, the Turks, they're all part of the family now. Come on.
You're going back farther than I am. I'm saying I think 10 years ago, Jewish people were clearly white, light-skinned Indians were white, certain Mexican guys were white.
I have literally black Jewish friends that are like 100% fully Jewish and they are fully black people.
Well, they're not white.
Yeah, but we're talking about
white. I think a good thing is you are white if the person next to you says white power and the other people around you also go, yeah, white power.
That's never
how you feel is the litmus test of how white or not you are.
I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I would be like, guys like white power, and I look around, the next guy's like, he's right. I'd be like, huh?
This doesn't I mean, obviously in the pre-show, PKA it does, but
yeah.
That's how we get fired up.
Happens in prison.
It's just an example of what would be a great litmus test. Would be this fake scenario where people are like white power, right? And like,
it's
just
not
how,
even
how
a fake litmus test. Let's say you were at the Charlottesville march. I say march because that's what I want to do. That's the one where Heather Heyer died of a heart attack, I believe. And that man went to jail for running her over. At that one, there were
trying to trigger me.
It's not hard. At that one, there were a lot of people there who were screaming white power and carrying those tiki torches, which is right out of those like videos I've seen from like Berlin, with the torches when they were like all walk. It's like, whoa.
Okay, so
but I guarantee there were guys there who were like, I don't know, more like me, who just wanted to see what was going on. I hear a march is going on. I'm like, who?
But let's say like some let's say people rolled up on me or were walking down my street with tiki torches and they were like white power, and I were there. I would, in my head, I would be like, do they know?
No way.
How could they know?
No,
and then I'd look at my door and I'd be like, my mezuzah. I have the mezuzah on my door. Did they see it? Are they coming here for me? Yeah, every Jew does. I'm like, are they coming here for me? Like, that's what I would think. So I'm white that I'm like, I can walk with them. I'm walking with them. How would they know? But if they saw my door, then I'd be like, maybe they did know. So I'm 100% white, and I love it.
The only outwardly Jewish thing about you is your name. I mean, you're like a big, tall, athletic guy and I don't mean that in a bad way, but like, how many like NBA starting Jews are there? Right? Like, I mean, maybe it's because they've got better things on their mind, or there might be something to that Jews just on average aren't the most athletic bunch.
I went into a sex store today. Doesn't sound relevant, but it is. And I went into a sex store and grabbed a couple stuff, and this little Chinese woman came out, and she was like, "Oh, okay, you getting this?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I was just like, she was like, "Are you paying cash?" And I said, I didn't know it was a Chinese person that owns this place. Because if I knew that, I would have brought cash. Because Jews know that if Chinese person owns it, and Chinese people know that if a Jew pulls up, it's like, hey, pay cash, you don't pay taxes.
Mutual.
I don't do that. Why would I do that? That's a bit. It's a joke. But let's just say it. Okay, this is a bit.
This happens in
But
Minecraft.
so if you roll up on like a Chinese business, as a Jew, you offer the cash first. You usually don't pay the taxes. So she was like, "Oh, do you have cash?" I was like, "I didn't know." I'm like, "My bad. I'm Jewish, and as per the New World Order secret agreement between the Jews and the Chinese, I know that we're not going to pay this government right now. So if I knew that it was you, I would have brought the cash,
Harley,
but I didn't know.
You're really
Wait, she goes, "You're Jewish?" And I was like, "Yeah." She goes, "You're so big." Jewish people are never this big. And I was like, "You're a Chinese woman and you own the sex store." And she's like, "No Chinese women only own sex stores." She's like, "Only me. I'm a crazy Chinese woman."
Y'all the outliers.
All this is like in like, English is her third language thing.
Yeah.
But
And you're like, "Yeah, and I'm a giant Jew. What of it? Give me that dildo."
how did you know?
Not paying tax on that fucking.
You know what I
dildo.
thought
Are
you were going to
crazy?
say? I didn't think it was going to be taxes. I thought there was going to be some bargaining to be done. I thought you were going to like whittle her down for that pocket pussy.
You ain't ever gonna bargain. You ain't ever gonna bargain with the Chinese person.
Notice I didn't take the low hanging fruit and say Jew her down for the.
Hey,
went
hello,
right back
the
to it,
bank?
and I get double
the
credit.
bank, him right there.
Yeah, that's him. That's the one.
I wonder which banks are. Never mind.
I don't get it. You make your own bank then.
Harley, you saw Game
Make
of
your own
Thrones,
bank.
right?
Start your own TV channel. What do you want?
You're in Game of Thrones. There's a boxing match, and you need to pick a YouTuber to be your champion to prove your innocence for whatever you've done.
Oh,
Who you picking?
To fight
Who's your
for me?
champion? Yeah.
Dr. Disrespect.
Woody's like, "Damn, you took mine."
He's not, do you think he's obviously the Paul brothers are the top of my heap, but they're almost boxers.
No, when
more
I
than-
wanted to,
yeah.
when I wanted to,
can I have Daniel
box
Cormier?
Dr.
He's a YouTuber.
Disrespect, I thought Dr. Disrespect would beat me. I didn't think that I really had what it took to do that, and I wanted
What
to
do you
really
think
set
now?
the bar very high. What do I think now? I think that if I took a boxing match now, I want it to be against an athlete. I want them to be a heavyweight athlete. I want to
You're
get
not
in that
pub
ring.
stomping anymore.
I want to get fucked up in that ring. I saw like Aaron from Game Grumps. I'm pretty sure he's in a box again. Like he went in, like he lost, and he's ready to go back. And I think that's fucking cool. You lose the match, you go back in the ring. Like that's really cool. There was this guy, I think his name is Halal Ham. He boxed Salt Pappy, who's one of the best boxers in YouTube boxing. And because he's actually like he just moves and fights like an actual boxer. He got fucked up by Salt Pappy, but he boxed again, and I think that was cool.
You know
thought
who
that
I
was
like?
really cool.
Is it Dr. Mike? Do I have his name right? He's
Yeah.
the actual doctor, makes a lot of videos about sports injuries.
Mhm.
I just in my mind, he got outside of his comfort zone a little more than other people did. Like and I don't know how to describe. The guy's classy. He's an actual doctor.
He went out of his comfort zone.
Yeah,
Why did he go to Rhode Island and box a monster of a man next to a dumpster for weeks?
he lost.
Oh
his,
no, that was me. I got out of my comfort zone,
no,
I met
next
Sam
to
Hyde in
dumpsters
the
is
middle of the
literally
and I gave him the keys to my life. I
fighting
was out
next
of
to
my comfort
dumpsters
zone.
is your Tuesday, Harley. This is nothing.
Fishing through the dumpsters is my Tuesday.
Oh, Zach said that the doctor's a pro fighter.
No, he's not a pro fighter, but he's been boxing.
I have a new topic.
Go ahead, Kyle.
So my friend, I'm gonna call you now, buddy. Who's going over to Ukraine to like fly the drones and train the people how to fly them? He said, I don't want to read everything he said here out loud, I guess, but he said,
Your dick was so tasty last night.
if
And
any of
another
us,
thing.
if any of us would like to tag along on one of these trips, they're 3 to 4 weeks at a time. You can choose your level of acceptance of danger. They're extremely nice hotels, great food. You can shoot machine guns, and you'd be surprised about how awesome it is here. I know for a fact. Okay, and then that's some more stuff that doesn't need to be public. Yeah. So I think he's saying that like we could tag along on some sort of a quasi-military-esque trip to the safe zone of Ukraine. And if we wish to, there would be a day when it's like, hey, do you want to go out into that place where it's not so safe? And that would be an option too. And I'm pretty sure they'd give us guns.
So you're telling me
FPS Ukraine
You guys
rises.
can't make it to Taylor's wedding, but you're gonna go to Ukraine. Is that what you're telling me right
Maybe.
now? You
I don't
couldn't come
think-
to my boxing match where I got you tickets and seats, but you're gonna go to Ukraine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the main character here,
There's a
right?
war
Suddenly
over
Harley's making this about him.
It's just a war over me, over Taylor, us. We're the same.
I've never been to Ukraine.
I've been to weddings before, Harley.
He said I'm Taylor.
Weddings fucking suck. Oh, you have barbecue? I can get barbecue here, Taylor. I don't
Barbecued
care.
human in Ukraine.
No,
It's
I
exotic
don't go to
experience.
weddings. I think they're foolish. Okay, everyone
Copy
knows
and
this.
paste.
I don't push my religious beliefs on you. Don't try to push your shit on me. So I don't go
Copy
to
and
weddings.
paste the message, Kyle. Is it so private you don't want to show us?
Oh, no. I guess I'll write all this here. It's just mostly it's either something that would be lame to say because it's like him being nice to me, or it's like some. Here, I'll put it here. I don't give a shit. I mean, just don't show it.
No, I wasn't going to.
Anyway, that sounds kind of fascinating. I did send him a message back, and I was like, I doubt they'll take felons.
This is a very anti-Semitic and gay message, by the way. So,
so,
I see why you didn't want to share
It'd
it.
be all for moot. But no, if it was I'll tell you this. Here's what I will say. If I had that,
Are you
offer-
endorsing these views, Kyle? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, 100%. I stand by every bit of that. Honestly, I wrote it all. I'm that's my username. No, I think that if this was like when I was in the middle of making YouTube videos, I would absolutely go there.
Exactly what I was thinking.
But I also think that maybe that's like a super scummy thing to do, right? Like how far is that away from that time that Logan Paul was in
I
a
was just
Japanese
thinking that
suicide
too.
forest?
I feel like I'm walking through your mind
So
the same time as
it's
you.
a weird road to hoe if you
It's a scummy thing to do a little war tourism.
yeah, not
That's a weird word.
It's not war tourism, it's war profiteering. Because I'd
Is
be
war
there
tourism
filming
a term?
videos and getting AdSense, like the only way to even make that not scumbag is to like donate all the money. So really it's kind of a, unless you're like reporting there, but if you're going there to make fucking content because of the easy access to weaponry in a place that's being besieged, that's super scummy. So
Okay, first off, I
I
object to the way you're judging me. All right.
yeah, it would be like a form of war tourism / profiteering in the case of a YouTuber or something.
What if
like
it's
that.
on my bucket list? Does that make it better?
Which part's on your bucket list to make the videos?
I want to see some dead people, and
This is
now
war
it's shitty.
tourism. That is,
This
it's
is
an
war
actual
tourism.
term. What he's
I mean,
describing.
Take your camera and it's journalism.
Yeah,
I
as
accept
always
your
has been.
terms.
It's only
I'm okay
prostitution
with
if
that.
you don't film it.
Wait. Maybe I'll get to kill someone. Can I operate the drone?
No,
hand-holding
bitch.
Now
We're
he's
not
He'll take-
fucking drone
He'll take the
striking.
drone
Take the
close to
gun.
someone, but I get to press the deploy button on the grenade.
You
Push the
joke
A button.
around, Woody. You joke,
You could do that from home. You could drone strike from home. You don't need to go there
Woody.
to do that.
Woody, I am
Water balloons.
Woody. I am 75% sure someone that could be arranged that you could tag along and that someone would fly it in and they'd be like, "Quick, Woody, press the button," and you could push the button. I'm
And then Woody
75%
killed
sure
No,
that could be
you
arranged.
You don't want to murder. You don't want to kill or
Don't you
20
tell me what I
terminate.
want? Do I judge
don't
what your
war.
wants are? Did I judge your sex tour acquisitions? No.
No,
Okay. Okay.
You're over there talking about bargaining with the Chinese to avoid American taxes. With
No, I
some
said
sort
you
of
never
secret
bargain with the Chinese.
handshaky
I said never
stuff.
bargain with the Chinese. That's
We
not what I said. I said never bargain with them.
Conspiring with the
bit of that.
Chinese.
Yes, that is
How
allowed.
much tax is there on a $50 dildo anyway? Like we're the whole thing was insane, and we were
Where are you getting your
$4.
dildos for
So don't-
50?
For, no,
50%
don't
off
hate
sex
on
toys.
Woody when he wants to blow up some Ruskies. Okay,
Yeah. They're not even real people. They're Russian. They got their
It's,
alphabet.
I've heard them
I'm
called
sorry.
orcs.
It's $7.50 on a $50 dildo where I'm from. It's 15%.
I mean, out of
So
our
now talk
cash.
to me. 15%. You want to fucking talk to the Chinese?
Why
I
don't
think
you use
know,
Amazon?
you
Why
won
is
me
Amazon
over.
not an option? Because I like Amazon all my sex toys. That
Amazon,
or
you can do that, but you still pay.
here's a free plug.
Amazon?
Yeah, you pay taxes if you
Amazon?
order it.
Ooh.
ExtremeRestraints.com also has excellent sex toys. That's if Amazon doesn't have something, I go to ExtremeRestraints.com.
I shook my head at that. I didn't mean it as a negative. I just thought you were going to Love Honey. You don't know
I
I
Love
like to go
Honey?
there live. I like to walk in
We're not-
there.
We're not sponsored by Love Honey.
We're not sponsored by any of these people.
I know, but I thought for a second I was like, are we?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand that.
I'm nervous
no.
for a second.
Extreme
Yeah.
Restraints is the superior website. Check it out and you'll see.
Maybe
It's
I need
great.
to go,
Don't
yeah.
don't show it or anything, Zach, because you'll find right away like it's just full of nudity and stuff. It's a whole thing.
Would you guys own one of those lifelike actual female like sex dolls?
No, and I'll tell you why. I already own remember Rage the game? So like I made a video, maybe you don't, it wasn't a great game, but they paid me a lot of money to make a video for them one time. And I guess they paid the Staples Center or LA a lot of money to put their shit all over the outside of the Staples Center. They had these big monsters that were in the game, human size. And so like I got shit. How did I this weed is so strong, dude. This weed is so strong. Rewind me like 6 seconds.
You were explaining why you don't have a real doll.
Dude, those
doll.
things, that thing I already have, that's just a terror doll, takes up so much room. It was such an annoyance to have what's essentially an extra person in your house.
You don't fuck that one though.
Well, I fucked it a little.
Small modification.
Says who?
I would if it had a pussy.
I fucked it in his monster mouth.
You can't tell me what to do, Harley.
Had all that wire.
No,
on
of
the
course
inside.
not. I
You
would
could
fuck
close it.
yours. Even.
Again?
No, dude, I wouldn't. You know why? They're so expensive. I saw
they are.
I saw an old ad in a newspaper, and it was for Vietnamese brides, and they were $6,000, guaranteed virgins, according to the ad. It's an old ad, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, mail order brides, and but there's no way. It's like $6,000 for that silicone sex toy that's really just creepy as shit.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the
and then
thing.
you got to dress it. That's what
You gotta clean it.
Clean it, man. Wash your cum out of it.
You ever seen
That's
the movie?
the easiest part. You actually
There's-
take the pussy out and you just run it under some warm water.
Oh my god.
I looked
You
up
do.
the cleaning because I did.
Yeah.
I've gone to the website and I've literally
Removable?
I've built one like 15
Really?
times, and I look at it. I'm like, if I'm like
What's its name?
every time I'm dating a new girl, I'm gonna be like, I gotta tell her about the closet because she opens up the closet and there's like a standing fucking.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of
Like, what the
removable
fuck?
Is that the
pussy.
look that would be on our face?
Like Harley,
It's
if
always
you're
like-
married, then you just have to get over that hump once, right? And then she just knows that you're in kind of a throuple. But if you're
Yeah.
dating, then every time you get a new girl, you have to explain that there's this other
You
partner
have
that
one
comes
big-
along
yeah.
with you.
You have your secret red flag that you always have to reveal
Like,
I love
like
that.
every single time.
have you seen the movie Lars and the Real Girl?
I've never heard
It's
of it.
about a.
No, I
it's
have
about-
heard of it. I'm trying to remember if
It's about a guy who orders. He's kind of a precocious, lives behind his brother's house in a like guest house kind of guy, and he orders one of these dolls and he dresses it up and he says it's his girlfriend and her name is Stacy or whatever, I don't remember exactly, and brings it to dinner and hangs out with it, and it becomes this super awkward movie that ends up being like sweet and funny at the end, but like it's weird. He bringing it to dinner with his family. It's so bizarre. He's like
Ooh.
talking to it like a person. They serve it food.
Oh man.
I saw a presentation. I don't know if it was before what it was before, but it was a bunch of British people who were politicians. But it was somebody's AI, and it was a robot standing there with a human face that blinked and looked around the room. She was wearing I say she because everybody there kind of kept messing up and calling it she, but it had like arms and a body and a face, and it kept looking around, blinking. And when they asked it complex questions, it had really AI type answers that were fascinating. It was cool. The whole thing was really interesting. And the guy that made the AI bot is an artist, not a scientist. So it's to him, it's like it's a piece of artwork or something to make you question, I don't know, personhood or something. I didn't read much of it, but I watched that robot answer some questions about, because it paints. They had this thing paint pictures, and the pictures are always different. You know, like hey, paint a rose. It paints a different rose every fucking time. You know, it's pretty fascinating. I'm kind of afraid of it.
I'm a little fascinated by these sex dolls.
those are. I was
Oh my-
gonna say those
market
aren't
for 'em
really
personally.
them. That's like some wish bullshit. That ain't it.
That ain't the real fuck
Wait,
toys.
No, like if it's not costing like at least 10K, like you're not in the realm of where you.
The
need to be.
trouble with these ads is they're all
Oh, that's weird, bro.
what am I looking for? Oh, this one. A lot of them are representations. Like they're rendered. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, this is.
Yes,
these aren't
they're
real
not. That's
photos.
not it. That's not right. That's not it.
Yeah, these are just cartoon characters or video
Well,
game characters.
If you click on one like Tom Raider, which was the one that appealed to me, the video looks like a real.
I got you, Woody. So
version of
don't
the
do this
doll.
if you're showing it, but click build your doll.
It does say
then you'll
Tom
see
Raider.
then you'll see what you're getting. And That's pretty gross.
I'm clicking on Tomb Raider.
That nipple's big enough to fuck.
Bro, that nipple is
You
massive.
modify those.
That shit look like a sausage.
Yeah, those nipples are big
Here,
enough to fuck.
this is the guy. This is the guy. The girl. What? The girl. That's the one.
Oh, these
Let
are
me
only
Go
two here.
here. You choose them.
You're the
if
real
honestly,
doll, yeah.
if you want to spend some money, you could actually like have like various vaginas and penis attachments that you could. Trust me, guys. I've gone deep. Change the
Holy
the eyeball. The
Okay.
You
eyeball.
can get a
Like, you could have
I would get
more-
the
more
pre-configured
veins.
Tanya. Like, dude, if you ask me, it's a little weird to build your own like perfect girlfriend. So I would buy the $7,100 pre-configured girl Tanya.
Kyle, what I love about you is you clicked on this website that I've
Yep.
gone down countless holes creating creating different various versions of these dolls, different tit sizes and nipples. This one has a dick. How'd that happen? Anyways, I've tried a million different things. Okay,
Yeah.
you clicked on the site, and the very first person ad you got, you're like, I'm done. It's
Found
the
her.
first picture is
Found her.
Tanya. It's the top first one. Right next to it is Stephanie, and there's other ones, but like he saw Tanya and he was like, lock it in.
Yeah,
I'm
done.
good to go.
I'm done.
I'm not wasting fucking time here. Let's roll.
Tanya's my girl. Here's the thing: if you click no changes, buy as is, they take another $1,000 off, $6,100.
Kyle, let me ask you this. I'm looking at these categories
Sure.
without knowing any more. Petite, wicked, or classic? Which one do you think contains the doll of your choice? Petite,
Definitely
wicked, or
classic. Definitely classic. Because my
Harley?
guess is Petite is sort of like a 90s supermodel.
Mhm.
Wicked is probably like a cartoon character thing that would be funny more than sexy. And classic is going to be like, I don't know, traditional.
The blonde hair, blue eyed, big
An
titty,
actual
traditional.
a traditionally curvy woman.
Josh, which
the
one?
reason why- okay.
Petite, wicked, or classic?
I mean, like my nature tends to say wicked, but I like Kyle's explanation, so I think I'd have to choose classic. Like realistically, if I looked at them, classic's probably where I'm going to be at. But in my heart, I want to say wicked.
By the way, your body type is classic.
Hey.
Harley, which one? You're the expert on this.
Like, I mean, the 100%. Like, you got to avoid petite because the last thing you want is your sex doll to like look like a kid in any way, shape, or form. So that's just nixed entirely.
Petite off the rip, I was like,
and since I've been here before, like petite they wear like small. That's the size that they wear. Like that's
Not
their
fit
shirt
for you.
size and stuff. I'm not going out there to a store and buying like small, extra small clothes, like girl
your doll.
like that's not it.
Oh.
So what I would do, I've decided is just like I'm like all these girls out there, they're getting like these big fake asses, big fake titties. If I'm buying a whole ass fake bitch, let's go the whole way. I'm talking about big ass fake hangers. I'm talking about a real dumper and like 9-inch penis. That's a
Obviously.
bit. That's
Goes
an
without
ongoing bit that I'm doing. You guys know
Yeah,
I'm straight. You know I'm straight, right? Did you know
I
that?
know you were.
Well, they come in threes, comedy. I'm sure it's going to be good the next time.
That was the third one. That was literally the third one.
in that
Now,
case.
Oh, shit.
fourth time,
No,
it's the
no,
truth.
I'm teasing. No, I couldn't buy one of those. I have expensive sex toys. I've
Mhm.
spent thousands of dollars. I'm probably like 10 grand total. But like that to me,
What do you
regardless
do,
of what I
you
think
do, you
about
little
it.
sicko? 10K
Here's the thing
of
about those.
toys. What do you
It's
get?
more-
What do you got here?
Oh, I've got some like bondage furniture that you really knock it out of the park in big chunks. Like when you get bondage furniture, you're buying, you're either getting a $500 piece of shit, and I'm not kidding, or you're getting like some $2,000 like weird couch that you.
Yeah,
that
I
you
like the
can't-
weird couches are great. You actually brought
Yeah.
up. I thought you were gonna be like say something extreme, but no, the weird couches. I'm like, oh,
I mean,
that'd be
I've
fun
also
to
got.
have.
I've also got. I don't want to blow anybody's spot, but I was a big YouTuber that you all know messaged me the other day. He's like, "Hey, you've got one of those Sibians, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I got one of those. Is it worth the money?" I'm like, "Yeah. You get the motor bunny. They're like $8.99. You don't need the app. You can wire that thing up. Girls just explode. It's great. It's awesome. I'm gonna get that. Don't you have a fuck machine too?" I'm like, "Yeah. You want the XL Intensity Pro? You get them on this website. Now these are $1,500.
Philip DeFranco said all this to you. That's crazy.
Dude, Philip still doesn't like me. I don't think. I think I'll tell you real quickly because I don't think I've ever told you this story. But like, I met him outside of VidCon or something, and I didn't break character. and he hated it.
No, I'm sure he was fine with that.
No, he mentioned it later. He hated it.
Yeah,
Really?
I feel like he's goofing. Like
He's been
like,
on the
I
show
hated
sometimes.
that.
That's
He
fine.
I
has
really
been on the
like
shows.
him. I still watch his content sometimes.
He's
I'm-
actually the most consistent YouTuber I consume over the years. Like at the end of the
Yeah.
day, he's just been the one that I literally always watched. Like
I like Phil, but I think that day he was annoyed with me.
Hmm.
But I think
Just played
I
FPSRussia.
refused to break character.
you guys see Phil? Did you guys see Phil? He's been posting about his transformation quite a bit lately.
He's lost some weight, toned up a
Yeah,
lot.
he looks great.
I thought that
Yeah.
first picture of him was fake when he was all heavy like that. I had never seen him like
Oh,
that.
it was
in a
crazy.
while.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I didn't know he
think
was
so
that
either.
heavy. It looked like, I'm not trying to be rude here. It legit looked like a fat suit compared to how he looks now
Yeah.
already.
Yeah.
So he's made a vast improvement.
And since I ruined Woody's hype talk by interrupting him countless times, you could also go listen to Phil on the thumbnail where it's his transformation picture. He does talk about it, and it's just works for like a really fat person like yourself who's listening right now. Fatso.
That changed
can
the
do
topic
it.
a little bit. I want
What's
to talk
that?
about. I
Say
want to
your
give
words
everybody.
again.
I said, can I change the topic a little bit? Or never
I
mind.
have no
Philip,
loyalty to
never
any
mind.
topic
Never
here.
mind. Oh my
That looks
Wow,
like a fat suit. It looks like in Click when he wakes up fat.
man, like this
Leave that up for a minute. This ties into what I feel like almost everybody is pretty handsome when their body fat is in check. Like I hardly know anyone who has a really bad face. Philip DeFranco looks really handsome in that center picture to me, and not so much on the left. Like he just
I'm
removed
a
the
dis-
weight.
I
off-
was joking. You're a
But he
gay
looks
man,
best on the
bro.
right. His full transition is incredible.
Okay,
I'm
but wait.
down, Philly. All
You're
right.
right. You're right. I do think like when you do get healthier, you look better. But I think it is unfair to say that about Phil. I think Phil's had some maneuvers. I don't know exactly, but once you get teeth, everything else is at play. Teeth is a
Yeah.
very big one, and if you
He's
got
got a
teeth,
point.
anything could have been something. You know,
Yeah.
Wait, I don't think I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying.
he
You're
got
saying
teeth.
surgery.
So once he got
He
teeth,
had his
like-
he had dental work done. You're
yeah,
saying?
his veneers.
So you're suggesting that because he had dental work, he may have had other work too.
Everything else is at play at that
Liposuction.
point.
Tummy tuck,
Yeah,
liposuction
honestly,
possibly.
the hairline, everything. I mean, he's always had phenomenal hair, and
Liposuction?
you know, and he
That's a good
has
point.
brought up stuff.
Nah.
Is that not a thing? I thought liposuction
Nah.
was real.
I know, no, it is. He didn't do that
Liposuction-
though.
He didn't do that. He lost his weight. Like
Oh, I'll
if he-
assume so.
lipo's traumatic. I will say on the left, man, he looks heavy. Like some people can
Yeah.
be 20 pounds overweight.
He
and
said he
look
was almost
obese.
300 at some points. He
I was
said
about to
that.
say he looks.
And I'm much taller
thick.
than him.
Yeah.
Goodness, well, good for him. Good for him.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about any of this. I mean, I guess I'd seen him at some point a year or two ago, and I was like, I feel he's looking a little thick, but I didn't realize he was getting real big. Good for him.
So
I love seeing that stuff.
I have like my body is like shout out to pears because that's like the natural shape of my body. Like as a person who like I do love like weightlifting and all that stuff. I love looking at those guys, but it's not something I would ever aspire to do. I know very well that my bone structure, my shoulders are like as equally as broad as the bones at my hips. And so like when I start to get fat, I have like love handles. That's just like where fat will build up there.
Same.
And it's very
Tremendous.
difficult to lose that. I mean, you're dialed in your diet and you were like taking it to the next level and you know, it took time. But like I did look into that. Like that is like one of the things that I looked into. I did also look into teeth at one point. I ended up
This
doing
is lipo. You
Invisalign.
looked into lipo.
Yeah,
Hey, whenever you want to do
lipo.
teeth, let me know. We'll go to Mexico and get them done. The thing
I
about
decided
that,
against it because teeth became a look in itself. Fake teeth are like they're so common.
you got to
now that
get
it's-
good ones. You can't get those boogies. You can get out of here with that. You get those boogie chiclets and start scaring kids.
Well,
Next thing you
Phil,
know, you're
speaking
trying
of Phil-
to fight other obese people on the internet for money.
He said it. He said Phil was like, "Don't ever do teeth," and he showed us his little nubs or like spoke about them, like, and he was up front that teeth is not the move. And I am happy that I still have my real teeth. I'm happy I
Yeah.
did that, but I did look into
teeth,
that.
but I think I did it the right way.
Here's
I
the thing
got-
about
What
those
did you
love
do?
handles.
What was your scenario?
Invisalign braces.
Oh yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
doing.
that's
I did
totally
that too.
different. That's
Yeah.
natural.
I had
That's-
a bottom tooth in particular, and
And you know what?
my camera's slightly high, so it's looking down on me a little bit. I'm a little more handsome in that regard. Plus, it sits on the monitor, and but it would look right into my mouth. And when I see myself on camera, I just see that fucking snaggle tooth, like looking for attention all the time.
Mhm.
And so I got the Invisalign braces, and I'm pretty happy.
They were fine before, but you know now they're perfect.
I
Yeah,
really
it
do
was
look like that
something
guy,
for
don't
me.
I? I do look like Philip DeFranco. Damn. All right, sorry, y'all.
I mean, someday you might.
You're like as
Not if I
his
watch the
transformation continues, he will eventually get to you.
If he keeps losing weight, if he loses another 200 pounds, get
The
down to 70.
The teeth are like, it was something that I looked into, and then like once I looked into that, like I looked into like a lot of things like that. Like, you know, I mean, you're like on camera, you look at like all the guys that do the things like people like that get hair transplants and stuff. Like, I'm obsessed with hair transplants. I don't need a hair transplant, but I've always loved hair transplant content. Like Fuzi got rid of it, but he had this video where he went and, like, it was not a hair transplant, but he tattooed hair on his head. Yeah. And it was like such a crazy wild video.
That's an interesting look.
Oh, it's one of the, he doesn't have it up anymore, and you could probably find a re-upload of it, but like Fuzi getting the head tattoo is just like a peak time in YouTube for me personally. I mean, shout out to him. I don't know if that was a rough time for him. I think it was, but regardless, he did that. And then he got the head tattoo removed like 2 episodes later. And I was like, his vlogs are next level. But I looked into the male liposuction thing, because like when I was looking into it, I'm like, oh, there's extra fat here on the sides. For the price of Invisalign or a sex doll, a custom sex doll, I was like, yeah, you could do something like this. And I was looking into it, and I got a consultation because I had like a friend, and he was like, how much do you weigh? And at the time I was like 270, and he was like, oh, you got to be like much lower before. He's like, take your shirt off. I took my shirt off, and he was like, oh, he's like, your body looks different for a guy who's 270. I thought you would be like flabby or more, but my skin is kind of elasticy. It's not like, but whatever, regardless, I looked into it. He was just like, yeah, it's really hard to lose that part. Yep. Like, it's just really hard. It's
the last bit of fat I lose.
Exactly. But you felt that way also. Like, and I saw like your bigger pictures, your before pictures, but I don't think your sides like hit quite like mine did, you know? They were there, but they weren't like mine were just like really next level. And I was like, anyways, the reason I brought it up, because I asked him, I was like, so like, do you get like a lot of dudes? He was like, so many. He was like, over 50% of the operations that I do are the like male liposuction on their love handles. And I thought that was really fascinating, because people don't talk about their hair implants when these famous people clearly have hair implants. They don't talk about steroid use when they're clearly on fucking a ton of juice. There's no way they're going to ever say if they got liposuction on their fucking love handles. They would never bring that up in a million years. But it was just interesting hearing him say that. And then again, the guy's trying to sell it, and he was like, everyone's doing it. Everyone's doing it. But I kind of believe that, because here I am, a guy, and I was reading about it, and I'm getting a consultation. Like, and who am I, you know, like.
No, it's frustrating when like you have a 6-pack, or you can see abs, but there's still like, God damn it, this tight shirt makes me look like I have fucking love handles. I do have love handles. Fuck. How much broccoli must I eat?
Body dysmorphia too, though, is very real, right? Like you must have
say that. What's
moments,
very real?
Body dysmorphia.
Oh,
you never have that, because I get that a lot. I get that, like I do a thing and I'm kind of having good results, and then I'm like, I'm weak.
I want to answer.
I look bad.
I am sometimes accused of having body dysmorphia. I disagree. I think I know exactly what I look like, what my pros and cons are. Like a person who spends 5 to 6 hours a week on camera would. I think I just have higher standards. People are like, oh, Woody, you've got abs. You look great. I'm like, I have 4, and then almost maybe those lower 2.
Yeah, get away from me, fatty.
I want the people who hate me to be like, well, I mean, obviously there's 6 there. You know, like I can't deny it. It's clearly a ripped 6-pack. That's what I'm going for.
You know what you got to do?
Suffer more.
Yeah. But what you need is an operation to remove some loose skin. Lock you into this new tight bod, right?
You probably. So I have an answer for that too. So my wife just had cosmetic surgery. She had her eyes done, and also fat grafting. As you age,
how'd the eyes turn out? Sorry to interrupt.
Amazing. She looks
She's
great.
4 now.
Good.
No, they look really good. I didn't even think her eyes needed to be done. It wasn't a thing that I focused on. And she also had fat grafting, and this is the relevant part. As you age, you can like lose the fat under your chin bones, and it creates sort of a sunken in older look. And the fat that's under your eyes kind of lowers. So they like remove that fat, put the pads back up where they need to go, and they injected fat under her cheeks, and it just gives a younger look. The thing is, it came from her like love handles, and it was a 1/4 pound. That's what they took. Maybe a 1/4 pound per side, but work with me. Not a lot. It has been the hardest part of her recovery. It's the only part 2.5 weeks out that she's still recovering from.
I bet.
It is, and by the way, we're talking about half a pound.
You talking about
It
the
is
love handle?
Yeah.
The
It is-
lipo.
Like the
The
healing
lipo-
from that area?
So the donut
Traumatic.
part was her love handles, and then they take more than they need, so they can put it in the face and throw away the extra.
What did they use to do it? What
I'm
was
pretty
the
sure it was
method
like
of-
a bubble tea straw type thing that sucks, and they're just
Like a trocar at the dentist's office.
Okay, yeah. What this
I
guy
don't
was
know.
going to do was he was going to put like a pin hole in you, and this is like pretty advanced, and he's got this really intense machine that would turn the fat, but this is different because they're trying to take that fat out and use it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas in this case, he's trying to remove it. So what he would do is he had this thing that like vibrated at a speed. It turned your fat from like butter into queso, and then he pulled it out, and a different device pulled the queso out. And he said he could pull out like about a can of soda on each side per average when he's doing this with people.
Weird.
About a can of soda of fat on the
Fat.
sides.
The point I'm trying to
But
lay
then
out
again,
is
in your
this.
case,
The point I'm
they're
trying to lay
using it.
out is that it is much less painful to just do a caloric deficit for 3 weeks than it is to come back from lipo for 9 weeks. Like,
Yeah.
What is the recovery? Like, is it very badly bruised and it hurts her to move?
it's sensitive to the touch, and it's sensitive to certain movements. She'll twist or something, and just like a broken rib almost.
And
like
you're
it
talking
hurts.
about minor lipo in a very contained area. And what people do is their entire thighs will get done. Their whole sternum, stuff like that. Like
Right.
their whole abdomen. Like those people are laying there in excruciating pain for weeks.
Month
and
and a
know
half.
that.
These are
Yeah.
people who need help wiping their ass. Like,
Yeah.
these people
This-
are in trouble.
The one that I was referring to is you would be in bed. You need someone to take care of you for 2
Yeah, that-
days after only 2 days, and then you can get on a plane and you can fly back home, and you will be doing exercises, light working out at the gym, lifting light weights 2 weeks after.
2
Oh.
weeks.
But
Yeah, what you're
but the
describing is a whole
difference is
different.
he was extracting. She was having something extracted that was going to be used elsewhere, whereas this one it's probably going right in the trash.
He's
or some
trying to
shit.
destroy the fat
Mhm.
on the way out. I follow the
Mhm.
difference. Get it and report back. Let us know how rough it was.
Well, I decided against it. I
Decide for it
against-
because I want to know more.
I honestly like.
I
it's
am
one
the
of those
main
things-
character, and you are but a minion. I am sending to
You're
report.
the author. Sounds like you're the
Get
author.
the lipo.
You're writing the next chapter of my life. No, but I always thought about that stuff. I always considered that stuff. I always thought it was like funny when people were just like, "Oh, epic mealtime, like manly man thing," and I'm like, I get my teeth whitened, and I sometimes like tan. I like when I wanted fake
Mitch
teeth, when I
Hedberg's in
wanted veneers,
Mhm.
I went and my logic was I wanted Steve Harvey's mouth.
Mm.
And my orthodontist was like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "I'm on camera. I think every single thing I do would be way funnier if I had huge white teeth."
That's the mustache. Oh, Steve
would-
Harvey inspired.
Dude, it would have been funny
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
if you.
I don't think your teeth can look as white as his. It's a comparison thing, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, now I got the Invisalign because there's just a lot with my mouth that
Oh,
I
you
wanted to
did
fix anyways. Yeah, I remember we spoke about it a whole
I
bunch.
remember now. Yeah, how is it turning out for you?
I have 100 days left on it. Then I
Uh-huh.
heard that I get like retainers and stuff or whatnot.
Does it
But
hurt?
I've been super happy. Sometimes it hurts. Like when I first started, I was very depressed. It hurt, and I was like depressed kind of for like a couple days. Now I like the pain. Now I like when I put on a new tray and I have like every single one of my teeth being squeezed. It's a very strange feeling, but I kind of like it.
My last couple months, I felt like my teeth barely moved. Like I had 18 months to do roughly. And it seemed like most of the progress was in the first 4 months. And then the last, what is that?
You're right.
14. It's incalculable.
These are my
Um,
last trays, and they slip on the easiest.
They hardly do anything. And
Yeah.
I'm like, am I wasting my time? What's up with here? I liked wearing them though. It was almost like having a mouth guard in. And I do this, I do stupid things like jump my motorcycle and whatever. And I just sort of liked the idea that all my teeth were kind of locked in and things were
Mhm.
okay. I couldn't bite my own tongue or lips very hard because they're all rounded by the Invisalign braces. And now
Right.
I just have like dangerous teeth unleashed on my tongue and cheeks all the time. It was something to readjust to.
Yeah.
My teeth are messed up from doing drugs in my teenage years, and I've got cuts in my mouth all over the place every day, man. I got razor sharp teeth, and I was thinking about maybe Invisalign might bring everything home again. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, Mike, that's interesting you say that. Your teeth look great from you just talking. Like, I don't like
them.
Yeah, that looks great. Like,
they didn't fall out and they stayed white, but I ground them. On one side, they're totally flat, and on this side, they're totally sharp. You can see where I was grinding.
Oh, yeah. Like, I see. I grind
What was
my
the
teeth
drug?
too. I do that.
That was just a lot of Molly powder did this to my teeth, pure ecstasy.
What did
About
you eat it or something or drink it?
Yeah,
I mostly ate it. I mostly
what do you
ate it.
do? Then you're high on Molly?
Oh, yeah. Then I'd be rolling balls, and I did that for like a solid year before I got locked up. And I never wanted to invest the $1 to go get a pacifier or some Jolly Ranchers that would have prevented this from happening.
How like, so you would drink it or something like that?
No, I would straight eat it, spoonfuls of it.
So
So you
pause
use
here. I
spoonful-
want to understand what happened. Was it the actual like chewing on a Molly that did this to you, or
Oh.
was being on Molly? Like,
Yeah,
what causes
you
this?
grind your teeth when you're on it. It makes you
Have you ever
grind
done
your teeth.
have you done like a stimulant like that ever? Like something like that, Woody? Have you ever done anything like a drug like that?
I don't
Super
think anything
stimulating.
in that class. No.
You've done
Yeah,
like you
stimulants
smoked
will make you-
weed. You never did coke?
Adderall,
I
perhaps.
haven't done coke. I haven't done
Adderall?
Adderall. I've
5
done
ends?
Medicinal, which is like a mild Adderall, prescribed
What's-
from a
what's-
doctor. I did
Okay.
ketamine, which is probably the coolest drug I've
Wait.
done.
That doesn't
How
make you
did-
grind your
wait,
teeth. At
how
least
did
not
you
my
do-
experience.
How did you do ketamine?
So the viewers heard about it a few weeks ago, but
I don't give a fuck about them.
this is why I'll tell it quickly. Mind Bloom. This is they're not a sponsor or anything, but I found an article about them. I went there and they're like a therapy thing. I was kind of going through it a little bit, like having depression, which I feel much better now if anyone cares. But
Do.
so I went to Mind Bloom and I was like, my goal is to kind of find happiness. And they're like, yeah, that's what we do here. And they would teach you how to take ketamine and deliver it for you. So first they get like, your height and weight and your dose, and they take a little guess. They kind of guess lower so they don't fuck you up. And then the first time there's like a therapist, they go over what your goal is out of this trip, and you journal afterwards. They even send you like a blood pressure cuff, a journal, a blindfold, and set you up for success. They teach you how to take it, which I wouldn't have known.
So that's
I
an
would-
exact page out of mushrooms and how they'll guide you in a mushroom trip, which a lot of people do. Okay, sorry, continue. But like in like you could find mushroom places like that with the journal and everything.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
So-
I think ketamine is actually after mushrooms. Mushrooms is first in this conversation, and I think ketamine is a bit newer. I might be wrong, or it might just be a
Okay.
Canadian thing. But mushrooms is out, and ketamine is the next.
That's
What a beauty.
interesting. I thought they were comparable.
No, they
But
are.
anyway-
They are. I've heard, but I don't know.
Okay.
A lot. Sorry, continue.
So they teach you how to take ketamine. Afterwards, I took it, and
How did you take it?
Side
It was a
note.
powder.
so it was a pill. There were like 4 of them. You put it under your tongue and you let them dissolve, and then you hold it there for 7 minutes. Now I would kind of cheat it and hold it for like 9 because
You want that to hit.
Got to get
You
that
just-
dope.
you get a snitch on me. What do you do? And then you spit it out. You're not supposed to swallow it because it can make you sick. And then what does it feel like? Well, I was under a weighted blanket, and I felt like I was on sort of a warm, slippery slide, like a water slide type thing that was slow and casual and enjoyable. They have a soundtrack. This is Mind Bloom. They have this like binaural audio. I'd never listened to it, not on K, but in the K hole, it was exactly kind of the mood to set. And then I would sit there and focus on the shit I was trying to figure out, like how do you fill Jackie's bucket? What should we do with Colin next? Things what to me are like my big issues.
Right. Yeah.
And when
Do you know
I'm
how
on
many,
there,
do you know how many milligrams per pound of your body weight they gave you? Did they tell you the dose?
I know that I started on 250 and moved to 400. So
Milligrams.
probably.
Okay.
Yeah. And when I'm in this K-hole, one, it's a really enjoyable sort of slide, and I would just go with whatever I felt was happening to me. Oh, my sliding feet first down a dark, warm, happy water slide. Well, that's where we'll go. I'm not fighting it. I'm not controlling it. I'm just taking what I get. And then all the ideas and thoughts I had were not subject to the same sort of second guessing that you have.
The judgment.
Yeah, judgment. Like right now, if you were to like, you know what, maybe I should start this kind of business. Another part of you would immediately say, well, here are the pitfalls to going down that avenue. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. When you're on K, every idea you have is a great one. And
Unrestricted.
you've come up with your personal answer key. You journal it, and then you can, review those answers later. But at least at one point, you had full confidence. This is exactly what needed to happen next. And I came out and started feeling much better after the 6 sessions. I don't know if it's the K. Maybe I would have felt that way anyway. Time passes, feelings change. But it was a good experience for me.
It was a perspective shift, if nothing else,
So, I had done it like casually, like friend thing. Did it and thought it was like another drug that exists in powdered form.
Tell me about your setting.
That's how I did it.
It was just like my buddy and my friends, and we're just like chilling. And it was a friend of mine. And
Did you
he was
walk
like, "Oh, I
around
got
on it. Were you in a bed? Did you have music?"
I'm in the basement of my house,
Just chilling.
and we're chilling. And and he was like, "Yeah, here, this thing." And I'm like, "Cool, let's put down a line." And we thought it was like another drug and did the size of the line that you maybe would do if you were in Hollywood and enjoyed this drug. He's nailing it. Josh nailed it. So the first time I did it, do it. And then it was like that. And I was sitting there and I did it and I was like this. And I could move. I could. I'm not going to because I don't want to. But I could move. And my fingers, exactly where they are on the couch, and the grooves of this couch is so perfect. I don't even want to move it a millimeter. And my feet, in my socks, in my shoes are perfect. I'm not moving. Everything is perfect.
Locked
I'm not
in.
moving. Locked in. Don't know how much time passed, but then finally the garage door opened, behind us, to my house, and Muscle's glasses actually. And Tyler came in, and they had hot dogs and French fries and stuff. And as soon as they came in, me and my other buddy were both like, "Oh my God, how long were we there? This is not, I need to eat something. I literally need to eat. I can't believe it. If you didn't come, I would have never left what was just happening." And then I didn't touch it. And I didn't
Take
touch it
your
for a long
setting.
time.
Mine was, I had a similar type thing. I didn't move an inch, not a millimeter. I laid like this, like a Dracula in a coffin. I had a weighted blanket, a scented candle, and a blindfold and headphones on playing music. And I didn't move at all, although I had the sensations of moving. I
That
thought I was
sounds
sliding
scary,
around.
bro. That sounds scary as fuck to me, honestly.
Well, then-
Okay, it's not your cup of tea, but it was mine.
I would
And
probably,
so-
I would have tried it when I was doing stuff like that, but that I already know that's going to be some introspection that
Wait.
you got to be ready for.
Wait, so I did it, and then the next time I did it was years later, and I did it a very small amount, and I heard it's drunk like sober, and I was drunk, but you don't know you're drunk until you get into a scenario I was out, so it's like a party drug now too. At this point, it's evolved to that, and I'm out, and it's you don't realize how fucked up you are until you get to a place where the lights are on and you're walking down the stairs. And as you're going down the stairs, that's when you realize your motor functions are not exactly where they would be. They're kind of you're drunk, except your head is clear, your mind is clear. And in fact, you're thinking quite a bit and you remember everything about the night. You don't forget everything. You don't forget anything. And you remember everything and you remember your interactions and you could talk to people.
But your body is drunk.
Yeah. But then the next time I had found this, basically the means of consuming it, which is now a really hot way to consume ketamine is case spray. It's perfectly into a nasal spray device.
What?
Mixed in, and every pump is a perfect 0.10 milligrams or 0.11 milligrams, and usually just people just go and the thing about ketamine, which I learned, is it's not like cocaine. Ketamine stacks. Cocaine does not stack. As in a buff. That. Well, buffs in an RPG. You take this potion and you get 10% buff. Take it again. Does it stack? You're 20% buff. Take it a third time. Your defense is 30% buffed. Okay. Or does it not stack and you take it and it's a one-time 10% every boost. Time? So you do coke, you are buffed. You are on coke. Maximum. You're 100% on coke. So
regardless of dose.
And then 10 minutes later, you are 20% on coke. So you do it again. Now you're max on coke, 100%. Ketamine is you do it, you go, and now it's you are on ketamine. Let's say you're 100% on ketamine right now. The next time you pump it in, you are 140% on ketamine. You do it more, you're 180% on ketamine. And then you do it, it's you are 500% on ketamine, you have disassociated.
Right.
You have exited your body, your soul is separate from your body. And in my experience, it was I'm at this place called Stereo, which exists in Montreal, and Stereo is a blacked out place that opens at 3 p.m. It's a fucking haunted house. It's insane. It's weird. The people in there are weird. No disrespect to them. I'm there. It's just a fucked up, weird place. And every time you go, you're like, I'm never coming back. This was amazing. I'm never coming back. And then when you end up back there, you're like, how the fuck did I come back there? It has a very valuable floor, as dumb as that sounds. And it has like 180 lights on the ceiling that are so perfectly calculated down to the millisecond that sometimes they do these strobe effects that looks like you are literally in a 90s CRT TV right in front of you.
Ooh.
You don't even have to be high for it to not feel fucking crazy. You could be sober. The lights are insane. The sound system, each speaker is like $180,000 speaker. Like when you get there, it does not feel like North America, because when people come from all over the world and they Google about what there is in Montreal, Stereo is one of the things that come up as a special thing, as a nightlife experience. There's no alcohol there, but it goes from like 3 a.m. until like 1 p.m. the next day. And they're fucking militant. There's no phones. You can't take your phone out. There's no chewing gum. You do anything wrong, they'll punch you in the face and throw you out. And the biggest fucking druggies go there, and also the biggest music fans, the biggest DJs try their sets out there, and it's just a very interesting, fascinating place. And it's a weird place to ever try a drug for the first time or really experience one. So I was there, and I had done ketamine to the point that I was now a 7,000-year-old baby from an alternate dimension, and I wasn't me, and that was okay, because everyone is a 7,000-year-old baby from an alternate dimension, and that's what
you're
think.
Walking around on your in your K-hole.
I'm walking and I'm dancing and I'm talking to friends. Like I'm walking and I'm doing it. And it's been like, this is like, by the time I get here, I've dosed slowly and stacked until I've hit this perfect cocktail at like 3 a.m. that started when we first went out drinking at like 10 p.m. So we're drinking at the same time, smoke a little bit, we're hanging out, we're doing our thing, and you just experience this. So this goes on, and then you hit that level where it's just like, now I'm like, because like what you did is like a recreational amount. Like it's like a passive recreational. It's a good amount. It's nice. Where I got to was like, now it's like you've reached the maximum level where you are like literally disassociated. And once that happens, you don't get proper footing for anything. You could speak to people and you're not like, but like I literally like looked at like my buddy who got this for us, who is like used to it. And it's funny. He's just like a bald dude, and he like hooked it up. But when I looked at him, he was the boss baby. Everyone was disgusting and dirty, but the dealer, he was boss baby. This made sense in my head. And I went up to him, and at one point I was like, yo, I got to ask you. Right now, I feel like life is a cartoon, and I'm in space. And now as I'm talking to you about this, it's nothing like a cartoon at all. In fact, I have 14 seconds of being completely clear-headed. This is a really crazy experience. What am I feeling? And he was like, it's the ketamine that will... And I'm like, thank you. That encapsulates perfectly what's going on.
That's what I meant.
And that's exactly it. And I'm glad to know that we're literally on the same page. I was so fucked up. And what you said that was really hit with me is you said every idea is a good idea. And you are 100% right. Because I woke up the next day and I said, I'm going to box again. I woke up and I was like, I am going to box someone again. I was boxing to stay in shape. I was like, but I will fight again. So I put the call out.
Do you have an announcement to make?
I put the call out there, and I will be boxing again is my announcement.
Hey,
nice.
Yes, that is the announcement.
Awesome, man.
And it is literally about like a notch away from being locked in. And now that I'm not on ketamine, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm back in boxing. I'm like, why? I beat up a gamer. Why am I going back?
What I'm trying to send you is a statement from Donald Trump. It says,
oh, I wish he was here. Do you miss him?
Can we go to that next?
I wish he was
a little more
here.
K talk.
I'm talking about Taylor, though. Don't you wish he was here to read this right now?
Okay, does that link work for you?
I don't know why it doesn't for you, but hang on.
Incognito. It doesn't work for you either.
For some reason, it's working on my end. It doesn't matter. I'll send you the alternate link, and then I'll stop interrupting. Sorry.
You know what's funny about a lot of the people that hate the Jews? A lot of people that hate the Jews are talking shit about Jews, or just don't even hate Jews, but are just being like anti-Semitic, unintentionally, whatever. A lot of them also like Trump. Trump loves Jews.
So
Trump even loves Israel.
His son-in-law is a Jew.
Is he? I didn't know
Like
that.
a big
Kushner?
one. Yeah.
yeah,
sure.
Manuzal and
Jared
everything.
Kushner. And his daughter, I think, converted. I think is it Ivana?
Gold, but
What's the daughter's name? Ivanka? I mix them up.
Ivana, right?
Ivana.
I think.
I think she's Jewish
It's
now
Ivanka.
too.
Well, she's got a little Jew in her.
I don't know how big
Ah.
he is, but she's.
they're never that big. They're
Take
never
it a lot harder.
That's not what my people are known for.
All right, let me just read it real quick. Please do the K-hole thing. Do the K-hole thing. I want to get to my thing, but it's not fair for me to jump in. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done with the thing when I
had one more thing. So I did 6K trips during my little session with Mind Bloom, and I described most of them, right? Where you go in with a goal. Afterwards, you journal what happens, etc. Trip number 5. I don't know. I just wasn't firing on all cylinders. Maybe I forgot my goal or I couldn't focus on it or anything. And you have to understand there's this music that's playing through the headphones. It's on my laptop, which is a Mac. And because of that, I have texting right there. And nothing's really hitting. I don't have any solutions. I feel like I'm failing at a school assignment or something. So I pull my blindfold up just a little bit and I hop on text and I hit up Jackie and I just say I say, fuck me. The journal session from that one is straight up literotica. Like everything she did for me along the way. And it was one of my better experiences in the end. She just, it was everything I hoped it would be.
So it still
Nice.
worked out,
So
even though at first it
interesting.
felt a little off.
My night that I was describing, my favorite part about that night was it was one of the first nights or the only night that I could think of where I went out for the night and sex was not at all a motivation at any point in the night at all. So I went out and every human looked grotesque except for the friends that I came with, and camaraderie was the peak thing. There was nothing about me that was horny or wanted to fuck any girl or
Love and
anything at all.
friendship.
And I literally I want to fuck all of you right now. Like that's how it normally
So
is.
that's saying something.
Exactly. So I was out and I was like, this. I went to the after hours. This is interesting. And then we're gonna talk about
Kyle's thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went out to have a cigarette, and I don't smoke cigarettes, but I'm a 7,000-year-old space baby. I walk out, and there's all these people there in the cigarette pit, and it's like Stereo has a disgusting cigarette pit. Art directors would never be able to make this. It looks like if I showed it to you, if you were there right now, you'd be like, we are in war-torn Ukraine. That's what you would think. That's what it looks like, and everyone's speaking different languages because everyone's just from all over the world. And you're there, and I'm there, and I was having a fucking phenomenal night. And I walked out super messed out, and I said, I am appalled and fucking disgusted. And a guy there was like, why? And I'm like, because this is the best night of my life. And he was like, I don't get you. And I was like, I'm disgusted and appalled because this is the best night of my life. He's like, you sound mad. I'm like, I'm not. I'm fucking happy. And it's disgusting. And I said that in my friends didn't think sense of it. And I kind of had perfect sense in my head. When I woke up the next day, the thing that I was trying to say was that I can't believe throughout my entire life that this right now, this cigarette pit, smoking this cigarette, I don't like cigarettes. This is the best time of my life. This was the happiest I've ever been because of a fabricated, silly fucking spray that I bought for an amount of money.
Mhm.
And my stupid fucking body and DNA got tricked into thinking this was the best thing ever. However, the clear-headedness of Kay was like, this is disgusting and ugly. I was dancing tonight. I don't like to dance, but I mean, my friends went out and we're dancing, and now we're smoking a cigarette, and I don't smoke a cigarette, and I am peak fucking happiness to the maximum. I'm disgusted that God and the universe did this to me. My best night is here right now doing this.
That's probably what it feels like to be an angel all the time, and we lost that in exchange for a soul.
That's
Rip
interesting.
off.
Yeah, think about that one.
What's
Oh,
that
wow.
about?
How did we get deep?
I'm just
killer
curious.
already. I just got laid on.
Told that to
Lightning,
me on
now we're
K, and I would
here.
have passed out. I would
Yeah,
have
he would
write a
have fallen
short-
out.
I have a short story about that if anyone's interested. Statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, October 27, 2022. Congratulations to Elon Musk on his purchase of Twitter. Many people are saying that change was needed as the old management was too concerned with the woke agenda. I have been told that my account will be back up and running on Monday. We will see. Happy to be able to engage with an African-American owned business.
Wait, did he say that?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he
my
is
God.
African American. I didn't think
He
knew.
is.
He's
Yeah.
from South America, South Africa. I mean, it's
Donald Trump lets us know that he'll be on Twitter Monday morning sharp, and he ends with a banger. I told you.
Is that true? Elon Musk bought Twitter,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Trump's going to be back on
He
Monday.
said it on one of
Yeah.
his things, and then they basically made him do it. It seems like he said it, and it affected the
like I
stocks,
said-
and it affected a bunch of shit, and then basically some kind
I
of
mean,
trade
he agreed
commission,
to
I
buy,
guess.
and then he tried to renege. And you know how I hate
Yeah.
that.
You can't say that word. You can't say that.
The classic.
I never would have voted for Trump. I never wanted Trump to be banned from Twitter.
Sure.
Listen, I was in
Entertaining, if nothing
Texas.
else.
I was in Texas. You know me, painfully liberal cuck, right? The comments let me know. I went to Texas and I was like, shooting firearms. I support that. I think that's awesome. I love that.
Right.
When people in Texas are like, come and take them, I'm like, they're right. Go and take them. Go. Go.
So
I
apparently,
dare you,
Elon,
go and take them. So people find come and take them as like this really like intense thing because it's like, well, what if we all voted and decided, and like, but firearms is one thing that I'm like, I really back that. But then when I talk about like firearms with my friends, like some of my friends, because I do have friends with crazy varying different viewpoints, I'll be like, oh yeah, fire, and then I like get in this debate with them.
Because they're like
And-
guns shouldn't exist or something.
Well,
too
I'm
far
like, yeah,
extreme.
like I'm red pilled now to them because I'm
Right.
like, we should have firearms. Like, that's cool. That's okay. I support that. There's issues with gun control. There's issues with mental health for sure. Can't be as it is right now. But like, if I were a guy in Texas and I had that shoulder mounted Barrett, you can't come take it. No one's coming to fucking take it. And I get that. And like, it's funny because like I back that and then I talk to my friends and they're like, they'll say X and Y about women's rights, let's say, or something more. We can go deeper. And like, that's a conversation. And then when I'm hanging out in Texas with the guys, like someone there like brought up, they were like, oh, can you believe Alex Jones has to pay $900 million for the Sandy Hook stuff? And I'm like, yeah. And like a couple of the guys were like, that's fucking dumb. That's cruel and unusual punishment. And I was like, well, if you play cruel and unusual games, you win cruel and unusual prizes. And they kind of like were at bated breath. Like I had a punchline to it. And I was kind of having this moment where it was like, wait, we're all here. We all like firearms.
that means you
But
must
just
also
'cause-
like.
But just because you like firearms, does that mean you got to go down the checklist
here's the
of the
problem.
on now.
playbook? And
So-
same with my other friends who are like, painfully liberal cucks like myself. Same when I talk with them, I'm like, just because you feel X, Y, and Z, whatever, like, do you have to go down and like diss and be like, take his guns? Like, and
Yeah.
these are just plain general examples, but I find these days people really go down the checklist and they root for their side, they root for their team, and no one's really malleable. And I think of myself as a
centrism.
malleable person, It's like
I
I'm
think
like
most people
Kanye,
are.
Me too.
A lot
right?
of people are. Kyle,
I
is.
hope so.
Taylor
I hope
and
so.
I are too. Like Kyle and Taylor are more conservative than me. I'm the liberal cuck like you, Harley.
Till I
according to
come.
comments, and but they're both pro-choice also. Like they don't just blindly agree with whatever the red team
Yeah,
says.
yeah. Oh, I'm and marijuana, and the we hate the private prison industry, and we're not big fans of all the ridiculous wars in the Middle East. Although I'm a big fan of this current one. Big fan of this current one. This is
Yeah,
a
you're
great
about
idea,
to pull up. You're about to pull up.
dude.
Yes,
I'm not. Nah, I won't do that.
Maybe.
Nah,
Maybe.
they yeah, like it just seems like shitty to go for any reason other than to help and to help alone. So it almost seems, I don't know.
I mean, I might be helpful.
Could be.
Might be
Can you fly, Bill?
inspirational.
Can you, oh,
Definitely inspirational.
maybe you could drop a few bombs. Maybe you could like, brrr, and they'll see you coming. And it'll be such a distraction. They'll be so distracted by you that the Ukrainian drones will be just taking them out left and right because they saw the white ghost.
So my role is decoy. I see.
Yeah. Oh, you'd be a hell of a decoy. Like they wouldn't shoot at first.
Who the hell is that guy? Somebody in the back's like, it's Woody's gamer tag, run!
on the motorcycle.
Nighthawk.
I that war is fucking wild. I've seen more content out of this war than I think any war I've ever. For the first time, I think I saw two guys. One guy's in like a foxhole, and a Ukrainian is like coming for him, and he runs up to the foxhole and sticks his gun in the hole and like that, and then falls back a little bit, and they throw grenades at one another, and he eventually kills the guy in the hole, and it's from like a perspective, not from some shaky helmet cam or for some scared kid who's hiding halfway in a hole nearby. It's like I don't know what's filming it, but somebody is from afar.
See,
the drone drops are crazy, and the damage is never quite as big as I think it's going to be. Right? I see the bomb, and it's off target. It's off target. No, actually, they were right all along, and it drops right in the foxhole.
What do you? That's your country never fucks that up, ever. Like,
these are Ukrainians, though.
These I'm sorry. I don't know why I had
the Ukrainians. They're dropping like
we never missed.
Yeah,
and it's not even off target. It just looks like it's drifting
we
off
never
target.
missed. We never missed.
That's true. That's true.
No, I'm just saying, like the Jewish country joins forces with your team on that computer shit.
You know, Israel is actually helping out a little bit. I saw that Israel was helping with some drone stuff because right now they're dealing with those Iranian suicide drones, and it seems that the Israelis might have some insight on how to deal with those. So
I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish doesn't mean Israel doesn't represent Jewish people. Just want to say that. Sorry, continue.
It is. Look. They only went with Israel because Jewland seemed tacky. Okay, I mean, I'm surprised it's still tickets.
It literally is Jewland, though. It is for sure.
It's named after
I'm not. That's
Israel of the Jews.
I meant that's a place for.
That's
Jews.
how conservative.
The land is Jewland. That's not what I'm saying. That wasn't what I meant when I said that.
That's where Taylor and I differ. Is on the support of Israel because I'm of the mind that like the more money they have, the more bad people end up dying probably. So like I love that movie Munich about when Black September went and kidnapped those Israeli athletes at the Munich Olympics, killed them, and then Israeli Mossad was like, "Who planned it? Who came up with the ideas? Who showed up with the fuel? Who made that bomb? What's his cousin's name? His cousin made that bomb." Yeah. What's his cousin like to do? Where's he at right now? Let's go cut his throat. And they just like got them all. They got them all. I mean, it's a good movie with Eric Bana stars in it and a bunch of other people. And
how old is it?
2000 something.
It's a sharp movie. Like it won't be like lost in time. Well, that's the thing. It's a period piece. It's about the 70s. So
but it's not from 1979 or anything stupid like that.
No, it's a 2000s movie about.
It's a great movie. It's a good one. So
love it. Is it required viewing for you guys?
Yeah. Did you watch it in school? I assume.
You think I went to Jew school?
Yeah.
No, you think Jew school happens when you're an adult and it happens at night in the shadows. Chinese. And
you got to say
the movie.
Guys, listen. It doesn't matter how powerful you are. If you talk poorly about my people, you will be removed from the banks. You will be put on a list. You don't get it. We move silently and secretly, disguised as white people. We're your neighbors.
As humans.
We are your fucking HOA, Kyle. We
true.
are your homeowners association.
Probably true.
That's got to be one. But the thing is, when I was talking about the firearm stuff, like I think like people in Ukraine, like they owned firearms, did they?
There's tons of guns in Ukraine right now.
So like you had firearms. Like I think like the thing is like, listen, let's say the Nazis are making a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Nazis are gathering. Let's just Jew hate is on the rise.
People are saying that.
Now's a good time.
Lots of people
to have a firearm. Nice. I miss him.
The New York Times.
That was good. You could do them also. If Taylor wasn't just like a 10 on.
I used to do the voices, and then Taylor got the job, and now I don't do them anymore because he's so goddamn good. I was the nice guy.
That was the 9 out of 10. That's not good enough anymore.
Oh, estimates of a number of guns from 2020 was 2 million registered and 3 to 5 million unregistered. When you're like invading a country and they got 5 million guns, That's like a big deal. That's like you're a 19-year-old Russian kid. You're gonna open this door. The guy has a gun. He has a gun. I'm just saying, imagine like Jews had guns, like in 1939. Like, would things be different? Would things play different? Probably not. But like, would they be?
I don't think so because
it slows shit down. It
was a step at a time, right? They came there like
It's incremental.
You guys need to all wear something we can pick you apart. And hey, label your businesses. And actually, you pay this tax, they pay that tax.
True. Gradual.
This law applies to you.
But
now.
there was one night. There was one specific night where shit literally hit the fan.
The crystal
night
night.
of broken. Yeah, the night of broken glass, and that's the one where it's like, guys,
we gotta go.
Take out your guns. They're coming for our gold teeth. Take out your guns.
That would have been we gotta go.
Harley laid it out in a really impactful way for me, where he was like, never again. You gave this never again speech where you're like, hey, you know, the thing happened to us in the 1930s and we didn't fight back like we should have. We didn't fight back with the intensity or the ferocity that the situation required. And now we look back on that and we say never again. And Jews have become fighters now, and they nip that shit in the bud. And I was like, so anyway, this ties into what you're saying. Like, get your gun, nip that shit in the bud.
You know what?
Never again.
The thing is, I really think like, and I'm not trying to make a political statement. I think like it's so crazy what's going on in the Middle East and stuff. Israel's like a fucking wild ass country. And I know a lot of people feel one way about it or another, but like they play it up in a particular manner. But that's like a country like those people would give up the land. Like the Israeli government would give up that land at the same time that the U.S. would ever revert back to native land. Which means that would never happen.
Or give Alaska back to Russia.
None of that would ever happen. And I just know like just how it is. Like that country is like it's just like a wild ass fucking dangerous country. Like in terms of like decisions and abilities and like what they can do and like the scenario they're in. It's just like it's like a wild animal constantly backed up against the wall. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm always like, I'd like, yeah, like a firearm. I get it. You know, I mean, the Nazis came back and started rounding us up. I guess I'm shooting someone and getting shot.
No, you can blend. You can blend.
Oh, yeah, you have the special ability.
I think I wouldn't. I think I've seen Schindler's List way too many times to be like, yo, bro, we either do it now or I'm going to have my skull run over by a fucking tank lined up with all of you on the floor.
List. I remember in Seinfeld when they're like, you haven't seen Schindler's List yet, Jerry? You've got to go see it. Jerry, go see it. And then and for whatever reason, he couldn't sleep or whatever. Oh, he's making out. He got caught making out with his girlfriend in there and then got told on. It was a whole thing. But yeah, that had to have been required viewing for a Jew. I love Schindler's List. I mean,
that's just because it's made by a really phenomenal director.
I guess,
but you know, it's like a crazy story, crazy thing. And The Pianist was really crazy, also in terms of just like Holocaust porn.
Oh, The Pianist.
I'm getting canceled for saying that. I'm getting canceled
Brody,
for
right?
that. yeah. But like, we got some wild shit going on in the Middle East. And like these days, I'll tell you one thing, like humans, all of us, we're just crazy, man. We're all crazy. Every single one of us. Whenever I said before, like, I don't talk in groups of people. I'm never like the Jews, this or the blacks, that, or I do say the Chinese. Yeah. I do have one comfortably. I have one. I shouldn't even say it. Forget it. But I was going to say I have one statement that I'm comfortable saying that is somewhat racist. But then I thought that that it would come off racist.
Probably,
even though it is
the way
racist.
You framed it, you know, I think it might. Yeah.
What was the statement going to be? I'll tell you.
Wouldn't you rather have some spooky things to watch for Halloween this season? For me,
in my experience with Chinese people,
yes.
Sounds so bad right off the bat. Okay. No, I want everyone to know that I love Chinese cuisine. I like Chinese culture. Not a fan of the government.
I like their food is the ultimate go-to of the racist. It just got so much worse. But please, where does this?
The food that I'm talking about is not anything that you've ever eaten, by the way. What you eat at Panda Express is not Chinese food. Right. Well, it is, but it's not. But I'm not talking about that. When I said the food, I'm talking about like shit that you don't like it. You don't want it. You do. You should. It's good for you, actually. It would help you. But anyways,
back to this.
It's not it's not a plate of shiny ass fucking chicken, nuclear beef, like on a fucking plate. But I do like, I mean, like China's an interesting place, all that. But what I've noticed about Chinese people is, and the reason why I said it's going to come off racist because there's a common racist trope of Asians, and I am not making that reference at all. That is not what I'm referencing when I say that Chinese people eat almost everything.
All that.
See, I hyped it up a lot.
You hyped that up pretty big,
right? But I still wanted to make it clear because I
understand the connotation.
There's the trope that like, oh,
you're saying
dogs and cats and
That's
rats.
what you're saying.
I was thinking bats is what he was.
This is what I'm saying.
Pangolin.
You're blaming
Like-
them for COVID.
That's what
No,
I heard
no.
I heard him too.
it. What are you gonna do now?
This is the moment where I'm telling you
This is
that
about
my
Chinese
people
food?
take credit. It was us the whole time. We did it through the news.
Might have been.
Breaking headlines: Jews admit to COVID. Thanks,
You guys
Harley.
work together with the Chinese. It does make
I
sense.
think you guys did
Like-
handle it particularly well.
Eating at a table with Chinese people, I noticed something. So I'm sitting there, and a fish comes to the table, and they put the fish down, and then they hack off the fish head. It's
Okay.
disgusting, right? In the garbage. No, goes to the oldest woman at the table, the best part, and then I
Cheek.
proceed to see her eat eyeballs, brains, and cheek. The fish's eyeballs, brain, and cheek, and she loves it, and it's lit, and that's the best part. And I'm just like, damn.
That's
They
the
really be
delicacy.
eating
The
them.
cheese.
I've had hot pot.
They are
Chinese
very
people.
poor people.
I've seen meat fall on the floor, and they pick it up and put it in the hot pot. I'm down. I'm cool with it. But
I saw a
my
video.
family wouldn't do that, and a lot of people that I know, they're not comfortable with that.
So
I
in
wouldn't do
China,
I did that during the
when-
last hangout, and everyone talked about it.
I saw a lady who was in China who ran a Chinese restaurant. I guess they all are. And she's and the way their sewer works, you can like lift up a grate and there's this like the water's like flowing through. And she's down there skimming the oil off the top of the sewer water because you know it goes down the drains from the restaurant. So she's skimming it all up to cook with. And this lady's recording her, screaming at her in I don't know Chinese. You know, you're horrible. You're gonna feed this to people. And he's like, mind your own business. And she just keeps scooping the fucking oil.
Hey,
What?
not so close after my statement.
I'm telling you what I saw.
Too much,
you're,
too
You're
fast.
making all sorts of crazy broad paint swaths of a paintbrush
it took
on an
me like-
entire race of over 1 billion proud, hardworking people.
A great man once told me that anytime you're referring to a group of people, you're probably being racist.
Yep.
What were you saying, Harley?
I took 9 minutes to basically hype up something that's racist, and then it probably ended up being like a 0.8 on 10 on the PKA racism
How can you
scale.
tell when a white man's being racist? His mouth is moving.
I like that one.
It works for lots of things.
Was the lady reusing that oil though? Is that what you were getting at? Or
She was
just dumping
cooking
it?
with that oil. That was to cook the food in her restaurant for the people. Now, if you think about it, no matter how putrid that oil is, like literally like shit in it, it's gonna be heated up to 350, 400 degrees
Germs will
and
not survive.
maintain that. But still, that's disgusting.
Yes,
There's got to be
sounds
chemicals,
gross.
right? It's China. God knows what kind of like I don't know, lead, cadmium, heavy metals, crazy shit's in there.
Anthrax.
Like we're not just worried about germs here. We're worried about like chemicals and poisons. We're going to eat this. I don't even use the water from my tap for my dogs. I go to the filter on the sink. Like, what the fuck?
Different standards, I guess. Though I mean, you said somebody was filming it. Was that maybe
The
that was
lady
the
filming-
American? You know,
Yeah, well, and it was a Chinese lady yelling at her. Like I'm sure that's not accepted common practice. That's fucking awful though.
Oh, okay.
I was watching a thing about those in the Middle East. There's a couple of super projects proposed right now. Have you
Wait,
seen?
before you go to super projects in the Middle East, one thing about Chinese people I wanted to share really quickly. And another thing. Another thing about the Chinese. I went to a Chinese doctor, like a doctor who is a Chinese man. And it's like a special, it's like literally like a Chinese doctor for Chinese people. It's like kind of like acupuncture and bullshit like that. Okay. Which worked out very well for me. So I went to go see him, and what was interesting was when I was taking in his office, on the wall was in Chinese, and also in English translated, it was senior discount, 85 plus. And I thought that was very telling of the culture, 85 plus. And it's true. I see 80-year-old Chinese people, and they're walking and talking, and they're holding bags, and they're doing shit, and they're active, moving people. They are full human beings, completely operational, at 80 years old. However, you go to the US, you get the senior discount at 65 plus.
55, 60 years old.
55, depending on where you're at, it could be 55, senior discount. Relax,
Any
buddy.
day
You've
now.
done
Almost
enough.
done.
China, you're
I lie on my
65,
apps.
bitch. You got 20 years left. Keep working. And another thing, when you have a bar mitzvah, you become a man that's at 13 years old.
Mhm.
Like Chinese celebrate 100 days. 100 days. 100-day-year-old baby. You did it. You're a person.
Get a job.
Hit the fields. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Get up. Walk. Do it. Chinese people, like the culture is obviously extremely different, and I used to take offense to some of the things. Like I held the door open all through university, and no Chinese person said thank you to me, and I was always like, "Wow, so rude." No,
Yeah.
they're just like, "Bitch, I never asked you to. I can do that myself."
Yeah, that's rude.
Where
They
I
have
come
manners.
from, we open our own fucking door. Didn't ask you to do it. Glad you did it. Sure, I'm not thanking you for it. In fact, I wish you never opened the door for me again. And it's true. They never expected it or anything like that. And that is my experience of Chinese people, the ones that I
I'll say this,
encountered only at school. Not all Chinese people.
I held the door in New York one time. The guy looked at me kind of weird too. I will say that. He was like,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
waved
like
at
that.
a stranger in New York City. I waved at a guy and he crossed the street and looked at me all the way down the rest of the road. And the guy that
all
I
right,
was
well, now
smoking
that's
weed
weird.
with.
You wave at a guy and
Well,
like,
okay, hold on. When I
Show me
say
the hand.
wave, let me correct
Were
it. It's
you
the
like-
southern
were you
thing,
like- you want?
Kyle. It's the southern thing. It's like we made eye contact and I did a little, like just a little, what's up? Yeah, just a
Nah.
little. And
Yeah,
he was
but
like,
you
head
look like
nod.
you
That's all
could
we
have. You look like a person that like I would have been like, do I know that guy? You have that face. You're like
pretty
you're
plain,
like
does
default
that
creative
skinhead have
character.
a fucking problem?
I have Bieber hair at this point,
I'll
thankfully.
be
I would
like-
have understood if I looked like this and he crossed the street, but back then I had Bieber hair. So, and I was smoking weed with some random dude that was at Occupy Wall Street. And he was like, "Why did you just wave at that guy?" I was like, "I don't fucking know, man. We're
You're like I'm
humans."
high.
You know,
I'm
like
high,
I
bro.
Yeah, I made eye contact with him. He's a person. I'm a person. I threw my hand up a little bit, like, "Hey,
That
man, how you
works in
doing?" He was like,
Seattle, by
"Nah,
the
bro,
way.
you don't do that in New York City. That dude thought you were trying to mug him."
No, but you
What
do
the
that in
fuck?
Seattle.
Well, he
In
probably
Seattle,
think you're gonna mug him. He thought it was
people
weird.
will
you
say
were
hi
waving
back
at him
to you.
across the street, though.
Maybe he thought I was winking or something. He just straight up took it the wrong way. He straight up crossed all the way across the road, kept walking, and watched me all the way. I was like, "Okay,
people
my
will
bad."
say
man.
hi to you in Seattle if you say that there. By the way, I noticed because I was walking in Seattle and people said hi. I saw other people walk by other people and they said hi. Hawaii also. People say hi to each other.
People are chilling.
Hawaii
in LA.
people, like, they do that
New
at each
York
other.
and Philly are these little microcosms of shitty rudeness. That
Yes.
I mean, I bet in Detroit, if you're like, "Hey, man, what's up?" You probably don't get "fuck off, honky." But in Philly,
In Philadelphia,
Okay, but what
50-50.
you said is another thing that I learned. All people in New York, I'm kidding, don't do that. People in New York, what I noticed is one time I was walking in New York, and you know when like someone's coming at your sidewalk and so you go right and they go right, and then you go left and they go left,
yeah.
and then you're like, right? So I went right, he went right, I went left, he went left, I went right, he went right, and he stopped and he goes, just fucking go. I was like, whoa, rude. I walked by. Another time I was at this sandwich place. And there's a huge ass lineup of sandwich. And the guy is like going up. He's like, "What do you want? What do you want?" He goes to me, he goes, "What do you want?" I'm like, he goes, "Figure it out." And he moves. I'm like, "That's rude." It's not rude. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of shit going on time. Let's not fucking goof around with these pleasantries.
It's not rude.
Go.
It's short, and there's a difference.
And it's
Yeah.
important. This is it's important to the flow of the city. Let's not slow this shit down. It's a lot like China, where if you go to a store and you start counting your change, they're going to get mad at you for taking up a lot of time. You look like Philip DeFranco there, by the way. You did.
I was
Yeah,
getting
you
that a
did.
lot before the buzz.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
That's
got-
called the butt cut. That's how I actually got in a car accident and my hat came off that I was using to hide this. And I ran up to their car to see if they were okay. Looking exactly like that.
Wait, tell me the whole story, please. So it sounds great.
Well, man, the haircut thing was just for it's a double reverse mohawk. I was just doing a sub goal stream, which I've never done before. I've been a streamer for a long time. And it was September, and somebody offered privately, separately from the sub goal, a whole lot of money for me to do a reverse
How
mohawk
much
straight
money
down
we
the middle.
talking here?
The first stripe was
No, you don't have
$1,500.
to. Okay.
1,500
Okay.
for the stripe down the middle, and then
I was just saying, as co-host,
1,300.
a substitute co-host, you don't have to reveal this information. It's going to fuck with your grind.
No, I mean everybody was there. It was public. I'm gonna shorten it down and do a video. So
Okay, okay.
1,300 to do it sideways like this. I had to keep it like that for 2 weeks. Then I got another 700 to write one of the dude's names with a marker right here every day. I wrote Toast, the dude that was that donated the money, and I was like, you know what? That's easy. I'll do it. Dude, by the time that I shaved my hair off, I was so fucking sick of having that double reverse mohawk, dude. I felt like I couldn't breathe, man. My forehead's ashy from wearing a hat all day and shit. Like, oh my God, man. I was humiliated by that hairstyle, but That's why I've got the Edward Norton in American History X.
Nah,
Kyle said first thing to me, "Hey man, good to see you again. You look like a Nazi, bro."
Yeah, you do. You really
It
do.
suits you.
But a handsome. Hey. The Nazis were handsome, well-dressed men.
That's
Thanks,
true.
man.
No
Like,
one
keep it
disputes
sharp.
that.
They were.
My shirt
Yeah,
kind of
see?
belies it though.
Harley's on
See?
team
They
handsome
were.
Nazi.
Like
They
fuck,
were.
Come on.
They were sharp, man. They were sharp.
They were the
like-
Jamie Lannisters of the world.
And I'm not even talking about the propaganda stuff. You like roll some footage of some guys walking down the streets. Like shit.
They were sharp, man.
They
They were
still make
crispy.
them coats like without all the shit on them. like no
You know,
skulls or anything.
no
You're
Swazi
giving the
Skulls and
Nazis a
shit.
lot of credit for the coats, and I think it's misplaced because I think you should be giving the Germans a lot of credit for the. If you look at like a 1935 German, like pre-Nazi, as far as I know, the police dressed that way. They looked sharp. It was the same styling. The Nazis just sort of carried on what the Germans were already doing.
Isn't it like it's the famous designer? It's is it Ralph Lauren? Who
Hugo
is
Boss.
I have Hugo
Hugo
Boss in
Boss.
my head, but
Yeah.
I don't. Or Tommy
Well,
Hilfiger maybe is there.
I think those.
about
I
him?
think those leather, like jackets, those coats, like those SS officers' coats, look fucking sick. Like
They're
that's
really
a
well
good
made.
look. If it weren't like the most evil thing you can probably wear, that
It would be sharp.
in our world, then it would be pretty fucking sharp. Like if that's what Jesus wore, we would all be so stoked on that look. Like everybody would be dressed like that. I want to talk about scary movies because it's Halloween, or it's it's almost is. And I found something real good to watch on Netflix for a change. Guillermo del Toro, the guy the guy that makes all the spooky shit, Pan's Labyrinth and stuff. He's got an anthology series called Cabinet of Curiosities. I had to write that down. That's how stoned I am. And it's really good. I've only seen 2 episodes. They're doing this thing. It's kind of a hybrid between giving you all the episodes at once and one a week or whatever. They're giving you like 3 or 4. They gave you 4 at first, and then you had to wait a day or 2, and then you get 2 or 3 more, and then so on and so on until you get 8 episodes. I watched the first episode, and I think the 3rd or 4th episode, it's about an autopsy. The autopsy episode. I think it's the 4th episode. The one that says autopsy. Watch that one. It's on Netflix. It's fucking cool. I really like that concept. It was fucked up. I liked it a lot. It's really high production value. They feel like good episodes of I don't know, kind of Black Mirror like quality. Like
And you can go right to the 4th one.
There,
do
so
you
it's an
watch
anthology thing. So each one is a standalone spooky story about like an event that's all its own. The first one is about a guy who does that auction thing where you buy storage units, and he gets one with some Nazi stuff in it, and not just Nazi stuff, but some like a seance table and some satanic stuff is in there. And it's a famous actor who stars in that one. And in the autopsy one, I didn't know the actors, but the subject matter was really neat. I don't want to spoil it, but I really liked what they did there.
What's
I
the name
liked
of the
it a lot.
series?
Is Cabinet of Curiosities. Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of
Cabinet.
Curiosities. It's
Okay.
he does this whole who's the guy that wrote the Alfred Hitchcock. He had this whole Alfred Hitchcock thing because he's morbidly obese. Guillermo. He comes
He
out
is?
and
Oh.
huge.
I didn't know
He's
that.
a great big fat person. But he presents each episode with his sort of monotone voice. It's really good. I liked it a lot. I watched 2 of them last night, and I would have stayed up all night watching them, but I kind of wanted to save them like little treats to spread out through the Halloween week.
What about Terrifier? Have you ever seen Terrifier?
No.
I
actually
recommend
haven't.
Terrifier. Terrifier is incredible. It's interesting that like the new generation is getting an iconic horror character, Art the Clown, who like to this generation is their Ghostface from Scream or Jason, Michael Myers, if you will. And the reason why I'll put him on that level now is because Terrifier 2 just came out. Unrated horror movie in hundreds of theaters in the US, which never happens. And it's made like $6 million as
What's
the
the-
recording of this.
I might have seen this. Tell me about the Terrifier. What is
He's
this
a
bad
black
guy?
he's a black and white clown with like fucked up teeth, and he carries a garbage bag, and he smells like shit, and he doesn't say anything, and he's just like he's just a sicko. He's great
Sounds
at
like a
it.
Howard Stern character.
It's just a really phenomenal movie, Terrifier. I was really blown away. So I've been a Terrifier mark, and I saw Terrifier 2 recently, and Terrifier
That's
2
off-putting.
was really good. Oh, did you look up Art the
Woody's-
Clown? Yeah.
Woody has a friend who's scarier than that guy. But
I
he walks
do.
around. He walks around. He's a day walker. Like he just goes out like that.
Gator's scarier than that guy too, technically.
Gator's not that scary.
When I met him,
Gator got kids. Gator's got like a little girl.
Oh,
It's
shit.
yeah, it's the whole thing. Fucking they're reproducing like a dummy.
Yeah, they said the movie is vomit inducing. I could see how it is for
No
people.
offense.
What, like because of its graphicness or because of intensity?
Yeah, it's super graphic, and the intensity is not like walking down a dark hallway. Oh, is something gonna pop out? No, the tense scenes are like in your face. Like there's one scene where in the first one where he's sitting in a pizza parlor, and there's two girls like, look at his costume, and they're being like dumb bitches, and it's like so tense and amazing. It's just pure raw uncut horror in that moment. There's no weapon or threat. You just know it's not the move. And she's doing it.
I watched
Yeah,
it tonight.
I really like to know what you think. I think
Let me
guys
ask
will
you
like
this: Are you watching House of the Dragon, the Game of Thrones prequel?
I avoided it, and then I put on an episode or the second episode, the first and second episode, and I was like, oh shit, it's Game of
I did
Thrones.
too.
They're good. They're good.
Yeah, I did too.
I'm like, I care. I care. I'll be back.
I've seen it all. I won't spoil anything, but I'll say I think there's a lot of female writers. They're really making a point to show like how rough it is for a lady during this time in medieval times. Like we get a lot of like, to be fair, we get a lot of dudes having to fight for their fucking honor because like somebody insulted you, so now it's to the death. You know, we get a lot of like how hard it is to be a guy, and they're showing some. I've just seen so much childbirth and so many bloody baby corpses and like so much moaning and groaning. Like please, for the love of God, let season 2 not have a single childbirth, because I've seen
Ladies, birth your children quietly. You're annoying Kyle.
Woody,
At least not dead.
there's the torch women screaming and dying in childbirth and
Are they
having
yelling stop? Because I'm about to join your
Yeah,
side.
one was.
Yeah,
She gets a forced C-section and dies. It's gruesome. It's awful.
Ooh.
And there's another one where she has a stillbirth because of a different character has a stillbirth. And these aren't spoilers because who the fuck knows which one I'm talking about? There's so many pregnant women in this fucking show. I might as well have said a man with a beard died. You're not. You're all good. But the dragons are prevalent a lot. There's this really funny meme. They're in Bad Boys 2, I think it is. Martin Lawrence's daughter's boyfriend shows up. Martin Lawrence's little guy. He's like, look, this guy's like 6'4". He's like, how old are you? What's your name? He's like,
15.
Huh, 15. Bullshit. You look 30, motherfucker. And Will Smith comes out. Oh, he here to take her out.
With the liquor.
How old are you, motherfucker? 15. Shh, look 30. And like they're using that meme on one of the characters. They're putting his face on the boyfriend. And I'm like, they're like, this character that's supposed to be 16 in the show. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
She's 34.
First of all, he literally looks 30 and he scares the shit out of me. There's a 16-year-old in this show that is the scariest serial killer motherfucker of all time. He's great. And Matt Smith, the guy who played Doctor Who and he's done a bunch of other shit. Great.
Yeah, he is. He was such a Game of Thrones character. When I saw him, I'm like, this is so Game of Thrones. This guy
killing it.
I got a question about it, House of the Dragon. I've only read Game of Thrones, one of my favorite book series ever. I've never watched it. What takes place in the new dragon thing? Is it the Dance of the Dragons that happened between the Targaryens?
Yes. Exactly.
Sick.
That.
All right, I might have to watch that.
Okay,
one.
so and they've expanded upon it because if you go back to that book, that whole book is like this then. And like season 1 is I saw someone open the book and go, that's season 1. These like 20 pages. So obviously they've expanded upon it, but I think they're obviously hitting the high marks. I think the dragon stuff is cool. I like.
Yeah, there wasn't a ton of lore that I remember in the books, but it always referenced the Dance of the Dragons whenever the Targaryens turned against each other and started eating each other with their dragons and shit, and said that they basically lost control of the dragons. They were fighting each other so hard.
Yeah, there may or may not be a little bit of that. It's worth watching. There is that.
Yeah, I gotta finish that. I want to finish that.
There's that thing in the back of your head though that's like none of this matters because of what happened. But of course, none of it matters. It's all made up. But still, there's parts in this where they're talking about the long night. They're alluding toward the Night King of Game of Thrones, and it's like, dude,
an 8-year-old girl handles it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, like, dude, they got a tomboy out of the north that's gonna train for 3 years and whip that guy's ass like he's not even gonna make it to the second screen of Mortal Kombat. She's fatality. It's fatality right off the bat. It was such a shitty fight. I don't want to talk about that. I can't do that anymore. It really hurt me. Like that was part of my culture. That was part of me. I I had embraced that product, that stupid story that old man
We all
wrote.
did.
Yeah,
Yep.
So fully.
it's an amazing story. I was wondering if it was either going to be that or A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, because he has another book that takes place about 100 years before Game of Thrones, and it has like Baratheon, the Laughing Storm, his grandfather's in it, and it was a really good book.
Someone gifted me one of those big, thick lore books, and I still have it, but I've never went through it with any like serious interest, so I don't know a lot of the lore. I didn't realize that this was based on Dance of the Dragons and what that implied until like last episode, and last episode was the season finale. So there's 10 episodes; they're all good. They're not all good, but there's at least 3 really good episodes. Daemon Targaryen, played by Matt Smith, is awesome. Viserys Targaryen, played by I don't know what that guy's name is, really fucking good. I think I cried in one of his scenes. It was tremendous, and that little girl is great.
You guys watch Bleach?
Don't know what that is.
I never watched much anime.
Okay, it's cool.
No, I'm hoping to get started on it soon. Believe it or not, I'm not anti-anime, which is what everybody assumes when I say I don't watch anime. I don't intentionally.
What I like about Bleach is the first series of Bleach. They're doing 1,000-Year Blood War, but the first series, like the first arc and second arc of Bleach, are just, especially the second arc, is one of like the best arcs of anime of all time, in my opinion.
That's a bold incredible
statement. It is. It's really, really good though. It's not a safe statement because a lot of people weren't happy with everywhere Bleach went. But the second arc of it is just, they do a lot of the tropes, the Shonen Jump tropes, where it's like, but there's a new enemy. Oh, you're max power? This enemy's 10 times stronger. There's a secret level to your power that you could unlock. It takes 1,000 years. You're going to do it in 10 days? What? 3?
Right.
And like, it's just the guy's character design, the guy who made all the characters, and are some of the coolest anime characters ever. And they come off tropey, but they're just like the ultimate versions of it. It's just a great show. And anyways, people that watch it and listening are like, yep. And people that haven't watched it probably won't get around to it. But yeah, it's just funny because I'm watching Bleach, waiting for the new episode of Bleach to come out, which hasn't been out in years. So waiting for the new episode of Bleach to come out, and I'm playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. The year is not 2009. The year is 2022. And I'm playing Modern Warfare 2, waiting for the new Bleach.
Wait, I saw you tweet that. Yeah.
Yes, my man.
Yeah, it comes out tomorrow. Huh? The new COD for us. It's tomorrow. It's 28th, I think.
Man, Zach said earlier midnight. Is that Eastern?
I played the single player.
Midnight. Well, yeah, that's today's
midnight Eastern.
Yeah.
I love Call of Duty single players. Always love them. They're so good. I really do enjoy them. This one, and like the last Modern Warfare, there has been a bunch where I didn't like, but the last Modern Warfare was one of my favorite Call of Duties ever. It was so fucking sick. The night vision house level where they go to the house, that level was amazing.
That's why I bought the game.
Oh my God. And it looked so real, and they're going up the stairs. It was incredible.
I watched the video of the playthrough earlier, like a couple days ago.
I watched it all the time. I watch it all the time, like in 4K.
Slick.
And there's like also like a million ways to go through the level. It's a phenomenal. I like that game. Like I really like it.
I'm not gonna buy this one, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't like multiplayer. I played the beta, and I was like, I don't care about this single play about this multiplayer. Like it's just die over and over.
Same. And like a weird, like almost like they added like a vehicle to it, and it seemed really fucking silly. But yeah,
I didn't love it. I mean, it was good. There wasn't anything wrong with it. It's just not. I don't like multiplayer COD anymore. So I don't see paying full price for the campaign. That's kind of the campaign I've already played before.
The campaign is fast, and I think Modern Warfare is a superior campaign.
Yeah. Okay.
There's like a level in this one that's like an Uncharted type level. You're jumping on the backs of trucks, and I could see what they were going for, but it plays out like really silly, fucking goofy arcadey. It's not like cool next level cinematic like the Call of Duty thing. It's not that. I feel like house level for Modern Warfare.
When a Call of Duty character jumps onto a truck, he barely makes it. You know, he like they're not super athletes; they're just dudes.
And not only that, you're running. You're running and jumping in the first person view, so it's not like thrilling, really. It's kind of like platformy, weird. And the best parts in the game, like that would even be close to on par with that one level in Modern Warfare where you're clearing the house. The best part of the game is actually super short, and then the silly stuff is really long. Yeah. And it's not a long campaign.
I'm gonna play the they've got like a Tarkov mode. Doesn't matter what it's called. but a mode where like you take gear in, you lose it, somebody takes it, that sort of thing.
DMZ. I heard about that.
And then they've got the battle royale mode, which I keep Warzone 2 or whatever. So both of those are free to play though. You just download those and fucking play them. It'll be later on, like he just wrote. I think he just put the date in, maybe the 16th. Next
DMZ
month.
is going to be free.
I think they're both free. That was my understanding. But I'm not going to pay for DMZ because I've got Tarkov. And Tarkov's
Right.
perfect.
You got the original Tarkov. You don't need Wish.com Tarkov.
I mean, if everybody starts playing it, I'll jump on a bandwagon.
This one also had like a level. It was like you like break glass and like then you pick up the glass and you got to find tape and you use the tape to like glue the glass together and people are looking for you and you're finding pieces and crafting stuff. And it's like kind of like a little Die Hard vibe.
I saw someone get a fan blade and like open a door with it or something.
It's not as good though as you'd want. Like what I liked about Modern Warfare was how fucking like that time it was. Like going through the house and shooting was like perfect. And when I saw the trailers for this one, they were like pulling up on the U-boat and they're going on the oil rig and they're fucking the black wetsuits and it's raining and they got the MP5 sign. Like I love that whole time, that era, that aesthetic, that scenario. I love that. Anything that's remotely close to SOCOM, US Navy SEALs 1 or 2 is I love that shit. And that's what it was. But then when the game came out, there's like these bigger set pieces than that, and they don't really lean into like the actual Modern Warfare 2, where remember it was like Burger Town and you're defending Burger Town. It was like a fucking, if you're gonna do that, fine, make it like a crazy next level super fucking battle in the middle of the street. It's never really quite there, and it's never really quite the house. And they tried a few things here. And and I got Gotham Knights, and maybe you guys don't give a shit, but I don't recommend that game to anyone. Don't console, especially. No.
What's the gameplay?
It's like Batman Arkham Asylum, except you could choose between the 4 of the Bat family. And
I saw that.
I fucking hate, but I like Arkham Asylum. I hate when they have the formula, and then they fuck it up. I hate that. I hate like you had the Batman game 3 times deep. You know how to make it. Why didn't you just make this one like that? Why'd you have to do this silly shit?
Well, they got to get experimental.
They wanted to make it like, it looks like they wanted to make it like that Avengers game that came out and the Division, where it was one of those games as a service, which is like, to me, has been the worst era of video gaming ever. We've ruined multiplayer and single player games, in my opinion, at the same time with that bullshit. I don't like that style of game where you're like
games as a service,
like Destiny, where you play it. And I like love Destiny was great. Destiny 2, I'm done with this shit. Division and Division 2, I'm kind of done with it. I don't like where you roll through this raid and you play this level like 10 times, hoping you get the gun that you want. And when you shoot a guy in the head with your gun, if it's not the right level, it's not going to kill him in the head. I like when a bullet in the head kills someone.
Oh, that sounds like Vermintide. Or Darktide.
That's different though, but you're not like holding like an MP5 and a human. You're like a fucking orc or whatever. Or like you have a sword. It's like, that's different. The vibe is different for me.
Okay.
Once I'm holding a gun and I'm a human being and I look like a human being and that's a human being and he has a baseball cap on and I shoot him in the head and it says like -5 damage. I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah, okay.
Fuck you. No, it's not how it should be.
Do you know about Scorn? Have you seen Scorn?
Yes, and I tried it, and I definitely overhyped it in my head because I was very hyped for that game for 3 years, and I didn't expect a sexy, slow-paced puzzle game. I had something different in my mind, and that's on me. But it is a beautiful game. It looks like concept art the entire time.
We're of the same mind 100,000%. I thought I was getting into a nasty version of Dead Space. And it turned out I was getting into the grossest, nastiest H.R. Giger turned loose puzzle game. Ever. It is first and foremost a puzzle game, right? And it is as much a puzzle game as it is a horror game. And it has a very, very weird art style. If you're familiar with H.R. Giger, he designed the alien from the Aliens movie. They tempered him down, and they ended up with the xenomorph. The xenomorph he drew had like sexy dick sucking lips. And like it was wild. Like it was very sexy and like evil and like a succubus alien monster. This game is full of the weirdest, nastiest visuals I've ever seen. It's just all sorts of bizarre shit. I still can't tell you exactly what the game's about, and I've played hours of it. You're essentially in some parallel dimension in a biomechanical fortress, underground / maybe ship, where we create humans out of eggs to like, but the life is like meaningless. It's more of like a human producing farm, and I don't know what we're doing with the bodies. Like they seem so useless. Like it's like It's like bodies are thrown aside like wood chips everywhere, and I don't know what they're doing with the bodies, and everything is shaped like a cock or a pussy, and it's weird. And when you get into combat, the gun is this gross thing you have to like put your
Coolest part though. I love that gun.
Ugh.
It was really cool.
The guns were what I saw in the teasers years ago, and
they're like not the best part of the game. At the end of the
not
day.
only that, it's not a shooter. You're not. I watched somebody's video, and they were like having a hard time, dying a lot. I fired the gun twice in my playthrough. I died twice in my playthrough. You're doing it wrong. And I was like, oh, that's right. It's a puzzle game, not a shooter. When you see an enemy, you should think he doesn't want to fuck with me. This is like a bobcat walking across the street. Sure, I can go pick a fight, but I could just take one step back and he's going to keep walking across the street because he has no interest in us as the player.
Right.
Because he's a fucking weird parallel dimension Wookiee monster that wants to go in that wet wall over there and wiggle. It's a fucking gross ass.
But if you shoot him, he might attack you.
He will absolutely attack you and probably kill you because your gun is weird.
Everything
Everything's
sounds like
weird.
it's a bait. It's to trick you into using the gun when that's not even the point, huh?
Yeah. It's a weird. It's better to watch videos of that than to play it. Although it is free on Game Pass.
Okay, but wait, real quick though, because I know we're near the end. Kyle, Woody, you guys ever play Pokemon?
That's Taylor.
Pokemon Go, I've played. Taylor's
Josh,
really
you played Pokemon though, right?
First
Or,
three
like,
generations.
So, what was the first Pokemon you ever chose in your entire life?
Totodile. I got gold version first.
And what was his name?
I just named him Totodile because I wanted to know what his evolutions were named.
What was the Pokemon character? What was the species?
He was a Totodile. He was a little blue alligator.
Okay, I don't know Pokemon at all.
Harley, stop trolling Woody.
No,
so
this is important.
confused.
Wait, this is important. It's because I want you to know when I was on ketamine and I left that after hours and I was walking. Here's
Is that
what
what's
happened.
happening?
Listen what happened.
That's
Listen what
what it
happened.
feels like.
Listen what happened. Listen what happened.
All right.
It's crazy. Listen what happened. Okay?
Shit.
Stop interrupting me. Shh. Oh, you want to talk? Oh, no, you want to talk? You talk. You talk. You want to talk? Go. Go. No, go. Talk. You talk. Okay, wait, listen. I was on ketamine.
Sorry, did I
And
interrupt
hear me out. Hear me out. And then we'll get the fuck out of here.
My bad.
It's okay. I have to share this stupid thought that happened in my brain, but I was on the drug and I was walking outside and I saw an owl. It was a sculpture wooden owl and really high. All good. All ideas are good ideas in your brain when you're on this drug. I'm walking. I saw this owl and I was like, and this is such a stupid thought. I don't know why I had to share this, but I never shared it out loud. I want to share it on the podcast. I saw the owl and I was like, and I don't play much Pokemon, as you could see. When I saw the owl, I was like, I bet if owls didn't exist in real life and an owl was in Pokemon and they showed it and they were like, a new Pokemon appears, and then the owl's head turned 180 and then it said its name was Owl. That's exactly what Nintendo would have named an owl if it was a Pokemon instead of actually being in real life. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I know
I
it sounds
don't think
long.
so.
If
I know
owls
exactly.
didn't exist in real life, but they existed in Pokemon,
They would still be called owls.
they would still be called owls.
It just makes
That is like
sense.
the perfect name,
That's
just as much
profound.
as
You
Pikachu
look at that and you show us a picture of an owl, Zach. When you look at an owl, you just think, owl.
100. Pull it up, and I have a 15-minute owl video. I want us to
There is there's an actual Pokemon called a Hoot Hoot. So I was thinking maybe that was,
That's what humans would have called it if we were.
I love I'm a big ornithology buff. I could go on for hours. What's your favorite kind of owl?
I gotta say Hoot Hoot now. It's my favorite owl if I had to pick one. This is a beautiful owl, by
that
the way.
really was, man.
The American barn owl. Okay, the noble American barn owl. He's the one
Shit.
looking out for us. You ever
Is that
take
a
a
real
Noble
owl?
American barn owl.
You ever dissect one of those pellets that they vomit up in class?
Yeah, all the time. No, I really didn't.
Yeah, we did in
Noble
class.
American.
They eat all these
barn
little like
owl.
mice and shrews and critters, and then they vomit up the fur and the bones and these
Bones.
pellets. And then we dissected them in class, and like reassembled the little mice. It was really fun.
Bro, owls are crazy. Woody, what do you think?
I'm a big fan of the Hoot Hoot. Also, owls are overrated. I think people act like owls are the coolest shit in the world. I mean, I guess they're silent and stealthy, but they're better hitters.
I thought they said who.
They do say who.
You guys want me to wrap this one up? You want me to
Is it who or is it hoot? It's hoot,
Or
isn't
hoot.
it? It's
Hoot is
clearly
a party
hoot.
owl. That's a party
Hoot.
owl.
Hoot.
Who's a better owl? All right, there's that potato chip owl, and then there's the lollipop owl.
Definitely lollipop, man. Come on.
Lollipop.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking lollipop also.
Yeah.
Tootsie
Well-
Roll Center, but Tootsie Roll Pop.
Thanks for coming on the show, guys. Filling in for poor sick Taylor. You guys.
Oh, you motherfuckers owe me, by the way.
Do
Absolutely.
we?
Oh yeah.
I have a podcast now. I want each one of your asses on it
Oh
individually.
my.
But I'm at like episode 5, and I'm kind of doing out a bit. I got like a couple buddies of mine that don't have the best media training. They're just close friends of mine, and I've been doing that. Well, close friends of mine until we sue each other. But I would love to have you guys on there at some point.
So one
Josh
of you
as well.
sexually harasses
Yeah, I'd be honored, man.
Bro, I'm about to fucking roll up on Chiz. Zach, you too. I'm about to
Y'all
roll up on fucking Chiz for that Rolodex. I'm like, I know I passed you numbers and I lost them. I want them back. I want them
Coming full
back.
circle.
Do it.
But yeah. And you guys let me know if you're going to Ukraine because I'm coming.
Do you really want to come?
Just no, I don't want to, but I want to see you guys there.
Would you go?
If this is how you guys we're all going to get together, then I guess it's got to be in a war zone.
I feel like a giant American Jew would be such a bargaining chip for me if I got caught. I'd be like, Harley, don't worry. I learned a little Russian on the way over here. I'd be like, look, guys, I'm American USA. That giant Jew over there, I'm his prisoner. I'm with you guys. Have you ever heard of FPSRussia?
This is like
That's
a Han
me.
Solo.
I'm your
Chewbacca
guy.
plan.
You'd be in a gulag. I think they'd be very kind to me, as long as they didn't catch any of this.
Oh yeah, as long as they're not listening to PKA yet.
Yeah,
And they are.
Well,
But I had a great time, man. I appreciate you.
Josh
inviting
as
me.
well. Thank you for coming on. Always a good
Yeah.
time.
I appreciate you
Harley
guys.
plays everywhere, and check out his podcast. Josh,
Yeah.
what should they look out for from you?
I'm starting to work on a series after talking with Wendigoon. I'm looking into more things where the FBI has blatantly corrupted things. The Terrence Yankee murder after the Oklahoma City bombing is probably going to be my next video because he was definitely anti-alived by the CIA.
All right,
Other than that,
get
I'm
out
live
there.
on Twitch.
Love
Yeah, I'll probably
the
end up
move.
dead in a ditch just like this guy did. But I mean, fuck it. Me and Wendigoon will
Thinking-
be tied up together somewhere.
I try to avoid the federal government these days, but good luck to you, sir.
Yeah, I'm poking the line. I'm poking the line. That's what's coming. And other than that, RuneScape on Twitch. Come hang out.
Buy our cum products, buy our weed, buy our food.
Come like a
And,
man. PKA 619.